pretty soon.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. The Supreme Court.
Can you turn your camera on? You just said you're at your tablet. Turn your camera on.
Oh no, I'm reading it. I'm reading it.
Okay, so what are you reading so I can follow along?
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, what's
The
name of
Supreme Court told Biden that not to pay off. Hold on.
Can I get? You said, hold on. Now you're moving the goalpost. 15,000 lies, right? I'm not asking about one specific instance. You said you had a document that had the 15,000 references. Can I get the name of the article? That's not. Do you know what the title of your source is? It should be one sentence. So I asked you. So go ahead.
What's CNN?
It's from CNN.
Yes.
A right-wing Republican-funded source. You expect me to believe that?
By the way, everyone, we'll be on all night.
CNN is on your side.
Super late tonight. Super late tonight. We're gonna be live all night.
Who the donors are?
Okay, let's jump to the Heritage Foundation.
So
okay, here we go. I got it.
So we got plenty of time.
Heritage Foundation that made
We're on with
Project
Chris right now.
It says Biden has always been a liar.
Is good fun. Chris G.
So
Chris G. I met him at the Unfuck America tour.
2025 authorship.
Chris G is really cool.
Ple's give me a nonpartisan because right now
you're right now.
The Hill.com.
So okay,
Chris G. Chris G.
So once again,
yeah.
Why are you giving me? Can you give me something in the center? Newsweek, AP, things like that.
It says Joe Biden's top 5 most blatant lies of 2024.
That's not 15,000.
Joe Indian's getting Austin.
About your okay, so
I was
going to
tell him 5, to do that.
Then you're saying 25. Now you're saying 15,000. This is terrible argumentation. You said you had a document with the 15,000 ready. Where is it?
Where's a document of 30,000 from Trump?
You said 15,000 first. We're going to be glad to provide you, but I'm going to make you actually.
I meant 5. I meant 5.
No. Oh, wait. Okay, so can you first concede that it's not 15,000?
Okay, I was wrong. I'll admit it.
All right, perfect. All right, cool.
So can we get to he does lie though, right? Biden did lie.
Okay. So now,
but nowhere near 15,000 even.
Yeah, nowhere near 15,000, right? And you haven't substantiated that.
And even if it was 15,000, that's still 15,000 less than 30,000.
What is the 30,000 that you said Trump lied?
Cool. All right, cool. So I'm about to read you the source. Why are you getting scared?
I'm not getting scared. I only have 3%.
Okay, then be quiet. Okay. So you only have 3%. Okay, cool. AP News, and then we got AP Fact Check, and then we have factcheck.org. Analysis. Donald Trump lied a total of 30,000, not just 30,000, 30,071 times during his first administration on various topics, from topics to foreign policy, socioeconomics, and state policy. And let's see. Yeah.
I didn't say Trump never lied. I didn't say that.
Oh my gosh. Now you're taking your argument back.
Okay, but we said 30,000 confirmed lies. So why do you believe a fucking thing that guy says, dude?
Right.
Well, because I voted for him, number one. Now, I don't agree with everything he's doing right now. So
you say because you voted for him, he's correct. So people voted for the mustache man in 1933. Does that mean that he was right by ordering the government to go take out 6 million Jewish people?
I wasn't around in 1933.
So that's not what I asked you, though. Have you read books before, or is it the bottom 10 education states being read getting to you? So
I read 1984. Okay. That's all that matters.
Okay, so you don't believe that the H-Cause happened then?
It did happen, of course. Come on, but you can't compare the two.
You said that you voted for him, so that's what makes it right. I'm testing your logic here. So people voted for the mustache man in 1933, so that means that he was right.
You're doing an analogy. Is that like an
analogy? I'm testing your logical consistency.
You see how that's clearly absurd?
Yeah, you said he's right because you voted for him. That's crazy.
No, what I said is that I don't agree with everything he's doing right now. I did vote for him.
Do you regret your vote? Do you regret your vote?
Absolutely not, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, tell me why not.
Well, half the stuff he's doing, I don't agree with. Half the stuff he is doing, handling the invasion. We're experiencing an invasion right now. We have the military at the border. There's an invasion going on. He's trying to stop that.
According to the
clear, like what the invasion is.
According to the law,
Enemies Act.
The Enemies Act. You're talking about the one that the Supreme Court.
Well, there's two of them. There's one in 17.
Hey, so Michael, there. Okay, so we're gonna go through the Alien Enemies Act, and you realize Congress has to determine. So let's start with the first condition, right?
I hate to correct you,
so Michael, if you keep cutting me off, you kept doing this morning, which is why. So I'm reading it right now. If you don't like the law, get to North Korea, right? So the first condition for the Alien Enemies Act, has Congress declared that we're in a war of any kind? I must have been sleeping when that happened last night.
Wait, this is from the Enemies Act in 17, the exact year.
Michael, don't start engage. Okay, if you don't engage with me, this is strike one, right? Because
Two
quite
versions.
literally,
There's one in the 20s.
yeah, but the one that Trump tried to enact is the one I'm talking about that the Supreme Court shot down.
He's
even
talking
tried
about the one from the 1700s.
That's
Yes,
the one I'm
Smoking, thank you for the
referencing.
$10.
Okay,
Thank you so
Michael,
much. I really appreciate it.
engage,
Thank you.
right? I'm
Thank
reading
you.
the law
I really
here. If you don't
appreciate
like
it.
the law of
W's
the
for them in
land,
the comments.
get out, right?
I appreciate it.
North
Thank
Korea
you
will
so
sign it.
much.
I love
Okay,
America.
then you will sit here and let's dissect the law. The first condition, 2 of the 3 of these have to be right in order for this to be enacted. Or did Congress declare that we're in a war right now?
Why is the military at our borders?
Michael, okay, strike 2, dude. You're really testing my patience because it's when it comes to reading the law, you guys seem to get thunderstruck. Did Congress declare, according to the Constitution, the only entity that can declare if we're in a war? Did they declare that we're in a war? This is your last time that if you don't engage, I'm deporting you.
Okay, no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Okay, cool. Strike.
Let me
okay.
reply. Let me reply, please. They didn't. So if they didn't do it, then why is the military at our border right now? Because
Awesome, perfect. There's been military at the border under every president.
no, not troops on the ground.
No, dude, that's
Yes.
a new thing. That's a new thing, man.
Yes.
Yes,
Joe
thank you.
Biden
See,
had
That's
10.
definitely
Yeah.
a new thing.
No, Parker just
No.
backed me up. It's a new thing. Parker.
You
Michael,
realize
I
he's
was
being
joking. I was being
He's being sarcastic.
I was
He's-
joking. Like, dude, this guy doesn't even see that. You know that there were more troops, right, that we agreed with Canada and Mexico for, right, under Biden, right?
Right.
So wouldn't you be happy that they're stopping stuff coming across the border?
They're not. Hey, so Michael, first of all, they're not, but I can only debunk so many of your claims. So we haven't got through the Alien Enemies Act. So we're not in a war. The second one, has Congress declared that we're under a precursive invasion? And
No.
so can you let me okay. Here's the thing, right? The minute that we go to the law, you start folding like a pretzel. So I'm going to finish what I'm saying, right? And then we're going to get done with this Alien Enemies Act, this washed right-leaning talking point. So the precursive invasion, right, has to be small or large-scale military attacks from neighboring countries. Is Mexico doing that to us right now from their military? That's what it says in the act.
Thank you, everyone coming in from Dean's stream. Make sure to like
No,
the
they're
stream if
not.
you haven't already. Tab the screen on TikTok if you are joining in. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. W's for Dean in the chat for the raid. We really
W,
appreciate it, Dean.
So there we go, right? There's the contradiction, right? That's why the Supreme Court shot it down because Trump's trying to do
9-0. I know that with 9-0, but actually,
that's embarrassing.
my grandparents came from Mexico, by the way.
Dude, I don't care. That's not the conversation we're having, dude.
You mentioned Mexico right now, correct?
Okay, but I mentioned the Alien Enemies Act and
I'm
the
trying to
fact.
tell you. If you let
Okay, Michael. What's the shape of Italy?
Okay,
What's
I know
the shape of Italy. What's the shape of it?
everybody does this to me.
Yeah, it's because you unwilling to answer. Guys, please make sure you're checking the guests. Let's not get taken down today. Guys, let's keep tapping the screen. Please keep my live.
Let's get everyone joining in the live right now. How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. Make sure to tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. We do appreciate it. Glitch, thank you for the £2 for Dean raid again. W's for Dean in the chat for the huge raid. That is absolutely amazing. We appreciate it, Dean, as always, man.
Oh, snap. W Amelia for here. W Amelia in the chat. W.
I tell you, quite frankly.
Let's see who we got. Joanne. Guys, mods, please make sure you're vetting these guys because we don't need some crazy stuff happen. W Dean, by the way. Joanne, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
Minnie,
I'm
Minnie,
sorry.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Minnie. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was so nice meeting everyone. Oh my gosh, people were so nice. People were literally so nice. Like, it's actually such a cool thing to see like everyone in person. Like, y'all have no clue.
Charlie, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
Chris, do that cute thing like Parker does and go, "Look, thank you for the $10." Do it like that. Do it for the $20.
Okay, so are you done crashing out? Are you ready to actually talk about the president, or are you going to run from me again?
I don't think
All
he
right.
voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's fine. Deported to the comments, right? After due process. to determine that you were not a Trump supporter?
Someone said, "When are you coming to LA, Parker?" I live in LA.
He's already there.
I'm already here. I'm already here.
Hello.
How do you say your name?
Jarby.
Jar B. Happy Saturday. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. So how is he making America great again, sir? You have the floor. Go for it.
I just think he's doing really good economically.
Mm.
And
Really?
Parker, I see you in the face. Yeah, you don't know anything about economics, actually.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
Jar-
Well, let's talk about it then. Can you
yeah,
name
what the hell?
Can you name 2 economic policies Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than benefit rich people?
Can you name 2 reasons why I shouldn't call Pat God
I'm
to
waiting.
Hey,
come
so-
below up
hey.
this live because you think you can talk to me sometime?
Okay, so first of all,
Well,
he
I
asked
don't
you
know
a
who this
question.
person is.
So let's try again. Parker asked you a question, right? So answer his question. Let's go. Let's try again, right? Answer his question.
Oh. What just happened?
I unmuted you because you were in the middle of crashing out. Now please answer Parker's question.
I wasn't crashing out. I was just saying if Parker thinks he's going to talk to me a certain type of way, I will
He
get
asked you a question.
I will get Pat God on this live.
I don't know
What
who-
kind of way did I talk to you, man? I literally like.
Okay, so Jar Beer or whatever your name is, one more time. He asked you a question, and you said Parker didn't know anything about economics, and he asked you an economics-related question. So let's go ahead and answer it one more time. You can do it.
Bree, thank you so much for pushing the $5. Thank you.
Unmute.
I just tried it. You muted it again.
Okay, so now he asked you. I really would want to push this conversation forward, right? Now, can you answer Parker's question, please?
Yo, Sid with the $100 YouTube super check. We
yeah.
get W's for Sid in the
I
comment
mean,
section.
He's doing
Thank
all
you
right.
so much,
Like,
Sid,
I
for the
don't.
$100 YouTube super chat.
So
Thank
I
you so
really
much.
should get Pat God.
W's
up
for
here to come humble
YouTube.
you.
So
Wait, I can't even
you're
see
unable
W's
to
for Sid
answer
in the
his
comment
question. Do you know
section.
what his question
Always
was?
good to see you, Sid. Happy to see you. Happy to see you as always.
You're really wasting our time, right? So if you're not
I'm
going
like,
to answer,
W's for Sid in the chat.
Okay.
Seriously.
okay. So one more time, right? He asked you about 2 policies that he influenced to get passed that benefited the lower more proportionally than it did rich people. Can we get that answer?
He doesn't have that, I think.
No, I don't have the answer.
Okay, that's okay.
Oh.
Well, I mean, just like, so then why are you going to say that I don't know anything about like economics if it is the case that you don't even know 2 economic policies?
I don't know. I just think it's just the way, like, I think Pat God needs to come up here.
Dude, I don't even
So
know who
you
this
need-
person is. What are
I
you
don't know
talking
who that
about?
is either. So
Not Pat God. Pat God.
I don't know who that is.
It's New Gens, bro.
Okay, this
Okay,
person's
so
trolling.
right. Yeah, hold on. I'm just adjusting my gift goal, then I'm gonna kick him real quick. Hold on. Have a good one, boss.
All right.
That's crazy. So having to get somebody to help you out in the middle of a debate after you just got done telling Parker about economic policies that you couldn't name is crazy. Hello. How old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 24.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How is he making America great again?
So I would kind of see the social conservative LGBTQ like rights that he's kind of standing for, rather than previous, such as like Biden and other nominees that
Okay.
in the past Democratic ones.
So I'm kind of confused about how is 1% of the population and decreasing yearly slightly according to the data impacting how much money people make, impacting homelessness, impacting foreign policy, or like anything like that. I'm very confused.
Well, I wouldn't say that that's impacting any of those things. I never stated that. I also never stated 1%, which you're trying to allude to.
Well,
the trans percentage.
yeah, that's actually important.
It's actually-
if it was
It actually
25, if it was 50, if it was 75, it'd be kind of different that way.
What are you referring to? The trans population or the LGBTQ population?
You literally you do realize that what's the T in LGBTQIA?
But there's obviously, if you have,
Okay,
it's
so
gonna
can
be
you answer the
encapsulating- you'll see that it's
can
going to be encapsulating all parts of this, correct?
So Denrio, so I did ask you a question. What's the T in LGBTQIA plus?
Transgender, of course.
Okay, so when you said that whole thing, right? I'm going to include
Yeah.
that population. So
That's a weird.
now.
That's a weird way to put it. So if
No,
I
so
said,
it's a weird
if
way
I said
to
America,
go.
if I said, hey, if I said, for example, that's like saying this. If I said,
Can you actually get to the policies?
if I said, hey, all Americans are fantastic, and you said, oh, well, only 14% of Americans are fantastic, referring to the African American community. That's like, what are you talking about?
and that's a false dichotomy. And number one, Donald Trump's bad for freaking minorities in the United States anyway. So that's
But
not
the
even
reason that I
under-
would say that it is
hurry up.
Hey Den,
Okay, so-
can I keep you
go
on
ahead, go ahead.
topic
Sorry.
real quick? Like, can
Sure.
you name like an economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Sure. I'm not really. I know that you ask that question very often. I'm just going to be conceding here that I'm more attached to the social policies here.
Okay. So
and so-
you agree that Trump is worse for the economy?
I wouldn't concede that. I think that I did like the Chips Act. I'm not super like I did.
That was Biden's policy though.
I understand. I said conceded a few different acts that I do like. That's on both sides. But in this case, in this just for this particular debate, I'm trying to keep it in the LGBTQ stance and more. And that's where that's the only reason I voted for him. So it'd be like I said, conservative social issues.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know that like if you believe in so you actually conservative social issues, are you pro-life?
Yes, I am. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Do you think that the vaccine should have been mandated during COVID, like the pandemic?
Yes, I do.
You do? You think that they should have been
Oh.
mandated?
Mandated? Yes, I do. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So the social policies that you support, are you like pro freedom?
Yes, I would say yes. I'm pro freedom. Sure.
You're pro freedom, just not for like women when it comes to access to abortion.
Well, I think that okay, everyone can agree that it starts at conception. Okay, life starts at conception. Can we at least agree that there's a separate life, a separate DNA strand at conception?
Mhm.
Would we agree with that?
Mhm.
Okay, so at that point, that's where I draw the line. Would be at conception.
Okay, well then I'll ask you a question. Like,
Yeah.
if in there's a petri dish, right, in a
Yeah.
fertilized egg conception in the petri dish,
Yep.
and I slap that shit for
Mhm.
fun for TikTok and YouTube content, should I go to jail?
Good question.
A fertilized egg in a petri dish.
Yeah, if I slap that shit for fun for YouTube and
Uh,
TikTok
okay, so
content, should
hold
I
on.
go to prison?
So yes, because every time that fertilized egg, if it was left to its own devices inside of a
Yes,
healthy
I
mother,
should
it
go to
would come
prison.
to
You should go to prison for
Uh,
that.
well, how did it get in the petri dish? It would naturally be inside of a woman.
Oh,
Well, that's not the
what?
the
That's
case.
not even how it works. So, do you understand that? Like, if you have a petri dish, that's called IVF.
Okay, sure. I've heard of IVF. Yes, I've heard of this. Okay, continue.
So, like, if you have it in a petri dish and you slap it and kill it, are you saying that it's okay to do that, or is that murder?
I would say that in that case, I would have to. That's a kind of a weird, outlandish case. I'm just.
It's not
I'm
even
just-
outlandish. IVF. Is
IVF.
used.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
by
understand
a lot
IVF
of
is
Americans.
used. I would say that.
There's like 300,000 plus people that use it yearly.
And
Sure,
it's
I would say
and it's
that's
very
not-
effective for
That's
people.
not something. Yeah, That's not something that I would support.
And that's in the U.S., by the way. It's not
Yeah,
something
sure,
you
I know.
support. So you think the 300,000 people that utilize IVF every single year shouldn't be able to
No,
use
you just
IVF?
asked me if you should slap it with your hand and then.
Well, did you know that
It
the process?
explodes.
Did you know the process of IVF, right, discards many embryos and zygotes, right? And if it discards many embryos and zygotes, right, per person, per individual, that's literally millions of deaths or million plus deaths a year for you.
Sure. Yes.
So then you think IVF should be banned?
No, I think I don't think IVF should be banned. I understand. It's kind of a gray area for me. I think that they serve a good purpose when utilized properly.
I have a question. Do you think that you should be able to freeze embryos?
And what's the end goal of freezing embryos? Like, what is the good
to,
outcome?
to utilize them in the future?
Sure, I'm okay with that.
Okay. So do you think embryos are babies?
I think anything that, like I said, anything that's past the point of conception.
Yeah,
would
yeah.
be,
So you think it's okay to put babies in freezers?
I think that in the case,
you think that's
yeah,
totally
because
fair?
they still have.
Yeah,
yes,
dude.
absolutely.
He just thinks
Listen,
it's
hold on,
totally
listen.
okay to put babies in freezers.
Listen, because
Bruh.
in that situation, what you're doing is they still have the potential to become a human life. Yes.
Yeah. So as long as the baby survives, you can throw a baby in the freezer.
That's torture, bro.
No, you're not throwing a baby in the freezer. You're
You
throwing.
just
No,
said-
you just said that you could freeze babies, bro. What are you talking about?
No, you cannot freeze babies. You can freeze an embryo.
I mean, that's a baby. You just said an embryo is a baby, so you could be able to freeze babies. Are you
Yes,
saying
an
embryos are
embryo
not
has the
babies?
potential to become a baby. Yes, absolutely.
Are you? So it's not a baby currently?
Well, you cannot freeze a baby and it survives. You can freeze an embryo and it survives.
Well, yes, you can put a baby in the freezer. It can survive. That's
Okay.
possible.
Okay.
I mean, really? Is that what you're trying to? That's the point you're
I'm-
trying to
I'm just
Well,
saying
yeah.
that like
That's
typically
crazy. That's
typi-
crazy. Okay,
typically
no, that's
typically
crazy.
we- typically
That's
we would
crazy.
typically we would say that's abusive, right? If we're
Yeah.
talking about people, right? But you're just totally okay with doing it with things that you consider babies, and that's why I'm trying to say like you don't consider an embryo a baby.
No, but the potential outcome is still. They still have the potential outcome to become a baby. Yes,
So are
is
they
what
not a
I'm-
baby at the time, right? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is they have the potential outcome to.
Can you
become a
answer
baby.
my question though? Are they a
anything
baby at the time?
Anything to
Embryo.
prolong. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you ask me.
Are they a baby at the time?
Are they a baby at the time? No, they would not. Be.
Okay, then you
Yeah.
shouldn't
Let me
have.
say
a
thank you to
problem. Just
everyone real
wrap it up then.
quick.
No, because
Mackerel,
every
thank you for
single
the
time
$2.
it's going to
Glitch,
turn into a
thank you for the
baby.
How do you know
£2.
that?
Pillerman, thank you for the
Because that's what
$5. Thank you.
Humans do. Whenever
Pamela, thank you so much for the
You know how-
$5. Phoenix with the
I do.
$15.
I'm
Thank
just
you so much.
saying,
Really
right, like,
appreciate
you know how
it.
babies are made.
You can't say.
I'm so
obviously,
sorry.
it's-
I'm so
it's-
sorry
it
to hear
seems like
that.
you guys forget a lot, right?
Wait, what is it?
So with that being said, you said 100%. That's crazy.
Thank you so
right?
much,
So
though,
like
Phoenix.
with that being said, right?
Candace, thank you so much. I
So
really
it's
appreciate the
either-
$20.
it-
Thank you so
Overwhelming
much.
majority of the time.
It's
And
a
David with the
baby at
$20.
time,
Thank you so
apparently,
much.
right?
Good to
But then
W's
you're
for
saying it's
Candace and
not.
David.
So
Thank you
now
so
we're
much.
Stuck in this conundrum, right? Where you can't even
David,
define your
that's
stance
so
on
nice of
this.
you. Thank you so much. W's for David in the comment section. Seriously,
Okay.
that's so nice.
I've already stated that anything to do with prolonging or upping the chance of having a child and making that and turning that embryo, in this case, to a baby, then I'm good for that. I stand for that. If it doesn't
Okay.
go against that, if you in
How
Parker's
about
instance,
this? How
in
about this?
Parker's instance, if you're just slapping a plate just for fun,
I'll just get let me
I'm
let
not
me let me
doing
give you let me give you another example. Do you think that I like women who have IUDs are murderers if they're sexually active?
I mean, I think any. I mean, I got to think about that. I would think that I don't. Let's see. As long as you're- Probably, yeah. Sure, why not?
Yeah. So type a 3 in the comment section if you have an IUD.
So
You're
telling me-
saying that all of them should go to prison because you think murderers should go to prison.
Millions.
No,
of
I think
women would
everyone.
get
I don't
thrown in
think everyone
prison.
should go to prison, right? Okay, what I'm saying is
So
that people
murderers
are
shouldn't go to prison. He
unknowing-
thinks murderers
No, no,
shouldn't
no.
go to prison. So then
no.
so then
they're
why should women
unknowingly-
who get abortions
they-
go to prison?
Well, exactly. Okay, perfect. Thank you. They're unknowingly murdering a child. They are under the, just like everyone else, they're under the impression that this is an okay, it's just a clump of cells, even though every time it's going to turn into a born human. I mean, not every single time. Obviously, there's going to be birth defects and stuff like that, and so there can be multiple things that interrupt this process. But a good majority of the time, over 99% of the time, this embryo or anything along these lines is going to be
Let
Oh,
me
let
clarify
me go
because I
there.
don't think you know what an IUD is. Not only can an IUD prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, meaning it prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall, which therefore kills a zygote, a fertilized egg at conception. So under your view, you would consider that murder. Clearly, like no one else considers that murder. That's like pretty ridiculous to consider that murder, right? And it just highlights the idea that like you don't value it at the point of conception.
I do value it at the point of conception.
Okay, well then you think that all the women who have IUDs in the chat should go to prison?
I
Right?
just said that they are not murderers. They're under the impression that this is not murder. So
What do you
They
base
do-
that
if-
off of?
here, it's either that they. I promise you. Let me say this.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you saying
go
that
ahead.
someone is under the impression that when they're murdering someone, that they're not murdering someone, that then like they shouldn't be put in prison?
If everyone had, if someone agreed with me and they thought that at conception is when life starts, they would not
Oh.
kill the baby.
Hey Parker, 1 second. I got Andra up here from the tour. Let's get this party. Andra, how are you?
I have a question
Let's
that's
go.
related. First of all, women know what an IUD does, so they don't not know what they're doing. Secondly,
I did not
your
say that.
argument would imply, would it not, that everyone then in the world who has ever accidentally unalived someone then shouldn't go to prison for that, like under any circumstance? Because you're saying women don't know what they're doing, so they shouldn't go to prison.
That's not
so
what I
like
said
it
at all.
shouldn't.
I said
Kind of is though.
no. That's completely taking this out of context. Exactly what I said was that they're under the impression that they're not murdering a
No, we are though. When we get them, we
Okay,
know
so
what
you
they do.
understand that you're murdering something. Okay, so then
Can you
yeah. I
stop
think that
saying.
you
Hold on,
should-
hold on. Stop saying that word, dog.
Wait.
Oh, what? I don't wanna get
We
banned, right?
obviously
Yeah.
don't see it as murder, but like they obviously
But
know
we know
that,
what
like,
it's doing.
it can kill us. It can kill a zygote. Like,
Yeah,
Right,
that's like the whole
and
point of
that's the
getting it.
distinction, exactly. So my distinction that I'm making and is different from yours and or Andrea's. I assume.
Andra.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Andra's and Parker's. My distinction is going to be that killing a zygote my distinction is going to be killing a zygote is murder, and yours is going to be that it
Okay,
is not. Right.
Guys, everybody, quick
that's-
time out real quick. Can we use unalive, please? And
Oh, I'm sorry.
please?
I'm sorry.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what I was trying to
please,
get.
Thank you.
I was trying to let him butt in there because I knew that I was doing something wrong.
Okay, anyway.
I know
yeah,
TikTok
brother.
terms. Okay. Sorry. Okay, but that's the distinction that I would make, right? Is because I don't think that you think that you're unaliving something, because you don't believe that it is murder. I guess I'm sorry. To
Dude, what
kill.
the
Like
fuck did I just-
unalive. What's a good
I just told you unalive, bro.
just unalive between
Yes.
murder? Because okay, I'm sorry. Okay, unalive. Unalive,
Okay,
unalive.
okay. I'm sorry, but you literally said that you're gonna get me to Andra. How are you? Sorry, Andra.
Andra, I have COVID so bad right now.
this
I'm
person
sorry to
is
hear that.
like,
This
this
person's a
person like
mega
will
troll.
never talk to me. They will never actually debate me.
All right.
It's
well,
like
let's-
it's like a meme. This person has like 87 accounts that they've been banned on
I
in my
kind of love the
chat.
commitment though.
yeah.
Like
Andra,
literally, and they come
you're
back
welcome to
every
stay up.
day. They come back every day. By the way, it's Trinity for the
I'll
people
chill.
on YouTube.
My brain just isn't like functioning at full capacity.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to stay up if you want to. I appreciate your time. And wow, and she
Yeah.
has 2 accounts that she looks at my story at. It's crazy. Okay.
The
here we
dual
go.
account.
Yeah. Let's see. We got. Dang, we got the school. We got the Texas squad here. I appreciate you guys. That dude was trying to get my account taken down. I had a feeling he was.
Diabolical. Everyone on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Everyone, it helps get it out to more people.
I've literally just been stuck in bed for like since we got back from Texas, which is why I'm like chronically in everyone's lives because I'm just like laying here on my phone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really hope you feel better really soon.
It's fine.
Me, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
Hey, I'm 25.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How is he making America great again? Go for it.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for your service to Israel. It's a beautiful country.
I've
so
never
I
lived there.
appreciate that.
Okay, so first of all, please don't defame me by comparing that to some random country in the Middle East. I've never lived there, and I served in the American military, right? So don't try. I know Donald Trump hates veterans, but you will not lie about me. So one more time,
Well,
right?
it says you served in the U.S. military. That's
Okay,
serving Israel,
so
no?
what's the shape of Italy?
Hail Hitler.
That's insane, dog.
Dude, what the
That's-
fuck, man? Like,
fuck is
dude,
wrong?
said that with a straight face is crazy.
Said that with pride.
Zionism for you guys.
Hey guys,
Brad, how old
yeah.
are you? Hey, brother.
Huh?
Sheesh, slow it down a little bit. How old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 18.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not. I just registered to vote, but I
Okay, guys, can we please respect the live, please? We're trying to get some debates in.
Everyone on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. What's good, everyone? We're gonna be on like all night, y'all.
Doing a marathon.
Yeah, YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe.
Andra, Andra, follow me back or else I'm gonna cry.
My bad.
No, it's all good.
That's so embarrassing.
No, it's-
Want to see the tears with the.
I always make sure to wait until like after
possible.
the trip to follow everyone usually.
no, it's all
Just in
good.
case.
I will forgive you this one time. Nah, I'm just playing.
But once I unfollow you and you have to tell it again, you won't
Oh,
forget
that's
me.
insane that you would do me like that.
That's crazy. That's
Uh,
tough.
Like that implies there'll be a second time.
Yeah, that's fair. Janeth, how are you?
Oh, I was scared for a second there, but then it was good.
Somebody
Perfect
has. Is
turn.
that a mugshot of T. Higgins? Did he go to jail? That's interesting.
I'm
That's
not sure
insane.
that one was worth inviting up.
Okay, so let's see. We have. Okay, I really don't want to let this guy up because of his name, but we're gonna see if he's trolling or not.
Yeah, I'm not confident on this one.
I got my finger on the disconnect button. We're gonna see. Fetus Muncher, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 19.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how is he making America great again?
Just well, me personally, I voted for him like for my stance on abortion and like the immigrants.
Okay, so we just got done talking about AB. We're gonna talk about that, but let's talk about immigration just to go, spice things up. Do you agree with this mass deportation operation?
Low key, yeah.
Low key. Okay,
It's low key though.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
Parker,
Do
go
you agree with like him deporting people who are in the country legally?
I don't know. I think yes.
Yeah.
I don't
You
know.
ag-
It's crazy.
You agree with taking legal either U.S. citizens or people under legal status, kidnapping them
Wait.
and sending them to torture camps in El Salvador?
What issue would you have with him deporting me?
Nothing. I actually love all four of you guys, all three of
Okay.
you.
They're trolling. They're trolling.
Yeah,
I was
guys,
gonna
that-
say like, there's
The
no way they're
username
pro
doesn't
life
really
with the
add up
username.
with
Yeah.
yeah.
With pro life, huh?
Yeah. Let's see. So we got some. You guys got some interesting names. We got future tax cuts. This should be interesting.
All right.
Yo, and
I'm
Madison.
on board. I'm not on board. It loaded in.
Okay, so-
Madison, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much for happy birthday. I appreciate it. Happy birthday. Happy
I like
birthday
that
to you,
they're screaming
Madison.
so loud they cut out.
Seriously.
Um,
Oh shit, I'm so far behind. I did not catch up with a lot of these people.
Nah, man, you can read them out right now, bro. I got
Thank you. Catalina, thank you for the $1 for my birthday. It's tomorrow. Happy early birthday. Michael, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Parker. Thanks for your doing. Keep up the good work. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's from Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Andy, thank you for the 1382. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $13. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Catalina, thank you for the cent. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you as well. Sabrina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really doubt he does. To be honest with you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, that must be an accident. It must be an accident, Sarah. That's what I would think. And then another Sarah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
W. You good, Parker?
Yeah, we're good. That's it.
Sweet. Future
Shut up.
tax cuts. How old are you for TikTok terms and services?
Oh, they were trolling.
They
me.
already started screaming. I'm not sure.
I think it's the same person.
I think we get rid of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people?
That Parker
that
fan club
session.
is crazy.
It's diabolical, I tell you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since we went to Texas, I've gotten stuck on like Parker Dean fan edit TikTok now. It keeps hitting my page. And I'm like, this is weird.
Some of those
This is
edits,
weird because they're real people and I don't like this.
freaking, some of those edits go kind of hard though.
They go there. That's why
Yeah,
I
they
keep
go-
accidentally watching them because I'm like,
The way
these
they got
do
the bass
go
drop,
hard,
they're
but then
like-
they keep feeding them to me.
You should have seen them after Jubilee, dude. It was diabolical. Like
They're good.
every
I
day.
hate it.
Every day I'd be scrolling on my For You page and I would see like a Parker or a Dean edit. It would be
I hate that
diabolical, I
I'm
tell you.
consuming this now.
Yeah, Raptor, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 25.
Okay. How is Trump making America great again?
Well, I know you're not going to like this reason, but it's just because for the simple preference that I prefer my leaders to be men.
Okay, so
Oh.
can
Hey,
you
you
just
know what you're about.
yeah, that
Hey,
that's
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
it's just simple
question?
preference.
If have
Parker-
you watched the movie Freaky Friday?
Unfuck America, please. Come on.
Can you
Hey,
hold on,
so-
listen, please?
Unfuck America,
Can you
please.
please?
Come on.
Can you please? Like,
right. He can't
If-
control himself.
if Freaky Friday they swapped bodies, who would you vote for? And what body would you vote for? Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, or Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body?
Fair question.
Why do I need to answer this?
Because
Okay,
you just
so
said
can-
that you prefer
can't.
them to be men, so then you would vote for
So,
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, right?
Explain your preference.
Okay, so you're not going to answer questions then? Is that what I'm getting to?
If the Republicans ran a woman, would you vote Democrat then?
Hush, be quiet, man.
Hey, just because your mom didn't teach you any home training doesn't mean you're going to talk to Andrew like
This
that.
is like the only time a woman's ever going to speak to you. Come on, don't blow this.
Some shit like unfuck America.
Okay, so cool. Can you tell me what the shape of Italy is? All right, I guess not. Okay, well, you guys don't get very far, right? At all, actually. Beat for Congress, interesting. You guys have some interesting names. Beef for Congress. How old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 45.
Okay.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Well, I think it was because it didn't seem like the Democrats had a chance to win the Senate.
Okay, but that doesn't mean you'd vote for Donald Trump. So can you give me a reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, voted for Donald Trump because if I'd vote for Kamala and she'd won, then she wouldn't be able to get anything passed, and then Donald Trump or whoever is worse would win in 2028, and we'd be in deeper shit than we are right now.
Okay, so you're trying to like say that like you do support left-wing policies. You just think the country would be better off with a worse candidate.
What the hell?
I can't understand what's happening.
That's
Do you
crazy,
think the
dog.
country's more left-wing or right-wing since Trump originally got elected?
I don't know.
It's more right-wing. Okay, the country's become more extremist since Donald Trump originally got elected. So this idea that you have that the country's going to become more left-wing in response to Donald Trump being elected is not backed up by the history.
Well, it's backed up by the fact that if you have an unpopular president, they get voted out.
Well,
And-
wait, but I understand that happened, but like the country became more right-wing over time. So like this idea that you have
mostly young men, that was the one demographic that kind of tilted the scales there, right? Not everybody in the country became more right wing. It was just males age 18 to 25.
it wasn't just like that, but like that was a huge demographic shift as well. Absolutely, but that's again not acknowledging the reality, right? That like it is the case that the country became more right wing overall, or since Donald Trump got elected on social issues, plenty wise. Like they literally like he got a fourth of the country to believe the election was stolen
Right.
with no evidence. Okay, that's definitely him changing the public opinion towards like the more extreme, insane views, especially those that deny science. Remember all the COVID misinformation? That was very much derivative of the misinformation that Donald Trump was spreading consistently. Is there any response you have to that, sir?
Right. Hello.
Yeah, no, not really. I'd kind of agree with you.
Okay, so what's Trump doing right now? Now that we got this whole back point up, right? What is he doing right now, right, to push America forward?
He's not doing much, but at least he's doing a bad job pushing us backwards by being incompetent.
I don't. How are you saying that like he isn't fucking things up? Like he's threatened to annex Canada, Greenland, Panama. He wants to take Gaza, turn it into Trump Gaza after ethnically cleansing the Palestinian population, right? And
mean,
for
good
real
luck.
estate development, right?
Right.
This guy has done insane shit. What are you talking about? Deporting people who are legally in the country.
That's doing a pretty terrible job for Americans, right? Restricting Americans' free speech by quite literally threatening to arrest people that interview Kamala Harris for no reason, throwing people in jail that quite literally protesting in favor of Palestine when they have a right to if they want to, right?
Didn't they
Forcing-
just today overturn like something that protects journalists and like their sources? So that like now you have to give your sources or something like that. I haven't looked into the article yet, but something along those lines.
Yes, yeah, something crazy like that. Yeah, that's called I forgot what the term for that's called. It's called like information something. But yeah, he's doing a really good job of violating Americans' constitutional rights at an alarming rate.
Yeah, it's not good what he's doing, but it could be a lot worse.
So it
Especially if he had a larger majority in the Senate or in the House.
So I don't know. First of all, these are derivative of Trump's specific executive orders, right? This has nothing to do with permanent legislation, right? So like just saying you could be worse, it's getting worse right now, right? Has the stock market recovered to the first day Trump's been in office to get to that level?
Has it? Probably not.
Okay. So he's also laying off more government employees than people he's deporting per month.
Yeah, he's doing a bad job deporting people, and that's good.
You realize he's deporting people and violating their constitutional rights legal, right? He's doing that at an alarming rate. That's not good for people.
That's not good at all. No, it's a small number of people affected, and it's a terrible thing.
Okay, but
Can you
you
tell me how-
understand that we're in a constitutional crisis. You understand that he's violated the rule of law, our court system, our democracy. Right? Those are
You
pretty
don't think
core
it's going to
values.
hold? You don't think it's going to hold?
So you could say you don't think it's gonna you think it's gonna hold, but that doesn't change the reality that he's threatening these public institutions and these core American values that you probably thought that you hold to.
Yeah, and it's going to have one hell of a backlash because this is not what people believe in.
Again, why didn't that happen the first time?
Because he was not this extreme the first time.
So again, when you say that he was quote unquote not as extreme, right? But that doesn't change the reality that he literally tried to overthrow the government. He sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, called for the termination of the Constitution, was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns place to inspect them without their consent, disproportionately cut taxes for rich people at the expense of people who are lower and middle income because he increased the deficit by literally adding more to the debt than the Biden-Harris administration by over $4 trillion more. Right? What do you mean he wasn't?
And the
extreme?
country's moving, as you said, to more right wing, and so rather get it over with now, rather than
Why
in
is it
4
something
years.
we have to get it over with?
Because
Why do we have to intentionally sabotage our country in order to go forward? Why can't we just go fucking forward?
Right.
because having Kamala Harris in
You don't have to
charge
trip a
with
kid and
no
teach them to walk.
Senate
Just teach them to
means
walk.
that she's not going to be able to pass her agenda.
So
and
Beef,
she's
let
going to
me
be voted out by
so,
a
hey,
Republican in a
Beef,
landslide, and they're
Beef,
going to be able to
hey,
do constitutional amendments.
Beef. So check this out, right? Most of the damage that Trump's doing is because of his executive orders. Can you name me any time that she ran on mass deportation, blanket tariffs that aren't working, right? Doing all these things to get all these hardworking government employees to get laid off, right? Trying to use an executive order to change the Constitution. Can you name me any time she even proposed using an executive order to do any of this?
No, it would be illegal to do that.
Okay, so you got nothing then, right? So with that being said, right, you bringing her into the conversation when it's executive orders that are fucking the country up for the most part is not a good argument because that has nothing to do with the Senate, right?
No, I'm just saying the counter positive, like what
Can
what
you
could have
address any?
happened is that if she had been elected, then she wouldn't really have much of a
Can you repeat what I
ability
just?
to mandate.
Can you repeat what I just told you? Like, I don't think you know what an executive order is. Can you repeat what I told you?
You said that most of the harm that's being done is
Correct.
being done by executive orders, and did Kamala Harris have executive orders that were damaging in the way that Donald Trump's were? Is that what you said?
Yeah, has she proposed doing anything like mass deportation?
And I said no.
Okay, then you can't blame the Senate. Once again, I'm going to keep saying it for executive orders.
Right. What I'm saying is, if Kamala Harris had won the election, she would not have the Senate on her side,
That's not.
and she wouldn't be able to pass her agenda. And I think that would make her extremely unpopular. And
Donald
in
Trump is
2
becoming
years,
unpopular within his Republican Party right now. What are you talking about?
exactly, which I think is a good thing. Which is why.
So cocktail that with executive orders that are hurting Americans, to include repealing Executive Order 14070. We have people paying outrageous amounts for freaking dialysis, freaking prescriptions, Medicaid, when that was better off left alone. People getting laid off, tariffs hurting 55 million small businesses that have imports from China, and threatening war on 3 different fronts.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
That's actually insane.
Yeah,
The fact that you're I have
come out with
all
a
that is
filibuster
better than just taking nothing
majority.
done is crazy.
well, I have a question then. If Donald Trump wanted to get rid of women's right to vote, would you still have voted for him?
I don't think he'd be successful. I
You
think
answer
that's
the
I just
illegal.
have you a
That's-
question.
gotta
So you would have voted for him?
Sure, because I don't think that that's a risk.
Wait, so
But
do you
to be
think that women?
successful-
Wait, hold on. I have another thing. If Donald
Yeah.
Trump wanted to literally kill every single woman in the country, would you have still voted for him?
If he wanted to, what does that mean?
That's
Say
not.
unalive, please.
If he literally said that he wanted to kill every single woman, right, in the
Parker,
country.
please say unalive, please.
Sorry, unalive. I'm
No,
so used to it. If he said he wanted to unalive every single woman in the country, right?
I
would
think
you-
that's not an electable person, so no.
no,
I don't
that's
think
not an
anybody
electable
would vote
person,
for
but a
this
guy held
person.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a
We're
woman.
just asking about your vote morally. Would you still be on board?
I mean, if the greater good is that
You think that's for
there's
the
a
greater
chance
good?
for a
You think that
supermajority
unaliving every
of-
woman in the country is for the greater good?
No, I don't think that's for the greater good, but I think if that's an
That's
illegal
what
thing
you-
to
you're
do,
gonna
and I
vote
don't think
for?
he'll be successful in killing all the women. I
Can
don't
you
think that
stop
that would
saying that?
matter.
Oh my gosh, B. All right, don't say that
Apologies.
okay, so now we're back to square one, right? Now you got nothing on Kamala because she never ran these crazy executive orders. I'm going to keep saying this are the ones that are damaging Americans, right? Because it comes from the executive branch that's directive straight to these departments, which are part of the executive branch. DOE, USDA, all those people laid off VA, all these other things, right? That has nothing to do with the Senate.
Yeah, we
Even if-
agree that those are things that would not have happened. These negative
Even
things would
some
not
of
have
his
happened
Republican,
under a
even
Kamala
some of his,
presidency.
even some of his Republican Party is telling him to bring Abrego Garcia back.
How about this? If Donald Trump said he wanted to bring back slavery, right? Would you still vote for him?
I don't think he'd be electable at that point. So no.
But like under your view, he
I would
would-
only
he-
really
he-
vote for,
he-
for
under
someone
your
who'd be
view, he
electable.
hold on. Under your view, he might not be able to do it.
He might not be able to do what?
Bring back
Right,
slavery.
but I think that like a broad enough swath of the population would hear that and be very turned off, and he would
Oh,
have
okay.
no
So
chance.
okay, well then I would hope that if you heard that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, right, you would be turned off. The fact that you'd see he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, you'd be turned off.
I
The fact that
would
he
have
bragged
hoped
about
that more
walking
people
into the
were turned
changing
off by
rooms
that. Yeah.
of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, you'd be turned off. Jesus Christ, how many things do I have to
I'm
talk
disappointed that the world isn't
about?
turned off
You're
by
just
those
disappointed
things.
you're not turned off?
I'm disappointed that so many
Sexualizing
Americans were
10-year-olds doesn't
not
turn
turned
you
off
on?
by that.
So
It
Donald Trump
definitely turns me
sexualized it.
off. It definitely turns me off, and I'm disappointed that not enough people also, agreed. But that's where we were at this point in history in 2024, is that a majority of Americans who went out to vote voted for
It was not a majority
Donald
of
Trump.
Americans, but like I'm asking you specifically like why you voted, not why other people voted.
Right, right. You guys are shit.
Yeah,
right?
it didn't
I haven't
turn
heard
you
one
off from
thing.
voting him either. So you're
right,
disappointed in
right,
yourself
because
as
I was
well?
worried about 2028. Really, the sort of
Right,
next
so
election.
you're
it
disappointed in
might-
yourself as well.
All right, cool. So
Well, yeah,
so
I mean,
you-
but it was clear that it wasn't going to go that way. So it's not like
all right, man. He's got 2028 vision, right?
I think that's just a
Yeah.
professional troll right there. There's no way someone's that delusional.
He's got 2028. Hold on, one of my mods wants to make a mod announcement real quick.
Mod announcement.
Yeah. What?
What's
What's
good?
up?
What's good? What's good?
Hey.
All right. So first and foremost, there's 2,005 people in here. We should have at least have 3,000 shares. Don't spam it.
Naquan, you there?
Share with your Mima, your pawpaws. Share it with your favorite MAGA friend. Also, let's run these likes up. Let's get to 4,000 likes. Also, I do not like the fact that Parker and them do not have enough coins. It don't sit right. And the only woman on this panel should have had way more coins than this by now. Definitely when she's up here cooking MAGAs. I know y'all love to see MAGAs getting cooked by a woman. So do all the good things and make it happen. Let's
bro,
get it
appreciate it.
going.
Yeah, man.
And
appreciate
also,
it.
we understand that y'all love to use caps, but it draws the mod attention away from the chat when we need to look for hate speech and spamming. So please try not to use all caps.
Awesome. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, bro, drop me.
Yep. All right. These
was good
opposition
work.
names look absolutely crazy, but yeah, here we go. I'm gonna trust my mods are vetting these guys because we had some crazy encounters today. Let me tell you.
I don't feel they've been vetted.
Okay, well, I'm gonna. Hey, I'm doing a better job than Doge is. At least I can admit when I'm messing something up. Okay, let's see.
Fair analysis.
All right, everyone tap the screen. This person was trolling earlier.
Oh shit, he was. Oh, I got you. Okay.
Parker keeps missing donation. Hold up. Oh, I
Yeah.
did. I actually did. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I'm on
Oh,
Parker
what
has
the
concepts
fuck?
of a job.
Oh,
Sandra,
okay.
thank you for the $10 for he
Yeah, we're
literally
getting banned
vote to
for
tear down
sure.
America. He can't be real. I know that's like fucking insane. It's like
Can you
actually
block
such
that
an
account,
insane
Mutz?
view.
Oh, yeah.
Brandon, thank you for the $2 in the membership subscription. Thank you so much. What happened?
I'll
Oh,
just,
shit.
Whole new
I'll
photo.
just text you because that's crazy what just happened.
Yeah.
Squash, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
Hey, I'm 19.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how is he making America great again?
Well, I voted for tax cuts.
Okay, let's talk about it. And actually, Parker, let me ask you a question real quick. Somebody showed their shit on live. Should I restart?
Yes.
So I don't get
Like
taken
the
down.
full package.
I don't even know if
Nah,
that
you'll
would
be
save
good.
it.
No,
Okay.
because it was only for a split second. You'll be good.
That- You're not gonna be good.
I don't
can
know
tell
if
you
I would
that
trust the
much.
guest, but like the thing is, I don't know if it has a difference in how it affects your account, given that's the
Okay.
case. Dude, like why do people do that? And why doesn't TikTok hold them accountable?
Exactly. Like, yeah. Anyway, we have blocked that account. But anyway, let's go ahead and talk Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. How is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act going to be good for Americans?
I don't know anything about the acts. I just know that
That's
my
the tax
dad-
plan, though. That's his tax plan that he plans to extend.
Yeah, but my dad told me to just vote for Trump, and because he was beneficial to him, so I kind of listened to that.
Okay, so how? Because you said of the tax plan, how?
Well, I don't know. I mean, my dad's making more money now.
Because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Can you please tell me, like, that's called a
Yeah.
correlation causation fallacy, right? So let's do some stuff. You said because of taxes. How did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right, cause that?
Listen, all I know is that Trump is, cutting taxes for the rich, and
That's
my
not,
dad's.
that's not good, though, because that disproportionately hurts a lot more Americans.
I don't really care. I'm getting more money in my
You don't
pocket.
care about other Americans?
No, I'm rich.
You're 19. You
So?
you just said that you leech off your parents. You're not part of the 5%.
Dude, I go to a nice private school. I'm chilling.
Okay, so
I
you
went
didn't.
to, at least.
Okay, so you didn't vote for anybody else, and you can't explain.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, man. Well, you have a good one.
All right.
Gotta love it.
Trust fund babies. Keep tapping the screen, guys.
Why is the guest box like essentially Omegle at this point?
I have no
It
idea.
really, it's chat roulette up in here.
I'm scared about what I'm about to get. I ain't gonna lie to you.
For reference, next time that happens, just cut the live immediately because isn't there usually a delay?
I think so. I don't have that stuff happen on my live normally, to be honest with you. So that's kind of
It's people who hate me, probably.
yeah.
Right
Devin, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I am 22.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How is he making America great again?
Well, first of all, I did think that he was actually going to do some good things with not just tax cuts, but try to put our gas prices down because gas prices were on an all-time high.
Under who?
Trump. Oh.
So wait. So I actually agree with you because of the OPEC deal that Trump did that caused gas prices to soar. So I should trust the person that did the OPEC deal, which was unnecessary, that caused gas prices to soar in order to try and fix gas prices. That is insane, dog.
Yeah, I really do regret my vote, actually, because of the fact that not only did he lie not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times on different occasions about gas prices, egg prices have been at an all-time high since the Biden administration. And
That's not
really,
Biden's fault, though.
no, it's really not. It's actually his fault. I'm gonna be honest.
Can you tell me how Biden caused avian flu, please?
I don't have like really a research for that. So
Okay, then don't make the claim. Go ahead, keep going.
Hey Devin, can you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's you like?
I really can't answer that, Parker. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I think that's a pretty big issue. If you can't name a single economic policy of Donald Trump, then why is it the case that you think he's the better candidate?
Okay, so to answer your question, Kamala Harris was
Kamala, right?
was put into the presidential.
She
Uh,
was not. Do you know what the fight in her nomination clause is of both parties? She was not.
and she did
They-
have a good campaign run, so I didn't feel like.
Okay, so can you answer my question instead of running like your president? Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give you the answer because you're very young and you don't know, right? So they had a chance to run a primary and they had 3 weeks to go challenge her, but nobody wanted to, right? So they thought highly of her, and plus, not Republicans have not had primaries ever than Democrats. So does that make that illegal because it's not unconstitutional?
No, I'm not saying
Okay.
I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm just saying, like, just in general, I didn't think that she'd have a really good campaign like Trump did. Trump had months to prepare, and he had a bunch of campaigns. I don't
Okay,
think
so
like.
how's that working?
Yo,
out
Arya,
right now?
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for Hyde Parker. I wish I could
As
have
I
seen
said, I
you
regret my vote, sir,
on
so-
tour.
Oh,
You guys are my
okay, so I
political
guess we-
inspirations. Hope you
okay, cool, I
enjoyed the
guess
book. I
we're
spent
done with
days
that then.
thinking about what's
Hey,
right. I
Parker,
did enjoy it so much. Thank you
please
so
stay
much.
honest.
Seriously,
Parker, I
thank
want
you
you
so
to meet
much.
somebody really quick. This is a veteran creator that I look up to. There's probably only about 2 or 3 people I trust introducing you to, but I want you to meet Gunner real quick.
Hey, Parker. It's Gunny. How are
Yo,
you?
what's up? How you doing?
I'm good. Hey, I just wanted to jump on here real quick. Be quiet. The dogs are barking. Hang on. Be quiet. Hey, you were like, you and Dean were my motivation to get my panel started last year before the election, probably around August, September timeframe. And so I'm doing it now. And Chris, Naquan, and a bunch of people co-host with me. So I'm loving it. But you helped me get off the ground with all the information you shared pre-election with Kamala's policies and everything. So I wanted to say you're doing a great job. I think you're freaking awesome. And my daughter loves you and Dean.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Tell them I said hi. Seriously, I
I will.
really appreciate it so much.
All right. You guys can drop me. I know you got other stuff to do. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man, appreciate it. All right, let's see. Okay. Let's hope we don't get these names are just getting crazier.
I
just
think
feel
you
like
added
we're
this
getting
person up earlier.
Oh, I
Anybody
did.
had random up here?
Oh shit. Okay. Oh man, fucking scared, man. I feel like I'm playing Russian roulette, man. Leo.
Hello.
How old are you?
Yes,
for-
sir.
How old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 36.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
All right. How's he making America great again? Go ahead.
I'm a huge holder of his Trump meme coin.
They're trolling. They're totally trolling.
No, I swear,
God,
I could
thank
prove
you
it
for
right now.
$5. Thank you so
I
much.
sadly believe this.
Sarah, thank you for
Alright.
the $5. Thank you. Nyla, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I really don't. I don't believe them at all.
Hey, what's
Okay.
up, guys?
How old are you for TikTok terms? Wait. Are you in opposition?
I am not. I did
Okay,
want to.
thanks, guys. Please, if you're not ops, please drop out the box, please. Also, you can't prove the meme coin because he reported 0% of the digital teaching racism.
Even with
in
the
your-
full name on your account too. Like, do it on a burner.
right, like
Like that's
teaching-
crazy.
Teaching kids racism at an early age is definitely the MAGA base there. It's hard being black in America when Trump's in office. It really is.
So crazy.
Yeah.
So crazy.
All right, this person, PTX. I saw you were in the box for a while. You just go ahead and request back up.
Everyone,
dude's got a
do make sure to tap the screen. Get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. By the way, everyone, the main account we're on right now is on YouTube right now. All my other accounts are banned. Just letting everyone know.
Hello.
How old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 19 years old.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did.
Why so?
I believe under the Trump policy, there has been way better border regulation, and I can make argument to prove
Okay.
that.
So can you tell me one piece of legislation that he's passed? Because it's almost been 100 days that impacted the border, please.
Well, he's definitely removed a bunch of illegals out. and there's
So
no-
interesting. So one, you didn't answer my question, but to go ahead and refute your point, he's doing 20,000 less than the Biden administration and 15,000 less than either of Obama.
I
So
mean, didn't he just start his term?
yeah, but here's the thing: at this very same time for each president, month 1 Biden, month 1 Obama, month 2 Biden, month 2 Obama, month 3, month 4. It's still pretty bad month over month. Like, we actually have that data. So now please answer the question, what piece of legislation has Trump influenced to get passed so far, right, that's impacting the border?
Well,
kick this
I
person,
think
kick them.
Okay, I got you.
kick me.
Yeah, guys,
that
go.
was that person was one of the people that did the mooning things.
Guys, please block that account.
I love that you like recognize them on site now. That's so funny
it was
to
the
you.
bio. It was one of the accounts they put in the bio.
Thanks, Parker. Appreciate it.
Hey, I'm gonna be at Trump's dinner next month. for
I don't
holding the
care.
Trump meeting.
Okay,
What do you
cool.
What do you want me to ask him for you guys?
I don't care because I don't care about talking to rapists. Now, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how is he making America great again?
Hey, actually, yeah, here's one thing. Can you tell him to stop like censoring like liberals on TikTok?
Yeah,
I'm actually genuinely serious.
All right. Well, I will. Well, yeah, I don't know.
The long shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now let's get to actual policies that impact Americans over the fact that you're going to have some plastic salad and water with Trump. Got it. Trump probably needs a
Like
few
that.
salads. Yeah, he definitely needs a few salads with his potato-shaped body and leathery skin. Now, how is he making America great again?
By fixing the border.
Okay, cool. Can you name me one piece of legislation that he's influenced to get passed that's impacted the border so far?
It's down to the lowest level it's ever been.
That's
So
okay. So you didn't answer my question, but I'm gonna go ahead and refute your statement so you have no choice. I can't believe you guys don't know what a bill is, and it's kind of disgusting. Thanks. Yeehaw.
I know what a bill
Okay.
is. Trump,
Okay, then.
Trump is able to do things without policy. That's the thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and refute your numbers, so that way you have no choice but to answer my question. For somebody that's supposedly close to this guy is gonna have dinner, you guys are both dumb at the same time. Dumb and dumber. Thing number one and thing number two. So DHS, CIA, right, and even Carolyn Levitt and I believe the head of the FBI, right, all came together and said after that Instagram post, by the way, that they neglected one population to include in that report, right? Do all immigrants come through ports of entry?
No.
Okay, cool. So they neglected a whole population. So statistically, there's no way that number can be that inflated 95%. So now that we got that knocked out,
What
the way,
population did they not include?
the ones that don't go through ports of entry.
No, that's never been included.
Yes, it has.
No.
Do you wait? Do you think the border is just blip, 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 right? That's what our border is. You realize that it's legally defined as 1,900 miles?
They still drop 90% of the ones.
No, it's not, because the port of entry
It has.
No, it hasn't, because you still cross
has.
you still cross the border. And so you do realize that we have a border, right? But there's not ports of entries at every part of the border.
Yes, I know that.
Okay, then they didn't include the people that didn't go through the port of entry over a course of 1,900 miles. So statistically, that can't be correct.
No, the number that I've looked at, they haven't included that for both times. It's
Okay,
apprehensions.
so-
Apprehensions are down 90%.
So-
Apprehensions
so-
are
so-
only
so
legal
you-
apprehensions that aren't in a port of entry.
So you quite
It's
literally
never
made,
been included in an
so
apprehension.
you quite literally made my point, right? Because I have reports from the Biden administration, Obama, and Bush of them including all those populations together, because that's called honest reporting. Now, is it now
For an apprehension?
So yes, because this
No.
I'm gonna
Apprehension has never
I'm
been
going
considered
to quote-
anybody at a port of
it's-
entry.
It's okay.
Parker
so-
knows this.
So if you're gonna keep cutting me off, right? You're getting baked already, right? So
No, you're misinforming.
Okay, cool. So cool. Awesome. Tell the people that Trump appointed then, right? Because you do have your Patels over here telling him that. So you just admitted Trump appoints people to publicly distort information. Thank you, right? So they all said that they did not include that population, which means it can't be 95%. So thank you for at least telling me that Trump appoints people that straight up lie to the public. Parker, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the question. Do you think that Trump was engaging in market manipulation?
Ooh, good one.
Wait, why are we pivoting away from that? He's misinformation. He's giving out misinformation.
I'll let you address that, and then we can address what I just said if you'd
But
like.
can you just agree that's what he said is wrong?
No, because I gave you the sources for it. No, absolutely not. So
No, you were saying apprehensions used to be counted at
ca-
people at the port of
That's
entry.
not what I said. I'm gonna repeat what I said. If you unmute one more time, you're out of here. You guys misquoting because your president's is outright wrong is crazy. DHS, right? Patel, U.S. Customs Border Policy all came together and said that there was one population left out of the report. 1,900 at miles of border, right? Which, by the way, Trump did a terrible job of building the wall the first time and making Mexico pay for it, but that's a different story. Did not include the ones that don't go through ports of entry. The whole jurisdiction is not just one long ass port of entry. We have the locations of these ports of entry. So,
So what report are you referring to then?
I just said it to you about 7 times already.
No, you didn't. You weren't specific about the report.
Okay, so here's what you're gonna do, right? You're gonna go back down the comments. You're gonna do some research and come back tomorrow. Because if I'm gonna repeat myself again, I'm not doing that.
That's rough. That's rough.
Yeah, because honestly, why am I using the people that Trump appointed? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
What-
we cut the live after that one.
Did it happen again?
Yeah, I'm gonna restart, guys.
I looked down, so
Yeah,
all right.
I'm gonna restart, guys.
Dude, it's getting brutal. It's getting brutal, dude. It's like so many people. See, this is why TikTok is unusable, chat. That's why TikTok is unusable. That's why people got to go to the YouTube. Hopefully people go up to the YouTube. Yeah, everyone on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. It'll help get it out to more people. I really would appreciate that. If you like the stream, seriously, it would mean a lot. Seriously, it would mean a lot. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the description of the YouTube channel, as well as you can support me through YouTube Super Chat. YouTube is the way. Yeah, Jess, that's why I literally like had to make it so that like I don't accept people up that have webcams. It's kind of crazy. Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. Comment YouTube W, I know, right? YouTube W, where you're like you don't even have to worry about anything like that.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
This is why.
No,
this
it's
is
not
why.
your fault at all. It's their fault for being disturbed, but
Yeah.
you got cut quick.
Yeah, this is why I tell people to go over to YouTube now, because it's just like TikTok is unusable.
This shit is stressing me the fuck out. I'm trying not to get a permaban.
They've done that to me like 4 times.
See who we got. Oh gosh,
It's
I'm
been
already-
happening to me for like the past month or so, and like TikTok is not putting.
Literally the
an
reason
end
I
to it.
don't do these things.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, guys? I mean, sorry, John. How old are you for TikTok terms and services? Hello? All right, well, it sounds like he's just chilling on Saturday night. All right. Yeah, people are doing things they're not supposed to, guys. That's what happened.
What I've realized is any like page that has like 0 followers, they're gonna do something weird.
Oh, 100%.
I actually accept them with 0 followers. That means they don't have webcam access.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get webcam access?
I always like at this point, like if it keeps happening, what you have to do is you have to just if someone has webcam access, you just kick them out of live and be like, "Yep, I don't accept people with webcam access. Make a new account."
How do you know if they have webcam access?
You can click on their account before it.
All
connects
right.
them.
I just want to come up here and say I'm sorry for last time for screaming. I'm just a big.
Hey,
Appreciate
how old
you.
are you?
Oh,
Okay.
they said they screamed the last time. They were the person who screamed.
No, I was just coming here to say I'm sorry. I'm just a big fan of Parker. All right.
You're good.
But did you have?
You're good.
Yeah, you're good. I'm just like I got earbuds in. Like, please don't yell that loud in there, please.
You're gonna like
Like-
break your AirPods like yelling like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I literally
Hello.
tell everyone to go over to YouTube because like you just don't have to deal with that. They should make it so, like you like have to like allow them to turn on the camera.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's not a feature yet.
XXL, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
I'm 35.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
How is he making America great again?
I mean, I never thought America wasn't great, but I don't necessarily think he's doing anything to make it ungreat.
Well, yeah. Would you like me to go to the comprehensive list of how he's fucking things up by the numbers for Americans?
I mean, you don't really have to do that. I mean, I'm living in America, so I'm not really seeing like anything you're going to say. I'm not really seeing that in real time.
Well, yeah, because you don't fit the category of what some of these executive orders like impact. Parker, go ahead.
Yeah, like the Atlanta Fed has projected that for the first quarter of 2025, we're going to reduce 3.7% GDP.
Yeah.
That's massive. Do you realize how large of an impact that has on people's employment?
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about though, I mean, wasn't that coming anyway?
What do you mean?
No, that's because of the tariffs. No, absolutely not.
Wait,
Did Kamala Harris run on blanket tariffs ever?
Yeah, well, how are the tariffs reducing the GDP?
So first, can you answer
you
my
ask him
question?
what time it is?
Yeah, what time is it where you're at?
Why is that important?
Just answer the question because it's my panel, right? I'm going to tell you why in a second. What time is it?
It's 10:17.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, first, I would love to tell you how it messes the economy up. First, did Kamala Harris run on blanket tariffs first?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Now, how they're messing up the economy because it shrinks GDP because blanket tariffs have been historically known to be one, inflationary, number one, number two, it reduces our production capacity, which reduces our GDP. And we're seeing it in real time right now and during the first Trump administration, seeping jobs to other countries and increasing trade deficits with different countries because some of our factories end up there.
Yeah, but
That's why it's bad.
Yeah, but what you're saying, as far as the GDP is concerned, though, right? Like when we're talking about tariffs.
Can you tell me what GDP is?
Yeah, gross domestic product. It's what we're producing, right?
Not just that, but you know what? I'll take that as an acceptable answer just because I don't feel like breaking it down to you.
Yeah.
All right.
So
all
like
right,
so
go
like what you're saying is the tariffs are increasing like not just like things we're purchasing, but things we're making in the country. That's what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying because it's having the opposite effect. Apple said that they want 100% of their iPhone production going from America to India by FY 2026 mandated. We have American factories from Boeing Aerospace saying they're moving to Hanoi, Vietnam again. There's a factory that moved there in 2018. In the American Midwest, GS, Stantelis, and Ford Motors said that they won't be opening up new factories because of high input cost, right, in FY 26 and 27. So that's because of the tariffs, right? That's bad. That's slowing things down.
You know that aspects of the production process that come from other countries around the world, whether it be materials or labor, right, is going to negatively impact the profitability of American firms that rely on that as an aspect of their production process in manufacturing.
Yep. So
or
what
in services.
when you say this, like what are you saying is going to happen to the American people?
I'm saying that they're going to lose employment, they're going to lose jobs, right? They're going to lose wages, right? And you're just going to sit there and be like, oh, it's okay because like American conglomerate firms made more money.
Yeah, I can actually prove. I can prove that already happened with data, right? Because during the first Trump administration, because of the tariffs, negative 2.7% manufacturing employment differential. Hold on. Why are you getting uncomfortable when we're being informed Americans and informing you on reality over fantasy? Now if you don't let me finish,
I'll answer that question for you.
I never asked you a question.
Yeah, you did. You asked me why I'm getting upset.
Okay, so
I'll answer that.
After I get done telling you how tariffs destroyed the country the first time, right? Negative 2.7.
Well, Biden kept them. Biden kept the tariffs.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna give you a comprehensive list. Here's the shovel. Keep digging. After I get done saying this, I'm gonna give you a list.
Yeah, but none of this is why I even voted for Donald Trump.
You mentioned the tariffs, bro. You mentioned them. Now calm down. Let's have a conversation. Okay, Harley Davidson moved over to Thailand from Indiana because they didn't want to deal with $50 million worth of tariffs, according to the CEO. 250,000 export jobs lost. 500 farmers bankrupted. Right? This is what your tariffs do. Okay, now you can address what I said, right? Because it's the hard evidence.
Brother, I'm gonna get down so the MAGA don't get scared and think it's like 89v1 because I know I can be a little intimidating.
Yeah, I'm heating up soup right now, so I can't even chime in for the next 60 seconds.
I'm gonna get down, but
MAGA's always scared.
I send the comments so that I can get them if they acting crazy. Okay.
Oh yeah, love you, Mermaid.
I love you.
Yep.
See ya. See ya.
All right. So can you address anything I said about the destructive damage from the terrorists? Like I'm waiting for the response, right? That Trump has never answered for. He tried to bail the farms out and couldn't even do that. Hit the microphone button.
Yeah, what I'm asking though is like you brought up the first.
Don't ask a question. I gave you data to refute. Don't ask questions. This is a debate.
What
Can
do you mean?
refute? Can you refute what I just told you? I gave you the quantitative damage from literal tariffs the first
Oh
time.
no! You're asking if I have numbers on the tariffs and what they've done. No, I honestly.
That's
don't
not
care.
what I asked you. Can you repeat the damage that I told you? If you can, I'm dropping you.
No, yeah. Well, repeat the question, dude.
No, I didn't ask you a question.
Dang, he couldn't even let my soup finish.
What kind?
My mother brought over tomato
Oh,
basil. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
this person's name's Chris. They better not be trolling. Okay, well, they're not loading.
Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Everyone on the YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. I honestly recommend being on YouTube or not looking at the screen because today has been horrible.
It's been rough, man. It's been rough.
Alrighty, everyone, give it a second. Do tap that screen. Do share the live.
Yeah, guys, sorry. Had to restart because people's parents did a
Yeah,
terrible
Big
job.
Gubby's in the chat to my mom.
W. Andrew's mom. That soup sounds good.
Yeah, I love that.
Go ahead and tap that screen, guys. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Trump is making America terrible right now. If you tend to disagree, come up. Let's debate. It's a treat that we got. Andrew, do you debate normally at all?
I have like very niche areas that I chime in on,
I was about to say it's an honor.
but like I don't do full debates because I'm like, yeah, I don't have like tons of facts memorized like you guys do. But you know, when we get into women's reproductive stuff, so I have several opinions and things like that.
Oh yeah, these guys are all over the
Yeah,
misinformation about that. Guys, let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's hurry up and get back to 100K. Sorry, had to restart because people are over here doing what they're not supposed to do on TikTok.
This is why TikTok is unusable right now, everyone. Unusable. That's why I haven't been using it at all.
Oh
Parker, what do you use to stream? Because I just run like
YouTube.
2 dual streams. No, but what do you use to stream like this onto there?
Oh, I have like a camera, and I have a mix amp that I run all my audio through.
Oh.
I actually just ordered a mix amp because I started dual stream on YouTube.
But do you use
I-
like
I use,
OBS?
like 4K camera.
Wait, oh, what? Does your mix amp allow you to change the level of audio?
Yeah.
And it works through your iPad or your phone?
Yeah. I can text you the model right now.
Yeah, because I've been Dean and I have been trying to find a model that allows for you to change the volume of your mic versus the audio coming in for so
Yeah, I
long and
ordered
have been
on
able to find it.
I'm gonna send you the Amazon link. I got you.
That sounds
Wait,
amazing.
so do you not use like OBS or anything like that?
I used to. I use StreamYard now,
Oh.
so I can actually
I'll
get
look into
guests.
that. That's what I was wondering how you do that.
Yeah, Santana, I
Okay.
got you, bro.
I'll look into that.
Okay, let's see who we got. All right, let's hope we reset on the trolls, guys. I really hope these trolls aren't doing the Omega thing. Charles, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
Hello there. I'm 40.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how is he making America great again?
First, he's getting rid of all the illegal immigrants in our country.
Okay, how is he doing that?
Well, I saw a stat today, actually. About 150,000, I think, in the past month.
No, that's not anywhere near close. Because
That's not even within the
Yeah.
ballpark.
And
So,
I saw.
Can
I
you
saw.
tell me what the source was? Because the Department of Homeland Security is saying a number that is 120,000 per month less than what you just said.
I'd have to go look at it.
Go find
actually.
it, please. Yes, thank you.
1 second.
Yep. It's gonna be either CNN. It's gonna be one of Trump's. It's gonna be True Social or something like that, guys. $50. You said, Chris, do you have a YouTube? Yeah, it's in my bio. I'm waiting for. I'm trying to learn what Parker does, so I'm waiting till I get my setup, and we're gonna see. Because, like, yeah, I've been getting taken down a lot. So.
Yeah, usually when I stream, I just stream video games, so it makes life easier.
Yeah. TikTok has become a cesspool. I'm quickly learning.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can get a debate here very soon.
Yeah. Charles, come back. Come on.
Okay. On Twitter, it said between 100,000 and 150,000 arrested.
Who reported that?
Arrested and deported.
Who reported that on X?
I don't
X is
know.
not
I
okay,
saw a
that's not
few
a rel-
accounts.
That's not a reliable source. So according to the DHS, right, CIA, and freaking immigration freaking policy for progress or whatever it's called, he's only deporting 36,000 per month, which is about 20,000 less than the Biden administration per month.
And on top of that, the border crossings are way down.
I'm gonna debunk that in just a second, but can you prove that what I said is not the case? Right? I quoted you the DHS. I can even quote you Marco Rubio saying the same thing.
Okay. I mean, all I know is they're deporting a lot more people than
They
the
aren't
last
though.
administration.
They're not. That's false because Biden deported way more, right? Than he
Really?
even did. Yes.
If that was the case, you would have voted for Trump then. If he deported less immigrants, because
I said Biden deported more than Trump did.
yeah,
And so did Obama.
yeah, Trump's way tougher on illegal immigration. I have a hard time.
No, he's
I have,
not.
I have a
Because
hard time believing that.
why is he deporting 20,000 less per month? Then can you make sense of that?
I don't think that's true, sir.
Okay, well, you gave me an X post. I gave you actual government organizations, heads of
Oh.
these Trump appointed.
Isn't your party more in favor of illegal immigration?
I'm a Republican, and no, actually, I'm going to take the Democratic position here. The Democrats have been deporting way
Edward,
more
thank you for the
than the
50 Canadian dollars.
Republicans have.
Thank you so
They-
much.
they
Keep
even
some
called
W's
Obama
for
the
Edward in the
deporter chief.
comment section right now. Thank you so much,
that's
Edward.
actually statistic.
W's
No,
for Edward in the
yes, I'm a
comment section right now.
Republican,
Thank
but
you
I
so
can
much,
actually
Edward.
read data and think for myself. The Democrats have been doing a way better job
W's
exercising
for Edward in the
USC
comments.
1235.
Seriously,
Who
Edward,
did you
thank you
vote
so
for?
much.
I voted
Thank you
for
so much,
Kamala
Edward.
Harris
I wish
because
I
I
could
wanted.
I wish I
you're
could
not
turn
a
off audio from
Republican.
TikTok to be able
So
to thank
you're
people. But thank you so much,
You're a
Edward.
turncoat.
So now you're going to ad homs now.
I'm just saying.
So you don't have a valid explanation why he's deporting 20,000 people less, and so you're not going to address my argument.
Well,
Wow,
no.
you're running like Trump ran from the draft to go serve his country 5 different times because he's a coward.
Did
Now,
you serve?
yes, for 7 years actually.
Wow, thank you for your service.
Yeah, that's something Trump didn't do.
He served his country every day.
by doing what? Golfing, spending money at Mar-a-Lago, deporting 20,000 less. But he's
Biden was
got,
on vacation for half his presidency.
according to what?
Are you serious? He was at the
Yeah,
beach every other
I'm gonna
day.
ask. Okay, cool. Source that.
Use some common sense. You can figure it out.
Go to that one house where his son
Right.
grew up to do work.
Oh, I'm glad you
So-
brought that up, actually.
Yeah. So hey, Charles, you're talking to me, dude. If you can't give me any source what you're saying, then don't come up here.
I'm just saying that
All right. What's
he
the shape
pardoned
of
his
Italy?
son who was a criminal.
And what's the shape of Italy? And Trump pardoned people that were trying to murder police officers. What's the shape of Italy?
It's a boat.
He said it with so much disdain.
Oh, Parker, we got your boy.
Jesus.
Charlie.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, Charlie, what's up, man?
Charlie.
How old are you for TikTok terms and services? Hello?
Oh.
He ran
He
again.
he saw Parker, then he dipped out. Armand, how old are you for TikTok terms and services?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, and Parker, you can feel free to jump in whenever you want to.
I got
Did you
you.
vote for Donald?
Oh,
Did you vote for Donald?
I got you. I'll run it
Oh,
in.
sorry.
Yeah. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, so okay, so you already knew I voted for Trump. Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay, why so?
Yeah.
Well,
Someone said
because
not Charlie running again. I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to
That's
say
what
that.
I said. That he ran again.
Well, yeah, because I thought he was the better person to vote for out of him and or Harris.
Why?
Well, the stuff that he was saying, I agree with. Like stuff he was like, the stuff that he said he was gonna do,
What stuff?
like deporting illegal immigrants more than we did.
But he hasn't.
Like controlling like the border situation.
So can we
Stuff
talk
like
about the deportations first? Why is he deporting 20,000 less per month than his predecessors? That's not deporting more.
20,000. What do you mean?
Wait,
Less
so,
per month.
wait, so let's clarify. You want to deport more people, correct?
Not people. Okay, yeah, but not like. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah.
They're people.
No, I was about to say like, I thought he was trying to trick me and say like, oh, but you want to deport everyone? Then no, I think we should deport illegal immigrants. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to deport undocumented immigrants. Okay, so why? What's like the
Yeah.
motivation for that?
Well, because I just think that they shouldn't be here if they didn't come here legally. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so they came here, they violated a law. So you think they should be held
Yeah.
accountable for a law they violated?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Well, then like why don't you do that same thing when talking about the president? I mean, he's a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Do you want him to be held accountable?
That's a nice pivot.
That's pretty relevant to like the reasoning you just provided or motivations for why you wanted to deport people was holding people accountable for their crimes.
So you just want to skip over what I said and go to Donald Trump's character.
Okay. I'm confused. I was addressing the motivation that you had.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean we get to. Yeah, but Trump's not an illegal immigrant, is he?
Okay. So again, so only undocumented immigrants should be held accountable?
No, I think everyone should be, but they should be. It's different because they should be held accountable and they should be deported out of the country. But I don't think Trump should be deported out of the country because he's not an illegal immigrant.
Well, I'm not saying
Doesn't
you should
work
be
the same way.
deported, but I'm just saying you should be held accountable. Like you shouldn't be propped up into positions of power.
Okay.
No, I'm
I
not
don't-
convincing you. How about this? Do you think that like if I could show you that Donald Trump was like going to put us into like a recessionary period, would you then believe that he was worse for the country?
So what you're saying is if you showed me that like he was going, so you just know that he was going to put us in a recession.
Yeah, I'm saying
I
that
don't
like if
get-
I could show you that Donald Trump was likely to put us into a recession, would you then say that you wouldn't support him?
That's the thing though, because I just feel like, look, I'm not one to say that everything that Trump does is good, but I just don't think, like, I don't see how Kamala Harris would have done.
That's
Like-
not what he asked you, though. Trump's the
No, but-
president now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, okay, you're asking me, oh, then would you say that he was, the better candidate?
Oh boy.
I don't know though,
That's-
because then you
that's
have to
not
show me
the
what Harris
argu-
did.
That's not the argument because Trump's been in office for almost 100 days and we have evidence that he's fucking the economy up. Why do we have to go back to somebody that's no longer in the picture because you can't back up who's. So answer Parker's question, please.
No, but I was trying to do that because his question is if I could show you that Trump was going to cause a recession, would you still think he's the better candidate? And I said you'd have to show me what Harris would do, and then I decide.
Okay, so Armand, so you're going to be one of those pathetic people 3 years down the line that's still going to be blaming Biden for all of Trump's problems when the world's crashing down. Parker, can you?
No, that's
Yeah,
just an
okay,
assumption.
so yeah, cool, yeah, awesome. Parker, go ahead and read the data because this dude's over here like trying to dodge.
Sorry that one more time. I was reading something. What's up?
Oh no, yeah, the data from the Federal Reserve.
Oh yeah, so the Atlanta Fed indicated that there was a likely 3.7% decline in the GDP in the first quarter of 2025.
Oh, that sucks. Dang, that's what happens when you.
Okay, but like I said, you'd have to show me what Kamala Harris
Okay,
would
no,
would have done.
because you
Then I
don't
would
ha-
decide.
Okay, so
Asking you
Armand,
Kamala Harris aside.
right? We're not asking to come over because the election's over. So it's crazy how you don't want to address this data that Trump's
Okay,
calling
then
because it's
okay. Well, how do you want me to address the data? What do you want me to say?
okay. You're
Because
gonna have to
if I
justify. You're
try
gonna
to
have to
if I try to
justify how that's good for the American people and the economy.
okay, I never said it was good. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
So his economic policies are bad.
That I mean, has he been able to implement everything yet? Has he
Yeah,
been able to?
yeah. His blanket tariffs, which is the main thing that he ran on, quite literally have been happening for months. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. The
Then
tariffs.
That's literally what he ran on, and yeah, absolutely.
okay, that's what he ran on, but
Yeah.
but then again, you're acting. See, but then now you're making the assumption that I approve of the blanket tariffs.
All right, Armand. All right. So cool. So how is he? So cool. So what economic policies is he doing to improve the economy? This is insane, dude.
Well, I mean, I agree with targeted tariffs, but I don't think we should
He's
be
not
targeting.
doing that though.
But so what's the point? Okay, but like that's the whole point, though. We want to bring industries back to the United States.
Yeah, but that's not happening though. Apple said that they're moving their
It's not,
iPhone
dude.
production.
It's not
Hold on.
gonna.
Apple is okay. Hush, hush, right? You're going to stay in the pot and you're going to have to answer for people losing their jobs and having industries move. Hush. Apple said that they're moving. They want 100% of American manufacturing of the iPhone to be in India by 2026. They're currently sending plane loads of PP&E there right now. Boeing Aerospace moving another factory to Hanoi, Vietnam as we speak. And then you have American Midwest car manufacturing companies saying that they're not opening up factories in FY 2026 and 2027 because the tariffs are making things expensive. So what you're saying is not happening.
Okay, but isn't the Apple thing that they want to shift the assembly of the iPhones to India instead of China?
No, it's going from Palo Alto, which is located in California, over to India. Is Palo Alto located in China?
I wouldn't know. That doesn't sound like it.
Okay, it's located in California, so the answer is no.
Okay, but that's not where everything. That's not the
That's
they assemble
not
everything.
what. Okay, so that's in America, right?
Sure, but that's not where
So,
they assemble everything.
Armand, that's not what I asked you. Is it okay that U.S. manufacturing in general is going over there? Going to a whole other
Probably
country?
not.
Okay, then cool. I'm glad that you're not condemning or trying to twist this, right? Can you tell me how any of the things I've listed is good for the GDP?
I mean, you've said tariffs so far, and I agreed with you. So what's the argument now? Like, what are you trying to say?
You're the one that's
You're the one arguing it's good.
Yeah.
Give us something that's good.
Do you want me to tell you something that's good that he's doing?
So Armand, it's simple. If you don't want to engage, I can just drop you. It's actually
No,
really
no, I
easy.
wanna
No.
engage.
I got you. Come back tomorrow. Running around in circles, bro.
Not him agreeing with everything and still.
Hey, Parker, did you invert your penis into a hole that you got to dilate daily to keep it open?
The fuck is wrong with people?
What is wrong with people? Like Edward, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I'll try to debate this next person fully.
Yeah.
John, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
22,
What's your birth year?
2003,
What month?
April 17th.
Okay. How many days ago was your birthday?
9 days ago.
Okay. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I like terrorists.
Okay. So you liked her?
No, like tariffs.
Oh, you like tariffs. So okay. So what's a tariff?
Means say for example you're shipping something from like China. There's a percentage of tax on it. Say like a pencil is made for $2 in China. We
I
buy
don't
it,
believe this person's
say for like
18.
$3.
Okay.
I believe
Yeah.
they're of age.
Hey, Parker. So I know you're doing your late night crusades. I did, I did promise Erica. She's live right now.
Absolutely, we can.
Would you want? So that's her handle right there, guys. So if you guys want to join up, and I'm just gonna go laugh at people from the comments because I'm hungry as shit. Guys, do me a favor. Go rate Erica Shanti. She's a very knowledgeable Black creator, and she knows a lot about socioeconomics that I just don't know because she's got to meet her in person. She's great. Yeah, and Andra, you're Andra, right? Sorry, it's Andra, right?
Yeah, Andra.
Sorry, I have a Eastern Shore, Maryland accent, and I fuck everything up. Oil, water, you know. Yeah, so guys, go ahead and head over to what's on the tape right here, right? Erica _ Shanti, and I'm just gonna wait for people to dip out, and I'll be laughing and I'll be laughing at us from the comments because we just had an insane workout, and I'm still hungry as hell. But Parker, yeah, I look forward to doing this more often, and yeah, I learned a lot from both of you, and I really appreciate you guys helping me fight fascism today.
Of course. All right. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man.
Good
Yes,
seeing you
you're
both.
on.
Yep.
Right.
All right, everyone. I'm on YouTube right now if you want to join me, but I'm going to try to join Erica.
Yep. See you, Parker.
All right. Peace out.
Peace.
All right.
Three and 10 say the Republican president's actions have been mostly unexpected. So y'all are okay with this? Like y'all wanted this to happen? Like, are none of you shocked by the fact that you're losing thousands of dollars in your 401k? Like, this is your retirement we're talking about. What is happening? What is happening? Hi, Parker.
What's up? My microphone is finally working. How's your day been?
Yeah. So far, so awesome. It's been a beautiful day here in Phoenix. How's your day?
My day's been pretty good so far. I spent a lot of time with my girlfriend today. It was pretty nice. It was pretty nice.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. All right, guys. So I'm gonna ask that while Parker is here, just don't embarrass me. Make me look good. Show him some love. All right. Of course, give him the gifts. Show him love. Pay links are in the bio. Let's do all of the good things. All right. So Parker, like when there's a lull and I don't have any Trump supporters, I like to read the news. So we were just reading about how Trump's approval rating amongst Republicans is actually pretty low because they don't think that he has the right priorities in mind right now.
Mhm.
He sucks, pretty much.
Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of people saying that they do regret things, like voting for Donald Trump a lot more prevalently. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
I wonder if they could do it all over again. Would they choose Kamala? I wondered that part.
I bet there's a lot of people that would.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Okay, but we haven't introduced you yet, so mind your manners. All right, so my mods that are in here, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. I need y'all to do the things like keep your finger on the T word. Okay, so do the good thing. Parker, they say that you're echoing. Swipe
I got
out
you.
and then just swipe back in.
Is it better now?
Is he still echoing, guys?
Yeah, I hope not. I do hear that actually.
Oh, if you hear it, then it's likely me. Okay, there we go. Is that better?
Yeah, I think so. I don't hear it.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Okay, so the American, you voted for Trump, obviously. All right. Okay, so what is MAGA? What does MAGA mean to you?
Well, make America great again. But what do you mean? Like, what it
Oh
mean?
my God.
Um,
Why is that such a hard question? Fundamentally, like, what is the foundation of this movement of MAGA? Like, we
to
know what the
bring-
acronym means.
Well, to help the working man, and that's what I would say probably the most, to help the working man, and then also to just make society better when it comes to cultural issues like AB or immigration. That's what it means to me. But everyone has their own opinion on what it means.
Okay, so your party doesn't have actually a firm message, a firm movement as to what it is as to what it is you guys stand for. Also, Parker, do you want to do the 3 square thing? Are you streaming to your YouTube right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming to my YouTube.
Okay, let me figure out how to do that.
Either way works. Oh,
There we go. Okay, awesome. Okay, fantastic. Okay, and I'll move this right here. All right, I hope you guys can still see the prompt. Okay, all right. Happy Saturday, Lanate. All right, glad to see you here. Okay, so the American, you make absolutely no sense. And I say that with kindness, and I do say that with love. All right, because you said that it's to help the working man. All right, how is Donald Trump helping the working man by increasing prices for the working man?
Bringing manufacturing jobs, making a more diverse job market.
What manufacturing jobs has Donald Trump actually brought back to the United States?
It's a long-term process. I don't want to get into tariffs
Oh,
because
you don't. Oh, but this here my juke joint.
because he keeps flip-flopping on it. I don't know exactly what his opinion is on tariffs, but
Oh, okay,
I like
so that's
the
something
idea
that you
of-
don't agree with him on.
Well, I like the idea of tariffs, but I don't like him.
Why do you like the idea of tariffs, though?
Well, I mean, if you look at Biden's bills, Infrastructure Act, Inflation Act, they're complete disasters. They suck.
How so?
Well, both of those, they've only, what amount of subsidies we give those companies, only 100,000 jobs have been added, and a lot of those jobs are temporary. So it's just a complete disaster of a bill. People act like you can subsidize against China's cheap labor force. You can't. It's just whack. It's stupid. You're not going to be able to do that. That's why. So if you actually do want commercial industry back, and people argue, the value of having manufacturing back. but if
You're
you do
wrong.
get subsidized,
You're wrong. You're wrong though. Why do you all get up here and just tell lies about these things? Like, where did you get 100,000 jobs versus 1.7 million jobs?
1.7 million jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's actually 2.4. It's actually 2.4 million. 1.7 million would be in construction and manufacturing jobs, and over 700,000 in transportation sector jobs. So, like, where do you get 100,000 from?
What are those jobs?
Where do you get 100,000 from?
Well, I don't have the source with me right now, but where did you get your 2.4 million?
I don't have the source with me right now.
Oh, you don't? Well, let me
Exactly,
go.
because you all just make up information. You literally don't have anything to back up what it is that you actually say here. All right. And the one that I got is from the Department of Transportation. That's my source, the Department of Transportation.
Jobs, not current jobs. Those are projected jobs. not
Those
current.
aren't projected jobs. It has created over 1.7 million construction and manufacturing jobs and over 700,000 transportation sector jobs. So these are jobs that are on the books. These are jobs that people are filing W-2s for. So there's that part.
I'm 90%.
What did Donald Trump do?
Well, with the steel tariffs, that was good. And even though we lost some jobs from that, we got more critical jobs. We got about 1,200 actual long-term steel jobs. And then, again, it's a long process. It's going to be a learning curve when it comes to bringing jobs back. But if you are going to bring jobs back, you have to do long-term tariffs. You have to do baseline tariffs. And people can argue why you need baseline tariffs, but no, I don't know why you're.
Parker.
Yeah, so the American, did you know that like tariffs, even long-term tariffs, won't even bring back jobs overall to the United States because they harm the profitability of even firms that rely on aspects of their production process that come from countries around the world, whether that be materials, labor, anything else that they would get from other countries. So if that's an aspect of their production process and it makes them less profitable, they're going to be able to hire less employees.
The
So
whole
that's going
point
to
is
hurt
you-
American businesses in the long run.
Well, the whole point of tariffs, right, is that you need to make it unprofitable for the company to import abroad. So you need to make it more profitable for the company to make in America than to make in China or Vietnam. And, we can argue, you guys probably don't think it's critical to have infrastructure, not infrastructure. You guys probably don't think it's critical to have manufacturing jobs. You guys probably support a service-based economy. But in my opinion, I don't. And we can go into the reasons why that. But really, that's just one of the parts why I support Trump. I think AB is morally wrong. That's probably the biggest reason why.
Yeah. Hey, Parker, Welcome to Everything with Erica. I'm so happy to have you here. I cannot say just how happy I am to have you do. Like, seriously, I just want to let you know something, Parker. All right. I don't debate AB with men. Now, if a woman comes up here, I'll talk about it, but I don't debate AB with men. People who know me know that. I just don't do it because, sir, you're never going to experience the body changes that women go through. You're never going to experience the mental changes, emotional, even spiritual changes that we go through in carrying a child. So I'm not going to argue something that you should have no say so in anyways. Okay, thanks, bye. All right, so let's keep talking about tariffs and how wrong you are about those.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you lie again. All right. You lie again. All right. Donald Trump's steel tariffs brought about 1,000 jobs back to the United States, but overall, he lost over 750,000 jobs from it. He brought back 12. And I'm sorry, I misspoke. I added an extra zero. My apologies. See, this is me correcting myself. He lost about 75,000 manufacturing jobs. All right.
Those weren't manufacturing jobs. Those were logistical jobs. Those weren't manufacturing.
Those weren't manufacturing jobs. Yeah, literally they were.
Were not all manufacturing jobs. That's
Yeah,
why.
it resulted in about 75,000 fewer manufacturing jobs.
They were not all
Right, because he was supposed to bring back jobs to Pennsylvania, to West Virginia, all the areas where we actually used to produce our steel, and he did not do that. He just didn't do it. All right, because his tariffs are a bad idea. The United States does not have the infrastructure to compete with countries like China. We just don't have the infrastructure to do it. And we don't even have the workforce to do it, because why do we have more people, more jobs available than we have people unemployed? Why is that?
And I agree, we don't have the infrastructure. That's why we need to force companies to innovate and produce.
You
in
can't
America.
force them. These companies can go and do what they want to do, my dear. All right.
why we
If
need
they decide
tariffs.
that they don't want
Can't
to be
make them-
based in the United States, then by all means, they can go to a country in Europe. They can go to South America. They can even go to China and be
Yeah, but
based
then
in
they won't
China.
have- then they won't have the consumer market. Then they won't have the
How won't
American
they
market.
how won't they have the consumer market, dear? When we will actually need their products. So think about what Trump has done. All right. Name a company in the United States that produces TVs, and then tell us what's the number one television manufacturer in the United States.
In the United States, I don't know.
No. Listen to what I say to you. Tell me a company in the U.S. that manufactures their TVs in the U.S. And then I want you to tell me what is the top selling TV brand. I'll say that in the U.S.
The top selling TV brand in the U.S. is Samsung.
Okay.
That I'm not 100% sure on that, but if I had to guess, I would say Samsung.
Okay.
When
Where's
it comes
Samsung
to-
produced? Where they manufactured?
in South Korea.
Okay.
But I don't know where their plants are. They probably have plants in China or Vietnam.
Okay.
But
So
they're
now tell us, name a U.S. manufacturer of TVs.
Again, I'm not sure. And that's an
Exactly.
issue. That's the exact issue we're saying.
Is exactly. The U.S. can't compete. All right. We as consumers are not going to buy a television from Element. All right. That's a U.S. manufacturer. All right. And then even if they like produce it and make it here in the United States, they still source materials from other countries. So it still matters. So what's going to end up happening is that we're still going to be paying more out of pocket.
First of
Isn't that
all,
right, American?
What materials? Are you talking about lithium? We just made a huge deal with Argentina when it comes to
Practically
lithium.
every material out there, we're
material.
going to be getting from countries around the world, especially critical minerals and materials. So
Yeah,
if you don't
if you
address
talk
the
about
fact that
critical
hold up,
minerals-
if you don't address that, that's a huge aspect of the production process and going to impact the profitability of American firms that then employ Americans, right? Then you're just not addressing like the impacts on the economy. And if you acknowledge that there's an overall decline in the GDP, that means that overall the economy is negatively impacted.
Again, GDP numbers don't really matter to me. I feel like a diverse job market means more to me. Well, no, you're laughing, but it's true. I don't believe that we should just do whatever we can to get GDP numbers higher.
I'm not saying whatever we can. I'm saying that this isn't something that we would consider bad, and it's going to overall decrease the size of our economy. You're saying it's going to benefit our economy. Is there any evidence you can provide that in the long run it's going to be beneficial to our economy?
I'm saying it's beneficial to the working class and it's beneficial for national security to build stuff. It's
No.
beneficial to build stuff. It's beneficial.
Did you know
it
that
makes
it's not true at all?
sense.
Because it's actually a regressive tax on lower and middle income individuals, because disproportionately they spend a greater percentage of their income on consumer goods or things that they need comparative to people who are rich. So what you're doing is you're shifting the burden of taxation from people who are disproportionately rich to people who are disproportionately lower income.
And what hurts what hurts them more in a working market? Having no manufacturing jobs, which often get paid 60 to 80K with good benefits, or having to take out a college loan and then being in debt and having to work some shitty retail job.
People with
What-
college degrees on average make $1 million more in their lifetime. I don't know why you're like stigmatizing college degrees. Now you can absolutely
Well,
get a
no,
high
I-
paying
well,
you can
of course
absolutely
not.
get a high paying job without requiring college, but college is absolutely a good route for a lot of people. And now, are there plenty of colleges that cost too much and give people way too much debt? Absolutely. That's why I advocate for free public universities, so that no one should have to go into debt in order to make their life better off, or to be able to provide food for their children, or to specialize in things that are relevant towards helping out society.
Well, there are community colleges significantly cheaper, but if you do allow free public universities, they'll probably will not be as highly reputable as other universities that cost more. So you just continuously have this cycle where you're gonna have people, rich people just getting all the jobs, and you're gonna have people that forced to take college.
Is that true about K through 12? I mean, like, there's to a certain extent we can create conditions where K through 12 is treated to enough of a degree that we see is a good baseline, and that same thing can be true for K through 16.
We can, but you don't think it's important to have a diverse job market? You think that our economy should be 90% services and goods?
I think that there's a more diverse job market if it is the case that you do not have tariffs.
But that's not sustainable.
Actually,
and
having tariffs isn't sustainable.
Well, how are you going to reindustrialize? What's your idea?
Why do you need to quote unquote reindustrialize?
Biden believed in reindustrializing too. I mean, and the reason why is we sell no products anymore.
But Biden was different. Biden knows the United States' strength lies in technology. That's why his manufacturing was actually focused on
Chips and Science Act.
exactly the chips. Thank you. You know this. You know
Well,
this.
I studied it. I studied this.
So, but what Trump is trying to do, Trump is trying to have us do manufacturing of things that are no longer something
we
that
need
we actually can
commercial-
produce here.
And I 100% agree. I think that the Chips and Science Act, that's a critical job. That's a scarcity all around the world. Semiconductor jobs in China get paid a lot because that's a scarcity job. So you can subsidize these critical jobs like semiconductors, but
That's
if you
what
want
they're for.
more,
That's targeted tariffs. That's the whole point. We're investing in specialized manufacturing, right? Which is good. That's not a bad thing. That's actually a really good thing because it's critical for our economy.
We need shipping industries. We need automobile industries. We need steel industries.
But we
need
just need to be allies with countries that do those things. And when Donald Trump undermines our allyships with like the EU, with like the global economy because of our trade wars with practically everyone, that hurts our ability to get those particular like critical industries, right, to be trading with our country.
If we have no commercial market, right? If we just have a service-based market, our trade deficits are just going to get higher.
What's wrong with the trade deficit? There's nothing wrong with that.
No, because we have to sell our assets like real estate, our stocks, our U.S. Treasuries to foreign countries.
Wait, that's not at all what a trade deficit means.
Deficit is.
No, I'm not
This is
saying
like
that's what it
deja
is, but
vu.
that's what well,
Okay.
can you let me finish? I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's what we're forced to do because we have
What?
that. trade
That doesn't
deficit.
make any sense. I don't understand why
We
you're
are
saying that.
forced-
Wait, America, did you know that you have a trade deficit between you and your grocery
Your
store that's
grocery
local to you?
store- Yeah. No, you think that we're
No,
not?
no. You do though.
I
You
do.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. You have a trade deficit between you and your local grocery store.
That's an unjust
You're
relation.
I'm talking about a national scale. Why do you think China has so many U.S. Treasury bonds, and we have almost none of Chinese?
Because Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, therefore aiding to a larger problem of there being more debt-related spending that's owned by other countries around the world. But actually, most of the debt-related spending is owned by American citizens. Did you know that?
So let me explain this so you can kind of understand why we sell foreign things. Why we sell our assets to foreign countries. So if I buy a TV in Vietnam, right, and millions of people along me buy TVs in Vietnam, that's millions of dollars going to foreign workers in a foreign company. The U.S., the government, has to cover that national gap. That's why the U.S. has stocks. That's why we have real estate. That's what a service-based economy is. Real estate, stocks, and insurance. So that's why that's why our stock market is so important. And to cover that national gap, U.S. government sells U.S. treasuries and companies sell stocks. That's why 40% of our stock market is owned by foreign investors. That's why 1/3 of our debt is owned by foreign countries. And this is not sustainable because you cannot be reliant on foreign countries. We saw this in the 2008 crisis when it happened. Over $1 trillion was deinvested in American investment. Foreign companies deinvested about over $1 trillion in American investment, and that greatly exacerbated.
What you're talking about when? What
the
age?
2008 financial crisis, over $1 trillion.
Yeah, that's because of the recession. So if you're saying that recessions are bad for like global markets investing in the United States, well then Donald Trump making it more likely that we're going to undergo a recession is doing just that, right?
No,
What does it? Go ahead.
Ask your question.
No, I was gonna say, all right, what's a main indicator of oncoming recession? The main
No,
indicator.
we're gonna go to a recession, 100%.
Okay, but I'm asking you the question: what is the main indicator?
Negative GDP growth.
Exactly. How many times?
Is it one quarter or is it? I don't know.
It's
I don't know.
2 quarters, 2 consecutive quarters. All right,
Okay.
we're headed there. Thank you to Donald Trump. So that's where we're headed. Right. And if his tariffs are because of trade deficits, then why are we placing tariffs on China at 145% if his thing is to get rid of trade deficits? That wouldn't make any sense because as it stands right now, we have the deficit. We're in the red right now with China. All right. So that means that we're actually importing more from China than we export. All right. And even if you look at the reverse of it with other countries who hold a deficit with us, what would be the point of actually implementing the tariff on them? All right. If we're actually exporting more to them, so that means they're buying more from us. Hey, Corey, they're buying more from us than we get from them. What would be the point? So I have to ask this question again, and I hope somebody can answer it because I do think I heard Dean or Parker ask this question on Tuesday. Right. The purpose of his tariffs. Is it actually to bring back manufacturing to the United States, or is it to basically renegotiate trade deals?
And that's a great question because I think initially it was for bringing back manufacturing. On his campaign trail, he said that, but as he got pressured by the donors and a lot of the stocks went down, I think he changed his mind and changed it to negotiating, which I don't agree with. That's what I was saying earlier.
So
I think
he's just a liar.
Okay,
So
then,
can we
then
say
he's not
that
gonna do domestic manufacturing increase?
Exactly.
I hope he does, though. I hope he changes his mind. I think the tariffs will still be good. I think, if Vietnam buys more U.S. oil, I would consider that a good thing, if he's able to lessen the trade deficit with his negotiating. But in reality, I really wish that he would keep them long term, to force these companies to reinvest in America. I mean, our industries are getting killed, and we're forced to, we have no infrastructure when it comes to factories. We're forced to just target tariff everything at this point if we want to keep any industry. Our car industry is cooked because we have no infrastructure. We can't compete with China at all. I mean, we have the 100% tariff, automobiles, or else our complete industry will be cooked. So in reality, we're just forced to keep targeting tariffs until nothing changes. I think we do need a substantial, we do need to change. We do need to reinvest in American manufacturing. I feel like that's important.
I wonder who did that.
What?
I wonder who did that.
Again, I told you why. Look, and again, I agree with the Chips and Science Act in some aspects. I don't like how much money TSMC got. I didn't like that much because it's like that's a Taiwanese company,
But
I didn't like that.
their plant is actually here in Arizona, all right, and they've added over 1,000 jobs locally at that
Again,
plant. I think it's actually more than that.
Again,
But
I wish more money went to Intel. I wish more money went to.
we already have an Intel plant out here in Arizona, out there in
But
Chandler.
Intel needs more support than TSMC, and Intel's pretty cooked right now. I really wish that we
Wait,
would-
if it is the case that they have a production plant in the United States, what's the distinction?
It's the chips they can make. I think Taiwan can make almost a 1 nanometer chip, and Intel's like at 5. So they are many years behind when it comes to production of chips.
Isn't it also about like it like making their like a competitive industry. So you want to build up the the production capacity of like firms outside of the context of just Intel, so that it is the case that like they can have
There's
like,
other US
competition.
companies too, but Intel is by far the biggest. And
You
Intel,
don't just want to fund the biggest because you want there to be competition in the market.
We don't want a monopoly.
Exactly.
Well,
They're trying to
no.
build up the domestic manufacturing, right? Not just trying to just build up just one firm.
well, no, Intel is competing on a global stage. I mean, it's different. Like, you don't need domestic industry as much because Intel's already being competitive against Samsung, Taiwan. They already have to worry about that. I get what you're
But
saying.
if it's produced here in the United States, then wouldn't that be accomplishing the goal that Trump wants to accomplish of these items being not just manufactured here, but also being more affordable? And that's what Biden did with the Chips and Science Act.
Well, the most advanced chips are still produced in Taiwan. The most advanced chips will not be produced.
Parker, go ahead. Boy, you can't give it to Biden, can you? You can't give it to Biden. You just can't.
Biden did.
And by the way, he was just trying to claim that the company that is from Taiwan that had a production facility in the United States, right, didn't have as good of production or as good of chips, and then now is saying that they have the best chips.
No. What I said was Taiwan has the best chips, but they're not producing the best chips in America. Their best chips are still produced in Taiwan, not America. But
well, then maybe investments would allow them to produce those chips in the United States.
It's a foreign country. They're doing it for national security reasons, not just investment reasons.
We're investing in that for national security, right? That's the whole point of the targeted tariffs and the whole point of the targeted specialized manufacturing.
And again, I agree. I told you I agree in some aspects of the Chips and Science Act. I do agree that we can subsidize critical industries, but I explained why we can't subsidize commercial industries earlier, because it's a scarcity all around the world. And I do agree in some aspects of the Chips and Science Act. I didn't like how much money we gave to TSMC. I wish we did invest a little bit more in Intel and other American manufacturing jobs, American semiconductors.
I do apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I need to do a mod announcement. All right. Thank you. Okay. Hi, guys. We have a 1,000. Well, I don't know why I'm saying it this way. We have 1.3 people, 1.3 thousand people in here. I'm not used to having that many people. I'm not used to nice things. All right. So what I need you guys to do is tap the screen. Let's get this up to 250,000 likes. All right. Let's go ahead and clear out this cap goal. We have 38 of those to go. Share the live. Let's keep doing all of the good things. Also, guys, we have $145 left in our daily donation goal. Pay links are in the bio, PayPal, Venmo, and I also have a Zelle. Everything with Erica9@gmail.com. Also, guys, don't forget to take care of Parker while he is here. All right, show him some love. Let's get his gift goals over 2,000. All right, his coins need to be over 2,000. I said, don't embarrass me, y'all. All right, let's get him over 2,000. Also, pay links are definitely in the bio. All right, and like Kendrick says, I do deserve it all. I do. I deserve it all. All right. So, guys, let's do all of the good things while we are here having these conversations, these talks, as I like to call them. All right. So tap, share the live, take care of the panel. Thank you so much for your love, your support, your encouragement, and your engagement. All right, American, I just basically what I get from you is that you completely don't agree with Donald Trump's tariffs. All right. Tariffs and import duties in general just aren't a good idea, especially since we have a federal income tax. All right. That's how we collect our revenue. I believe in free trade. All right. And I think that these tariffs are doing more harm than they ever will do any good. All right. Because like what's going to happen in June when he goes back to this? Do you think we're going to see another stock market crash? Do you think he's going to implement them again? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't think he's going to implement them again because it's too close to the midterms.
But wouldn't that make him look weak, though, because he's going against something that he said he would do? How are you guys going to justify that one?
Well, again, I told you, I don't agree with everything that Trump does. I just agree with him more than Harris. I feel like Harris's vision didn't really connect with me. I feel like she had, she said things that, were good, but I don't think she would have implemented them. I think that the first time home ownership thing or whatever, her bill on that wasn't the best. I feel like, that's not the way to deal with home ownership. You got to go after the corporations and you got to go after deregulation. That's probably the better way to deal with home ownership.
So you don't think helping Americans, because literally, as one of those people that would have benefited from Kamala Harris's tax credit there, the $25,000, all right, I think it was a damn good idea.
I just think that that would have caused inflation in the housing market rather than.
How so? How would it have caused inflation in the housing market?
You don't think that the people would just raise the prices if you gave 25?
No, because she had a countermeasure in place also. No, I don't think that it would have raised the prices. I think what did raise the prices is Donald Trump deregulating the housing market with the Dodd-Frank Act, getting rid of Obama-era policy, allowing these investment companies and these private equity firms to buy up homes as soon as they hit the market at an exorbitant amount. A house could be listed for $200,000. They come in with a cash offer of $250,000. Who are they going to sell their house to? Are they going to sell their house to Jim and Pam and their 2 kids who are making an offer for $205,000? Or are they going to give it to this private equity firm that's going to pay them an extra $50,000 more for it? They're going to give it to a private equity firm.
I told you that, Harris policy is a good idea, but she's not going after the main issues. It's just a Band-Aid.
No, but Trump. What I'm saying to you, though, American, is that Trump caused this issue. All right. And what Kamala wanted to do to counter that, all right, is not only make it more affordable for Americans to actually be able to purchase a home. All right. But she also wanted to work with builders and developers to actually build more homes. 3 million was the goal, to build more homes, because what happens, all right, what happens when you have more supply than you have demand?
The prices go up. Yes.
No, baby. It's the other way around. All right. When I have more of something and less demand, the price goes down.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's okay. It's okay.
And
that's
Trump
what she wanted to do.
Trump opened up federal land, which is good, and he did have some deregulation, which is good. But I feel like both are just Band-Aids, and both aren't going to solve the main issue.
He opened up federal land for what?
What?
What
To
did he
build
open up?
homes. He opened up federal land to build more homes. And you can go search it up. He did open up lands for housing development.
Really? Like, yeah, I'd love to see which policy.
What was it? I forgot the name of it, but go search up Trump and federal land for housing development. That is a real policy. And another reason why the house pricing is so high is immigration, and we can debate.
Actually, that's completely false, because immigration not only would that add in terms of demand, but it would also add in terms of supply. And if anything, immigration would add more supply to our economy overall within practically every industry, because immigrants actually have a higher rate of working, because they're
No, but
likely
we're
to be
not building
younger.
We're not building enough houses for them. We don't have enough housing for them.
Yeah, we do. I mean, there's like 17 million homes that are vacant.
You don't think that? You don't think that immigration?
Why don't we address that there's like houses that are vacant? Why don't we address that there's like there's like firms that are huge, right, that are buying, right, all these different types of single family homes to be able to, collude on raising the prices going up. Because of the lack of competitiveness within the context of the market, right, it allows for them to literally charge more every single year, right? If there was more competition, they wouldn't be able to do that as much. So if you are going to limit competition with the global market, right, then what you're going to do is you're going to harm consumers.
Again, but you don't think that immigration has had any impact on housing prices at all?
I think it has had a positive impact on housing
I
prices.
think it's positive impact also,
No.
right? Because they pay rent and the landlords pay property taxes, right? So that helps, right? Okay. I just want to make
Okay,
sure.
since the
Not everything
1990s,
is to be blamed on immigration. Hold on one moment, American. I want to read these off. I gotta get these off. All right, guys. Shout out to Alexander for the $25. They said, for American that loves tariffs and wants to crash the economy. Okay, you do you, boo-boo. Thank you so much, Alexander. That's Alex. Thank you so much, Alex. Also, I have to open up the PayPal because I obviously don't know how to work things. Okay, so let's see here. There we go. All right, and let's see here. I don't know how to work stuff. I'm so sorry. Parker, I'm sorry. I'm almost 60. Yeah, I know, right? You didn't know that? It's crazy. It's insanity. Okay. Also, shout out, Jody. Shout out to Jody for the $25. Thank you for taking the time to answer me. Of course, love. We have talks of love, respect, and acceptance of everyone with both my granddaughters, 8 and 12. That is absolutely beautiful, Jody. Keep open that door for them so that they can feel comfortable for the rest of their lives talking to you about any and everything. So thank you so much, Jody. And also shout out to Sid for the $75. Sid said, your energy is so lovely. So much fun seeing you guys in Texas. I hope you can continue on in the tour. Thank you so, so very much. Parker, can I do something? Can I show you my impersonation of you?
Yes, please.
Don't
go
get
for
mad.
it.
All right. Okay. All right. Oh my God, guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my God, guys, you guys are amazing. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Drop some hearts in the chat. Drop some hearts in the chat for Alex, Jody, and Sid. You guys are so awesome. Thank you. I really wanted to do that, so thank you for allowing.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, yes, that is totally me. That is totally me. That was an A+ impersonation. That was absolutely.
I'm
an
glad you
A+.
like it. I said I'm gonna do that one day. All right. Oh wow. Did you that? Oh wow. Thank you so much for the roses. Was that for me? I don't know, but thank you. If that was for Parker, thank you. All right, awesome. Okay, all right, America. So we were talking about housing. All right. Donald Trump isn't doing a darn going thing about housing. That's tis it, tis all. All right. He
The
literally
federal
wants
lending
to.
is not. But I told you that both aren't fixing the issue. I mean, Harris's policy didn't really fix the issue. It just put a band-aid on it. So both aren't really fixing the issue. And since 1990, do you know how many people?
But you have to think about. I don't care about 1990 because here's the thing. You have to think about the idea for these things, like what Kamala's plan was versus what Trump is trying to do. Trump wants to literally cut down trees on federal land. All right, that's what he wants to do. He wants to basically, like, do you like breathing? Do you like breathing? Do you like oxygen?
Trees
you
have
like
been
oxygen?
the most popular they've ever been in human
Do
history.
you like
There's the most trees there's ever been in human history.
No, the question, I like when people answer the questions that I ask because, it makes sense. Do you like breathing?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. So you don't want Trump cutting down over like 1 million acres of friggin' trees, right?
You can plant new ones.
Oh my gosh. We could just plant new ones. Not if they're gonna have a house built over it. Not if it's gonna have a paved sidewalk
There's
built
the
over
most
it. Like, what are we
trees there's ever been
doing?
in history. There's the
That's
most trees
crazy.
there's ever been in history. So that's not cutting down trees is
insane.
not really the most important issue right now. But moving on, you didn't let me finish my claim. About 45 million people have
I don't
immigrated
care.
to the U.S. since 1990. Obviously, that's going to have a negative aspect on the housing market.
Watch
100%.
this. Watch this. I have a question. Do you have an issue with 1 to 2% population growth every year?
What's the point you're getting to? Can you just make your
I'm
point?
just asking. Like, are you okay with 1 to 2% population growth a year?
Am I okay with it? Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess.
okay. Well, that would be like like 3 to 4 million people a year at least.
Yep.
Okay, so then what's your issue with that?
Well, why don't we just fix the cultural problem and maybe people can start having
What,
families?
what
and maybe
cultural problem?
the fertility rates in the U.S. is so liberalism doesn't promote fertility rates.
Actually, you mean it's actually higher quality of life. So, like, are you saying we should reduce quality of life?
What do you mean? It's higher quality of life.
Higher
Not that-
quality of life is associated with like
Yeah, I know,
lower
but you're just
fertility
saying
rates.
having. Yeah.
Education, making more money.
People
Yeah.
choose to have less children.
No, people choose to have less children because they're lazy. They want to live. They want to live that Sex in the City life. That's why they choose to have less children.
What?
That's
or maybe
That's
okay. Or maybe it just is the case that like having like 8 children isn't like the only aspect of life. If people choose to have less children, isn't that their choice? Isn't that their freedom? Isn't that their autonomy?
Well, I feel like it's a cultural issue. I feel like the culture right now doesn't really promote motherhood.
Wait,
I mean,
I have a question. How old are you?
Why is it just mother? Hold on. Why is it just motherhood?
Seriously.
Think about what you just said. Oh God, you're 18.
You're
Yeah.
18. Okay. Do you have
Oh
children?
my gosh.
Not yet, but I'm hoping.
Okay.
soon.
Well, you better within like the next year or so. You're gonna get
Yeah,
behind. bro.
well, I'm gonna try to.
You better have like 20 children.
I'm gonna try. I think it's important to have children.
20
Even if
children,
you-
bro?
The whole point of life is to have kids. I
No,
mean, you
no,
have.
The fuck?
No, it's
Oh.
not. The whole point of life is not to have children. Jesus Christ, bro. What are you talking about? Are you saying that you don't have a point to life right now?
No, well, if you,
You
look
don't
at
have
it,
children.
Is your life meaningless?
no. Well, are you gonna let me make my point or no? If you look at it through
Probably
nature, right? Every organism, their whole point is to reproduce. That is the point of life. Bacteria live for a few minutes. What's the one thing they do? They reproduce. That is the whole point of nature. That's why we have sex drives.
By the
That's
way,
why
you're
all this
judging
stuff
you're
is-
judging the purpose for your life based upon how like bacteria like
No,
function.
if you if you look at it, the whole point of life is reproduction.
No, it's
is-
not.
that's-
Okay, how do you judge your purpose based upon like the purpose of microorganisms?
because if I said every organism's purpose of life is to reproduce, 100%, 100
Well,
million.
I don't think my purpose is reproduce. I don't think everyone's purpose is to reproduce.
So then, what's your purpose then?
It depends on whatever I would
Is
like
it doing
in terms of that
TikTok? I'm
respect.
talking
Like, hold
about-
up. Well, it depends on what I'd like. If I would choose not to have children, that's my purpose, is to not have children. My purpose is to like make society better off, to make people happier, to make people smile, right? To make like legislation positively impact, right, my children, the children that come after them, right, or people after that. And if it means that my children aren't biologically mine, that's totally fair. That's totally fine.
If you look, I'm talking about more of a nature aspect. The thing is, you may not want to have children, but
How,
you
how
still
about
have
this? How about this? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that people who are infertile have no purpose?
Oh, that's a good
That
question,
is a
Parker.
good question. That is good. What I mean, no purpose, I don't mean like their life is meaningless. We can do whatever they want for their life. Look, you may not want children, but you still have a sex drive, right? You still have.
Wait, so are you saying that they don't have a purpose? They don't have a point to life?
I'm not saying that I don't think their life is meaningless, but I guess, in the nature aspect, yeah, their life is pointless. And in a nature aspect, it is. The whole point of life is to reproduce. If you look at it,
No.
every
So
organism.
okay, so quick question. Every time you have intercourse, all right, does the woman get pregnant?
No, but does a woman use birth control and condoms?
Nope. That wasn't the question. The question was every time you have sex, does the woman get pregnant?
No,
Because
but
you
they have-
don't know how ovulation works either. I'm pretty sure of it.
No, I said they don't have it, but I said they use, they use condoms or they use birth control, or they unalive.
No,
the-
this just goes
at
to the
some
point.
cases, they
Again, I'm not going to discuss AB or anything of that nature with a man. So I need you to calm down, pull it back, rein it in. Thank you very much. Boundary set. All right. This is based off of the fact that you said life's purpose is to reproduce. That is not the purpose of life. It just isn't. All right. There are many purposes that we have in life. Some people's purpose is to help others. All right. Some people purposes is to, I guess, find love. Some people purposes is here to motivate others. If you can have a gazillion purposes in life, reproducing can be like number 1,036 on the list. That is not the sole purpose of life, my guy. And I think it's odd that you at 18 actually think that is so short-sighted for you. You should want more from life.
It's just the truth.
It's not the truth.
It is the truth. If you
No,
look at it,
babes, it's not the
we were made to reproduce. Every organism's goal
Okay,
is
but
to
you're not
re-
understanding. Okay, so again, right, when someone is infertile, do they not have a point to life?
Again, when you look, I said that their life isn't meaningless, but if you look at it from a nature aspect, yeah, their life
I'm
is.
asking you yourself, do you think that they have no purpose
No,
or
I
no
don't think
point to
that
life?
life is
So
purpose.
obviously they do have purpose, right?
Exactly.
And purpose is outside of the context of just reproduction.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what else is their purpose though?
Well,
Just to
okay.
smile.
It depends on the circumstance, right? Their purpose might be to make the lives better for other people, to be there for
They could be
other
the person that
people.
find the cure for cancer.
Exactly.
Like they could be the person who darn gone figures out how to get us to Mars. Like everyone has a purpose, my guy. All right. Like, do I no longer have a purpose because I don't have a uterus? My uterus is gone.
I think you guys
I
are
yeeted that bitch.
I think you guys are misunderstanding me. That I'm
No, I just
talking
take you
about-
at the words that you use.
No, could you,
No,
could
well,
you
I'm
answer
talking
her
about,
question, actually? Could you please answer her
What?
question? Is she useless given that she doesn't have a uterus, under your view?
No, I said under my view, no. I'm talking about nature.
Okay,
I'm
again,
talking-
then
So, but per nature's view, I'm useless?
Yeah. You are.
So then obviously you would say that's an absurd standard to hold to. That's an absurd standard to hold to. You would say that's ridiculous. So then obviously, like, what's your point of bringing this up?
Well, I'm saying that you're saying that, it's bad to have children. I'm saying that it's actually good to have
When
children.
did we say it was bad to have children?
No, well, you're
son is
saying
gonna
that
be so
you have no issue with the fertility rates going down. You believe in just replacing
No,
it.
it's
with
bad to force people
it's
to
an
like have
issue.
children. And I also don't think that like traditionalism and the way that you are prescribing it is a good thing. I think it's really a bad thing and has harmful impacts on both men and women on our society.
Stay-at-home mothers have a higher happiness level than
That's
working.
a lie.
That is not a lie. We can go.
Where'd you
search it
get
up.
that data from?
So are you saying that women who are forced to stay at home would be happier?
Not all women are forced to stay at
No,
home.
I'm asking if
I'm not
there was
saying they should,
if
but-
there was cultural stigmatization for women to stay at home, do you think that they would go through more positive or negative experiences?
More positive, absolutely. I feel like
So okay, so your role of women, the way that you view women, is to like be in the kitchen, is to like do the housework, right? That's the way that you view like women's work, and what you shouldn't be doing is defining the work that they engage in as people. I think what you're doing is infantilizing women, saying that they can't determine how their life should be, the role that they are going to fulfill in their lives, in their relationships. I think that's pretty insane to say that you can define their role for their relationships better than they can is insane. If you were to tell me that you can define to me the role that I should play in the relationship that I have with my girlfriend, I would laugh in your face. But you would never do that. But you wouldn't do that because I'm a man.
No, I think that men also have a role. I don't think men should sleep with other men. I think that they should hold that responsibility back.
So
I don't
you're just
think
like homophobic?
Not well. I'm not.
You're
Well,
not homophobic for saying that like you don't think that men should have sex with other men? That's
No,
definitely
I
a
don't think it
homophobic
is.
take.
No, well, no. Can I explain why it's bad? The LGBT community has a lot of issues. I mean, first, essay issues.
What?
Second,
Wait, what
children.
are you talking about?
People, gay men, they have extremely high rates of SA when it comes to children. The average age.
Wait. So then,
let me finish my
one, you don't have evidence of that. Two, men write essay right more than women do. Secondly, you voted for a rapist. I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, oh my God, what a huge pivot.
Well, that's not a
Everyone
pivot.
knows-
I brought up what you just addressed.
Everyone knows. Well, I have a question for you, right? I didn't vote for Trump for the person he is. I voted for the policies he is. Would you, if there was two people running, Bill Clinton or Ted Cruz, gun to your head, you had to vote for one person, who would you vote for?
Say that one more time.
Yeah. Bill Clinton or Ted Cruz. They were running a presidential race in 2028, right? Gun to your head, you have to vote for one person. Who are you voting for?
What kind of
Bill
question is that?
Clinton
Why
or
are you
Ted
asking
Cruz?
it?
I would have to. I don't know enough about both of their policies where I'd be able to make that type of determination.
Come on.
I'd probably lean towards Bill,
But
but like I just like I don't know.
But Bill's the worst person, though, right?
I
Bill's-
don't even know if you could classify that. I mean, Ted Cruz
I mean,
is not a
how
good
is
person.
exactly Ted Cruz in the middle of a darn on ice storm left the state, left his constituents to die while he went to what was it, Cancun? I know he went to Mexico. Wait,
Also,
come on,
like
Cancun,
supporting Donald Trump is a huge like character flaw too.
No, but okay? Bill Clinton doesn't have a clear character flaw. The accusations Bill Clinton has, he doesn't have a character flaw. Are we really going to say that right now?
Well, then if
Are
you're
you-
well, again, if you're going to say that those are legitimate, well, then obviously we're going to be saying that it's legitimate against Donald Trump.
Well,
Correct?
no, my point is that you don't vote for the person, you vote for the policies, you vote for the cabinet.
Oh, you vote for
And you vote-
both. You vote for both because the character is going to drive their policies. The character is going to drive how they respond to conflict. Right? It's very character is very, very important.
I think it's crazy for him to even try to make this comparison between the two, between Clinton and Trump, because what Clinton did, although it was wrong because it was adultery, all right, it was consensual. It was consensual.
How many-
Monica Lewinsky was an adult.
I'm not even just
Alright,
talking about
and
her.
they-
How many accusations does Clinton have? Let's just
I
be
think he has about, I think it's 2 or 3 other women who have said that they that he harassed them, and that doesn't make it right. It doesn't. Donald Trump has 27 women in total. Donald Trump has been found on video and on tape saying that he would sleep with his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. He also said that he has sex in common with his daughter on a nationally syndicated television show. All right. He also has been caught on audio saying that he can grab him by the P word. He said that. He also said coming down an escalator to a 12-year-old little girl that he will be dating her in 10 years.
Bill
All
Clinton.
right. So I understand. All right. 2 wrongs don't make a right. All right. And we're not going to sit here and try to judge who is the worst person between the two. All right. But we know that by Donald Trump's character, all right, not just as a person, but also as a businessman, and then also as the president, when he stood in front of people and made fun of a disabled reporter, when he called countries in Africa, like Nigeria, he also called Haiti and Ecuador shithole countries. Like, he is not a good person. When he said that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, he is not a good person. He's simply not a good person. And there's nothing that you're going to say up here on this panel that's going to make anyone out of the 1,400 people that are watching believe that he is.
No, I'm not saying that he's a good person, but just like Parker said, he would vote for Clinton because Clinton has the better policies that align with his view. Again,
Ted Cruz is bad character too.
Okay, well, what's a Republican you think that doesn't have bad character? Name a Republican congressman that you think that doesn't.
John McCain.
Okay, would you vote for Bill?
I
Would
probably would vote for John McCain.
If John McCain, because like in 2004, when John McCain was going up against Bush, all right, when John McCain thank you for the swan, I appreciate it. When John McCain went up against Bush, I liked John McCain, and yes, I was sad that John McCain did not get the nomination, that Bush kept the nomination. So it is what it is. All right, but I would have voted. That was 2000. Thank you, 2000. I like John McCain. I'm just gonna say that. I like John McCain in 2008 when he was going against President Obama. However, I did vote for Obama because Obama said that he was going to help teachers, and at the time, that's what I wanted to do for a living.
Okay, let me put it this way, right?
I would have voted for
has
John
the same-
McCain. Yeah.
John McCain has the same policies as Trump, right? But he's a
Never.
That's definitely not true.
Never.
That was the most
I don't like your
wildly,
hypothetical.
That was the most wildly insane take ever.
What was McCain's policies in 2008? Do you know any of his
Wait, so
policies?
you know McCain specifically was like the reason why we still have the ACA?
Exactly. His vote that pissed Trump smoothed off.
Yeah.
That was John McCain.
Oh, Romney. Romney's a good example too.
Romney
Look,
don't share no policies with Trump. Romney don't even like Trump.
Yeah,
The hypothetical sucks. Okay.
They don't like
You,
Trump.
you
They
should have
don't
seen
like-
Romney in 2016 talk out against Trump. It was really funny. I'll play the clip if you'd like to hear it.
Well, I don't like Romney or McCain. They're neocons. They are traditional.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't. But my argument is like, no, you'd vote for Clinton over McCain if you looked at the policies. If McCain had a more modern day Republican policy where he believed in less immigration.
I mean, I don't even think that
order,
like Bill
less
Clinton
equal
had that much. Did Bill Clinton wasn't even like left of McCain? I don't think. I don't know. I think I'd have
Pretty
to look at the
much.
policies again. But
But Clinton would run like the similar campaign to Biden if he was running today. He would.
Clinton was big on economics. That's what Clinton's focus was, economics and crime. Anywho, American, it has been like so nice talking to you and whatnot. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go because we do have people in the request that
No,
we
that
want to
makes
get to. Okay.
All right, nice talking to you
All
guys.
right.
too.
You have a great night.
oh,
Also,
Eric,
wait, one more-
Eric,
one more
I was
thing.
gonna let you know that there's been a lot of trolls today. A lot of people who have literally been like showing like aspects of themselves that like should not be seen on TikTok today. So I would just be very careful in adding people up and whatnot, especially if they have
Gotcha.
webcam access.
Got you. Thank you. Naquan, I know that you're here, my friend. So as soon as they come up, I need you to have your finger, on the thing. All right. So we can do the thing. All right. So let's see here. All right. Okay. Let's see this person here. Okay.
Everyone on
Oh.
YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do make sure to tap that screen.
Oh, that's right. I should do a mod.
So
Hold on
sorry
one
to
moment.
interrupt you, Parker.
Hold on one moment, love. All right, guys. Oh, I got to do some shout outs because I did get something. All right. Shout out to Carla for the 10. She said, thank you for being amazing. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. That was not me doing a Parker impression, guys. I really do mean that. Thank you so much. And Jesse, thank you for the 5. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good question. What if you can't have babies? Did God mess up? I mean, no, absolutely not. To his crazy ass, maybe. But oh, I can't say that. I'm sorry. Tap, tap, tap the screen, guys. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's do all of the good things. Let's go ahead. We have 16 more of the caps to go. Let's go ahead and knock that out. I think after we do the caps, I'm gonna do the manifestation goal. All right. And if we get that manifestation goal, then guys, we are gonna do the pickle. Nope. Parker might not be around for the pickle. I do not want to traumatize him. All right. So yeah, we're gonna have to decompress. Okay, so Jess it is. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't. I just wanted to prove that there are 18-year-olds out here that are doing good political debates, and we're not all goofy. Also, Parker, I love you. Also, Erica, love you too. I just talk to Parker sometimes, so love you guys.
It's okay.
Appreciate you.
All
Thank
right,
you so
cool.
much.
Thank you so much for coming up, love. You have a great night. Awesome. Okay, let's see here. Guys, keep tapping that screen. You know what's something I've never had before? I think the highest likes I've ever gotten is 600,000. All right, so we can get past 600,000 likes tonight. Then you know what? That made me like so happy.
You know
I'd
what,
be, like,
chat?
so happy.
Chat, let's get 1 million. Let's get 1 million.
1 million.
Let's get 1 million. I think we can do
Okay.
it. I think we can do
Aim
it.
big, aim big. Okay, 1 million. All right, so let's see here. What do we have? Okay, that person went away.
Someone said I look younger on TikTok comparative to YouTube. That's funny.
Okay. Hi, Mia. Did you vote for Trump?
Hi, no, I didn't. I just wanted to talk about that guy that said people like women staying home and working with the kids. I just want to say I don't think he knows what feminism is because women stood against that and wanted rights. So I don't think he understood all that. Sorry,
I'm pretty
just
sure he
wanted to come up
didn't.
and say that.
Oh, no, you're
I
fine.
love you.
Thank you
I
so
love
much
what
for
you're
coming
doing.
up.
Bye.
Have a great night.
You too.
All right, let's see here. I think Fuzzer is here. I know Fuzzer isn't friendly. Hey, Fuzzer, what's up?
Parker, you get big and you fucking forget about me.
I have not forgot about you. I'm just on 1 million accounts. Right now I'm on like my random ass account. I'm on 1
No, I
million
wasn't
accounts.
following.
Let,
Yeah,
let,
I've
let,
got-
let me make sure I follow you back. I got you. I got you.
All right. I just want to say, and Erica, I love you. I've just started following you recently. So you're phenomenal.
I'm gonna be nicer to you than Johnny is.
Johnny's a dick.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna tell him you said that. Don't tell
I
my
love
friend that way.
every time we battle, if
Mhm.
they're battling, like today with Mermaid, I'm in
Uh-huh.
Mermaid Live, just loading the shit out.
Hey, I believe it. Like,
All right, I just wanted to come up and
Good
say hi,
seeing you.
Parker. It's been a while since we've talked, so
It's good seeing you.
Awesome.
Good seeing you.
all right,
me
have a
and
great
Parker
night,
we worked
Fuzzer.
together in the beginning.
We go
5
back.
years ago.
We go back.
We
Yeah.
back
Go way
a
back.
long time.
Yeah,
but-
Buzzard is awesome. Thank you,
All right,
Buzzard, for
thanks.
coming
Love
up,
you.
love. Have a great night. Awesome. Drop some hearts in the chat for Buzzard. Okay, let's see here. These are a lot of just trying to make sure I choose wisely. Okay. Hi.
Oh my God, Parker! I miss your beautiful moonlight eyes. Can you forget about me?
I think they're trolling. They're definitely trolling.
I forgot about you. What the hell? What was that? Okay, guys. If you voted for Donald Trump, by all means, go ahead and request up so you can tell us what MAGA is. All right. What is MAGA? All right. Okay. Mustang, did you vote for Trump?
Oh, this is definitely a troll.
My bad. I'm not sure. Can you kick me, please? My bad.
Okay, got you. All right, there we
I
go.
feel like they've trolled me before, so I'm surprised that they said that they're not MAGA.
Oh, let's see what happens.
I think this is a person trolling earlier.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I know you remember me, Parker.
Why do y'all follow this young man around like this? Like, do something safe with your life. Yeah, just do something safe with your life. Just stop being weird. Stop being peculiar people. It's not okay. All right. Stop it. Stop it. Coming from an old person, stop it. All right. Some advice for
Oh
life.
my lordy lord! Is
Oh
that a Starbucks cake pop?
Oh my god. What is everything okay?
No.
No, it's not. It's not. People are so weird.
I know. I
weird.
know.
How do you deal with this?
It's my TikTok's been unusable recently. I haven't even been able to use it. I'm gonna be totally honest.
So crazy. Squash, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, ma'am.
You did? Okay. How old are you, love?
I'm 20.
You're 20? Okay. All right. So what is MAGA? Not the acronym because we know that part. All right. What does MAGA mean to you?
Anti-abortion, probably.
Oh, I'm
pretty
sorry.
sure
You
it's
weren't
troll.
here when I said it. You weren't here. I
What'd you
don't
say?
discuss abortion with men. Pick something else to talk about. You want to talk about immigration? You want to talk about the
I'm not a
economy?
man.
What are you?
I'm pretty sure this guy's a troll.
I'm
He said some
intersex.
crazy stuff earlier.
No,
He's a
I
troll?
didn't. This is my first time.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think they did.
Oh, why is that person back? Okay, let's see here. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, Fries, are you? Hi. Did you vote for Trump? Hello.
Oh, it was an accident. Sorry.
Oh, no worries, love. Have a great night. Okay, guys, let's keep tapping that screen, sharing the live. Let's keep doing all of the good things while we get some more Trump supporters up in here. All right, please don't make me do the call. All right, I shouldn't have to do the call. It's 1.5 thousand people in here. All right, I know some of y'all are Trump supporters. All of y'all can't be like Parker's people. Are they all Parker people? Wait, they could all be Parker people. Wait a minute.
I think the term. I mean, there's been lots of terms that we say. Parkaholics is one of them.
Parkerholics? Okay.
Parkaholics.
Parkerholics.
That's one of them. I was like, what? Goobs is one of them. You know, Goob from Meet the Robinsons.
Yeah.
Like I have the bags under my eyes because they're genetic. Yeah, those are like the main ones that I've seen.
Okay, did I fix this mic? No, it's like super staticky on my end. Oh, fudge sickles. All right, guys. Why do the people want me to keep going out? Oh, guys, well, maybe if I can okay, $5 to the donation goal. How many hats do we have left? All right. We have, I can't see, I think it's 12 hats left. All right. I think we can actually do this and then maybe I'll be able to go out. I don't know. My friend just texted me, so I'm not sure if it's gonna happen or not. We'll see what happens. But no, my mom has that too. Luckily, I don't have it. But REM is by Ariana Grande. She makes this like an overnight under eye cream that you can wear. It's a gel actually, and you just rub it in. And I promise you, when you wake up in the morning, all right, it's like smooth.
Really?
Yeah. So it can help. And there's also like if it's dark for you, let me see. It's something I know, and I can't think of the name right now. I'll send it to you. All right. But yeah, it helps make all of this smooth under here for you. Yeah, I love skincare. I do. I really do. Okay. Anywho, if you voted for Donald Trump, request up. Hey, let's see. There's someone in there with like a picture of you, and it makes it weird.
Oh, they're totally trolling. Like if someone has a pic.
Oh my God. Guys, where are the mods at? That was just up there for way too long. Okay, guys, I have to restart, don't I?
I mean, Chris didn't restart earlier, but you can. It's up to you. I just like I don't really know.
Guys, don't report that. Like, don't report it. That was really bad. Just tap the screen. Send some penny gifts. Show Parker some love. Shout out to John for clearing out the gift goal, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. All right, so that's one goal down. Oh my, Parker, what is wrong with these people?
I don't know, man.
It makes you not even want to bring anyone out. Like, come on.
I know that's what made me kind of quit like TikTok. Like I've literally started just doing YouTube because it's like then they can't. Yeah, it's like actually disgusting. It's happened so many times today, and it's like TikTok can't fix it. They won't update it to make it so that only certain people you select can turn on their cameras.
Yeah, I just wish that was a thing. Like, you can't turn your camera on until I get send your request to turn it on. I wish that was a thing. That would be fantastic. Oh, I feel like that's assault. No one asked for that. That's like flashing. So, okay, I'm going to move on. Tap the screen, guys. Tap the screen. Let's keep doing all of the good things, guys, so that we can continue on here. If you are a mod, put a 1 in the chat. Mod, put a 1 in the chat. I need to know which mods are here. Mods, put a 1 in the chat. Nope, I got 2s. All right, so Naquan is here. Okay. All right, Steph is here. All right, so I know Naquan has it. Steph, I'm going to give it to you too. There we go.
Yeah, the police need to do something about that.
It's just
They
disgusting.
have not yet. It's kind of
literally-
crazy.
Literally hate it. Let's see here.
Oh my gosh, I did just. Oh my God, Melanie, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much for I can't with these MAGA. Stay strong. Thank you so much, Melanie. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section for the $100 on Venmo? That
Yeah,
is
drop
that
some
is
hearts in
amazing.
the
Thank you
chat.
so much,
W
Melanie.
Melanie, man. That's a good
Drop
person
some
right there.
hearts in the chat for Melanie, y'all. Drop some hearts in the chat. All right, sir, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No. So I just turned 18, but I'm going to I never mind because 2 terms. But if I could, I probably would have, to be quite honest with you.
And
All right, so-
Brandon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Casey, thank you for the $5. As well as Ducky, thank you for the $10.
All right, sir, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I am trying to find a part of me that gives a damn.
No, fair enough. I understand.
Yeah.
But I'm open to like getting it from the other opposition though. I'm not 100% within my.
So I have a question. Did you basically just come here to have a conversation with Parker?
No. Why would you say that? First off, I
Because-
barely know like either of you guys, so I apologize if I like made it seem that type of way. But no, I don't know any of you guys.
All right, it said a guest violation. I guess it was for that guy. Do I just keep on?
Yeah, you should be fine. Just keeping on.
Okay, all right, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Doing all the good things. Oh wow, thank you so much for knocking out the caps. All right, so now I get to say cap. All right, what we're gonna do now is one moment, Musi. I am going to set the manifestation goal. Those who have been rocking with me since like January, y'all know what the manifestation goal is, right? All right, so if we get the manifestation goal, all right, and we reach our like goal, because we've already hit our donation goal, that don't mean you got to stop donating because I am unemployed. So there's that. All right. What ends up happening is y'all get the pickle. All right. Parker, you can like watch what the pickle is, but you don't have to be on the piano because, optics. Okay. But
I got
you guys, we're going to get the pickle. We're going to get the pickle. All right. So Musi, you just turned 18. Like what? Why would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
want to vote for Donald Trump? Like, why would you want to support that in any way, shape, or form?
Well, to be quite honest with you, I wouldn't say necessarily Donald Trump, but like you like I know you guys are gonna laugh at me for this, but I kind of like Elon Musk. He's done some stupid stuff in the past, but I think like a businessman by proxy, things would translate to running a government. If you're able to run a very large corporation, then on the opposite side. Plus, I just don't know enough about Joe Biden. You know what I'm saying?
Joe Biden wasn't the one that was running. Kamala Harris.
Kamala, I know, but like it was like he was running at first, but then Kamala took over. But
I do not know enough about Joe Biden. When Joe Biden was our vice president for 8 years, he has been in politics for well over like 50 years. And then also another thing, he
I
was the
wasn't even
president for
alive
4
that long.
years. I understand you weren't alive for that long. I get that, my dear.
Yes, ma'am.
I get it. But you have this thing in your hand called a smartphone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You could have done any research you wanted to do.
No, fair enough. But that's why I'm here. I'm trying to do my due diligence right now. Like I'm trying to
After
understand.
the election, like 4 months after he got put in office.
No, but I couldn't vote then. So this isn't like I'm dead ass a kid. Sorry, I apologize. I just don't know. Like I just don't know.
So for like future elections. So like, how about this? Like, let's address this. Like, do you know Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
No, sir, I do not. But yeah. So like honestly, I know like it makes me look bad because I do not know this, but I don't think it would affect me until I'm like 26, where I have to go get my own stuff.
That's because Democrats had the ACA. Donald Trump wanted to get rid of the ACA, which would have got rid of your healthcare.
I'm gonna be real. I'm not even gonna try to pretend like I know what's an ACA.
The ACA protects your healthcare being on your parents until you're 26.
So what would he have done if like
He wanted
what
to
I mean?
get rid of the ACA.
I know, but ACA protects my healthcare. So why would he want to get rid of it? I'm sure there's like some sort of opposing reason. Like what was his
Because
goal?
he
with
wants to do tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, literally.
Why would you say millionaires and billionaires?
Because
It wouldn't be like applied.
disproportionately, that's who gets the most from the tax policy that he's advocating for.
Not fair enough. Well, see, I didn't know that. I'm trying to do my due diligence right now. But like, why is Joe Biden the person to vote for? I don't understand. Not sorry.
It
I
wasn't
apologize.
Joe Biden, it was Kamala Harris.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Because
Kamala
Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump.
Like, but for what reason? Like, I don't understand like what what she wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I watched like some of the debates and stuff, and every time when what was this dude? Charlie Kirk's like would ask him like, what's the number one thing that she accomplished? And they would say something like she was the first like female black president. I appreciate that's my people right there.
Here's my
But,
issue.
like, I
Why are
feel
you
like they should
watching?
be-
Why are you watching Charlie Kirk? That's the
No,
one,
I watched
number
you.
one.
I watched you too. I watched you with you like
Well
debating.
then you would have heard me saying specifically, like I, in response to that question, said the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act had the $35 cap on insulin for people who are on Medicare, for everyone on Medicare, not just for a certain part of Medicare, right? It also had the largest investment in renewable energy of any country in the history of the world. It was deficit reducing, meaning that like it didn't add to the debt, right? It actually reduced the debt.
Bars. Okay. Can you say that one more time? I want to make sure I fully registered it before I reply like naively.
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act reduced the debt, right? It was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, making us more energy independent. There was a $35 cap on insulin for everyone who is on Medicare, not for just a certain part of Medicare. So those are great aspects of the bill. That's just one thing, let alone the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, right? And let alone the policy she was advocating for, the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. When implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, reduced childhood poverty by 45%.
That's fire. But also just I like kind of going back to the whole healthcare thing. I just kind of ChatGPT'd it of like, because I wanted to see if I'm like, if you're being no offense to you, I wanted to see if you're like being biased. And some of the opposing arguments is it would be higher cost for like some people, like middle class people who didn't qualify for the subsidies, and like their premiums went up. So what's the reply to that? Because I feel like, to be completely honest, both of us have incentives for us to like. I'm not a troll. No. I like both of us
Hold
have
on one
incentives
moment.
to be biased.
Hold
Yes,
on
ma'am.
one moment. Shout out to my Corey. Shout out to Corey for the $50. Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate you. Corey, what are you doing? Corey, another 100. Corey, shout out to Corey for the $100. Corey, you gotta tell me when you sent the stuff through Zelle. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Y'all draw some hearts in the chat for Corey. All right. Thank you so much. I need to see all the hearts in the chat. I don't care what color, except for red. All right. Drop all the hearts in the chat for Corey. Subs, use your heart sticker. Like, I need to see. I didn't just be flooded for Corey. Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate you, love. That is awesome. Thank you. Okay. All right.
Okay,
Rosie, you were saying?
I'll use
To
that
be
time as
honest-
well as also to say, Miles, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for this is financial compensation for you and your eyes. For all the people, yeah, seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Miles. Thank you. Subscribe to W for Miles in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Miles.
W's.
Fire. W's. But to be honest, the main thing I wanted to debate with you guys is like, I personally think college is a scam. That's like the main thing. Everything else, I'm naive and I'd be lying.
So
if
you
I told
watched
I knew about.
Charlie Kirk. Did you know that?
Exactly. That's exactly
Yes,
what I was
sir.
thinking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you let a community college dropout convince you that college isn't worth it? That's what you've done.
Well, to be honest, I'm like I would consider myself more of entrepreneurship, and arguably, if somebody goes through college and says you shouldn't go through college, I would rather listen to them than somebody who doesn't go to college and says you shouldn't go to college because they have the experience.
If Charlie Kirk got an economics degree, maybe he wouldn't have supported such terrible economic policy. But if you want to look at like the average college graduate, they make $1 million over their lifetime comparative to someone who is not a college graduate. So obviously,
that's
is
skewed,
a
though.
well, listen.
Sorry to interrupt.
I'm talking about on average. So that's the average. Like now,
Yeah,
if you
but
want
no,
to
but the
say,
average is
if you want to
skewed.
say, listen, if you want to say that like even if you look at median, if you want to say that like it is a case that you could go through other pathways and you could make more money, right? Sure, there are other pathways, but you're also saying that college is not a good pathway or it's a scam. How is it a scam if on average you make $1 million more in your lifetime?
Well, like I said, that metric is extremely skewed because it weighs like the top people, like doctors and lawyers. Those are the ones that like skew the metric heavily, like the average. And also, people who don't go to college, it's not just entrepreneur. Like everybody who doesn't go to college is not automatically an entrepreneur. Some of the people that don't go to college, a majority of them like didn't go to college not so they can go to be an entrepreneur or go to a blue collar job. They didn't go to college so that like because they're just kind of, for lack of better terms, losers. Like they just wanted to like sort of waste their life. So that they also skew it against it. You know what I mean? So you have two sides that skew it towards you.
So now if you want to talk about college, you're essentially arguing that like doctors and lawyers are pulling the average. I understand there are doctors and lawyers, like a lot of them, but like it's not most of the people who are in college, right? So
No,
like
no, I
you
agree.
saying that it's pulling the average, I don't necessarily think is true enough to a certain extent. Plus, you can look at medians, right? If you look at a median level, right, it still is the case that you make more money, given that like it is the case that you have a college degree. College is helps people specialize and make more money because of that specialization. Not to say that every single college degree is going to help you make the most amount of money possible, but on average, it does make you more money.
I would say like a large. Well, let me say this: half of people who do go to college do not finish college. So, like, what would you say? What would you say to this? Like, if I were to start college, which I decided not to, but if I were to start college and I decided like halfway, not even halfway through, so I apologize. 50% of my counterparts that I started college with would not be there by the time that I'm finished.
Can you give me a source?
Yeah.
The half of the people don't graduate college.
Mhm.
To be quite honest with you, I just heard it by several like people I would consider that are like noteworthy people. So that's why I said it. But I don't have a source to be honest. I could probably like search one up, but I'm not going to. But I'm sure you said that like because you have a counter thing. What's the counter? I'm not a troll, bro. My profile is from like a thing I did in the past. I have a clothing
Stay out
brand.
the
But anyway.
comments.
Yes,
Stay
yes,
out of
ma'am.
the
Yes,
chat.
ma'am. I
Stay out of
apologize.
the
I
chat.
apologize. But
I'm
what's the
waiting for you to give us the numbers. Okay.
Yeah, that was called a trust me, bro.
Yeah.
not to be honest, you're probably right about that. But what you asked that because like I'm guessing you wanted to challenge it. So what would you want to challenge it with? Like what do you think
Well,
the
I
actual
would need
number is?
evidence in order to be able to like challenge it.
Okay, let's pretend like, but you wouldn't bring it up if you didn't think that it wasn't true. So I'm sure you have something in the background that you're like, I think this is
Maybe
actually
he's
more
just
accurate.
curious.
I just say that there's no evidence. So why would you believe it?
Because I think that like for example, I'm about to get flamed. If Charlie Kirk said it, I think that most of the stuff he says is relatively reliable. So I'm
No,
going
no,
to
no,
assume.
that's
No,
your
it's
issue.
not.
I'm sorry. As someone who has debated Charlie Kirk, most of the stuff that comes out of his mouth is definitely not reliable. Like if you hear Charlie Kirk say something, I would say about 70% of the time it's wrong, at least, if not more. It's a horrible indicator.
Okay, but like I haven't just heard him say it. I heard like a lot of other people say it.
Dude, like the fact that you sourced Charlie Kirk is laughably embarrassing.
Hey, you have to come with something better than that.
Okay, I mean I could search it up. I'm sure that
That's why I told you that you have a smartphone in your hand
yes, ma'am.
and you can research, and then you'll be able to say things that are based in facts. Because here's the thing, all right, you may have heard this before. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't.
So what? Okay, educate me on the real numbers. That's what I'm here for. What is the actual numbers?
Well,
I'm wrong.
For
Like,
what?
for college dropout rates, because I assumed it was 1 and 2, like averaged out. But I'm assuming I'm wrong. So what's the like actual numbers? I'm just curious.
So on average, about 32.9% drop out
But
each year.
well, I'm not gonna lie, that's still kind of high. But where's that from?
That's the general consensus of sources that come up. You can find it from National Center for Educational Statistics.
I just 1 second. National Center of Educational Statistics. My lats is like search it up within a debate, or is that I don't know.
There's different
Different
numbers.
sources.
On average, it's gonna give you a certain number.
Yeah, for all different things. Like you can look at financial challenges, you can look at first generation students, even community college dropout rates. You can look at early dropout rates. So that's basically before becoming a sophomore. You can look at the re-enrollment rate also. So I mean, like there's different stats for all different types of situations.
But not gonna lie, let's
Hold on
pretend
one
like
moment.
it's
I have to
yes,
answer
ma'am.
this question. Someone
Yes,
asked
ma'am.
how old I am. I'm almost 60.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 60. Okay, go ahead. You were
You don't
saying
look 60, by the way. The W skincare routine.
that's what happens when you drink your water and mind your business.
Okay, I'll do one of those. But like even 1 in 3 is kind of a lot. If I have to be honest, like 1 in 3 people won't get the value that they paid for. To me, that's even if you were to say 1 in 4, to me that's still kind of crazy. Like 1 in 3 is still kind of crazy to me.
Really?
Yeah. If I like for like 30%, imagine it's like. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, well, we're just saying that like that number, even though that's true, still is the case that people literally make more money. So I mean, I don't know what your point is in saying it's a scam. Can you define what a scam is?
Well, like for example, if like I had a business and 30% of the people did not get the value from the business like product that I provided, that I would be shut down. And I think that's what
That's
college
not
kinda
even true.
Yeah, of course it is. If I would like scam
What?
30% of my
I'm
customers.
sorry. That's wait, 30% of people not getting the value that they want, right, is totally compatible with a business staying around. Right?
No
Because
way. Like it's the
70% of people
Yeah.
that go to businesses are satisfied with the product.
hmm No, but the other
That's
30%
pretty
are like
fucking
outright.
good.
But the other 30% are outright scam. Like I'm not saying that they're
Wait,
dissatisfied as in I gave
That
them
does
a
not mean
product and it was
not all people that graduate college, right, or didn't graduate college are saying they got scammed, bro.
No, I agree with this, but like I would assume the graduation rate would be higher. Like they would get the value that they want. Like 70% of people are graduating. Why is that a good number? Why can't we have it like be like 100%?
You know that look at Donald Trump's approval rating.
How
His approval rating is way lower than like there are less people that approve of him comparative to approve of like college.
But it's not an exchange of value. Like nobody's paying Donald Trump to
But
be. I
here's
know
the
indirectly
thing.
you might say
Trump
by taxes.
University?
Huh?
Nope.
I don't know. Is that an
Oh,
actual
shit.
thing?
Yeah, it was a thing.
It was?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that's
Yeah,
not
but
around.
here's the thing,
Yes, ma'am.
young man, is you said you want to be an entrepreneur, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Alright,
ma'am.
how many businesses fail in the first year?
I'm pretty sure it's at like a ton. I would say it's like 70% or something.
About 70%? All right,
Yeah.
so why is that okay? All right. Why is
Mm-hmm.
that okay versus 32% dropout rate overall? And it's actually only in the first year before becoming a sophomore is actually only, I believe, let me make sure I get the number right, 28% before becoming a sophomore. So first year is 28%. So why is that number bad
Mm-hmm.
and too much? But you're saying 70% of businesses fell in the first year.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what you believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that number okay?
Well,
Why
when
is
you're
that
when you,
percentage okay?
I agree. When you start a business, you're not like sold on the idea that you will become a millionaire. You're inherently taking a risk. Compared to college, you are being sold on the idea that you will have a steady job after you're done with the 4 years, and you're paying for that. So it's not like a
It's
equivalency.
gonna help you get a job.
It's gonna help you.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You're not guaranteed anything from
Mhm.
completing college. It can help. All right.
I think in the
it can
future, like
help,
most of the
but
stuff is going to be done with like
also,
AI. Sorry to interrupt. Continue.
it's okay. Don't you also pay to start a business?
Yeah, of course you do. Except like
What?
you're not sold on the dream that you will like people know that they're likely to fail when they start up a business. In college, people have the assumption, especially when they're young and like naive and 18-year-olds, they have the
That still
assumption that
doesn't wait.
That's
I will
Again,
be
what
like I will have a steady future.
can you define what a scam is, man?
I would say a scam is like if a majority of people did not get the value that they paid for.
Well, majority of people did graduate, right?
No, but yeah, fine, fair enough. I wouldn't say majority then. I would say a large sum. Let's say that for now. I apologize.
Thank you, Corey, for asking that question because I had that question in my mind. Like, who starts a business thinking that they're gonna fail?
No, I'm sure people like people know it's within the reality that they might
Since you do
fail.
not make
Also, most people don't approve of Donald Trump. So is Donald Trump a scam?
No, but I answer that. I said that people like aren't. It's not an equivalency because nobody's.
Oh, actually,
paying
wait.
Donald Trump to
College
do
is a
that.
scam. Trump University, was it a scam?
I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a scam. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? That is like the best argument to ask them now. You know that I think about it.
Exactly,
I should have
yeah.
asked Charlie Kirk that. Is
What-
Trump
what-
University a scam?
Next
God
time,
damn it,
next
dude. That would have been.
I
Next time,
genuinely
next
don't know what Trump University is, to be quite honest with you. So please inform me.
Trump's University, man.
I know,
Yeah,
but
That's
what are
pretty
they teaching there?
self-explanatory.
Yeah, fine, fair enough. Okay, yeah, but that sounds like that doesn't sound like a.
Can I say
Sounds like
thank you to
yeah.
someone real quick? To two people actually. Tyler, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tyler.
Hey.
Hoots of W's for Tyler in the comments section, as well as Sid with the $100. Thank you so much for. I'm sorry
Hey.
for TikTok is so weird. YouTube is a place to be for real. It seriously is. Like TikTok has been so bad recently. It's been horrible. But thank you so much. Thank you to W's for sitting in the chat.
I'm gonna be honest. I hope to never experience that again. Trump University was real.
Mhm.
It was something that was founded by Donald Trump. All right,
Yes.
and it was a scam though, but it was founded by Donald Trump. Donald Trump oversaw it. All right.
Yes.
And yeah, and they had to close down because they lied to people about what they were going to be getting, and they had to pay out a bunch of like millions of dollars. Oh, you know what I haven't said all night, Parker?
What's up?
Guys, if you aren't already following me on YouTube and Twitch, by all means, let's go ahead and do so. Let me put my glasses back on because I can't see with them or without them. But It's 1,500 people up in here, all right? And your girl is really trying to make it on YouTube and Twitch. So if you aren't following me, please by all means do so. If you're enjoying the information, knowledge, edutainment that you're receiving tonight, Everything with Erica is the name on Twitch and YouTube. Please go ahead and click that follow and subscribe button. I would definitely appreciate it. All right, so that way we can keep the party going if the TikTok goes bye-bye. All right, so thank you so very much. Yeah, I mean, like, oh, okay. Let's see here. Oh, whoa. John sent me a message about John McCain. I should have read that earlier, but I didn't read it. He said John McCain was not a good person. I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah. Okay, but Musi, here's the thing. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Your reasoning for saying that college is a scam doesn't make sense.
I think it does.
College, just like a business, is an investment. You're investing in yourself. All right. Now, the return on that investment when it comes to college will be up to you, along with other conditions like the market, just like it would be with a business. It'll be up to other conditions like the market, the economy, whether or not you actually have your product sales. It's just that when it comes to college, once you get your degree, the product is now you. All right.
Yeah.
And you have to sell yourself to these employers. That's literally it. But it's not a scam, because if one is a scam, then the other one has to be a scam. Neither or, not a scam.
No,
All
no,
right?
that doesn't make sense. Like,
Yes,
when
it does make sense though. Think about it.
I'll say why I think it doesn't, and hopefully you can educate me if I'm wrong. I
Okay.
hope I am. But when people go to college, they're usually like 18 years old, and most of the time they go to college because it's just like cultural expectations. They go to, like, I think like not a majority, but a large percentage of them go into like things like communications, like liberal arts sort of style degrees, and those things, like, just to be blunt, are not that useful in the job market nowadays. And
So
yes,
then
ma'am.
don't say that college is a scam. Say that we need to promote more STEM education.
I agree with this, except I think that most people are probably not going to go into STEM education. Like, they're just not going to. So
Because
it's
we
better.
don't promote it. That's why. Like, let's promote kids actually. Let's, like, in high school, maybe even starting in middle school, let's start teaching home economics again. All right. Let's start teaching about taxes. Let's start teaching about credit. Let's get kids interested in these things so that they can pursue degrees in finance. Also, let's stop cutting funding for our schools and let's have more robotics classes.
Yes, I
All right,
agree.
let's do more experiments in science class. All right, let's
Yes.
see, let's go exploring, let's do more field trips. All right, so that these kids can open up their minds, be curious and inquisitive, so that these occupations can become more desirable to them. But what we do right now is we have such a high focus on these fields, like you go and get a communication degree because people say it's easy to get a communication degree. All right, because kids don't know what they want to do. So it's like, okay, I'm just going to get a communication degree. It's so broad, I can do so many things with it. And then I might just minor in organizational management, something like that, to get a white collar job. But if we actually start young with children and promote the sciences and maths and all these great things, then these kids will then become more interested in them. So it's not just a matter of nobody wants to do it. We have to make it desirable.
Fine, fair enough. So would you say that communications, like liberal arts degrees, for the most part, do not provide the value that they should for the cost? I would say, at least, like, for a reasonable person.
Well, it depends on how much it costs, but I do think they do provide value. They provide value.
Well,
Go ahead,
like,
Parker.
Do you think that if there were free public universities, that would be a scam?
no, well, like, if it was somebody has to pay for it, I would say, like, the tax dollars would pay for it. So I wouldn't say it's a scam to the person that's going through it, but I would say
Be
that,
a
like,
scam
negatively.
to the taxpayers. You know what's a scam to the taxpayers? The
Yes, sir.
millions and millions of dollars that were spent on Trump going to the Super Bowl or Trump doing golf trips.
I agree with you.
Taxpayer dollars.
You're right about that. I won't like say I like Trump is my glorious king, but I'm not I'll cherry pick and say I like this and I like that, but I don't like that. Like, saying that he's going to the Super Bowl with millions of dollars and he's
Here's
golfing
my
or
question:
whatever.
do you think it's a scam to the taxpayers that were paying for K through 12?
Yes, except like it's not. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yes. But can I say something?
Wait, I don't think it was a scam.
Say that one more time. Say that one more
Do
time
you
to make
think
sure I
do
say
you
it
think
right.
K through 12 is a scam?
No.
to
Oh, I said
taxpayers?
the wrong thing. I thought you said was like Trump taking the
Oh, okay.
trips.
So then why would K through 16 be a scam?
K through 16 isn't scam because it's like the fundamental building blocks of childhood.
K through 16 is undergrad.
K through 12, I apologize.
Wait, so why is K through 16 not the basics?
Well, because after 12, I think after 12, when you're 18 years old and you're adults, you'll have the mental capacity to be able to chase something a little bit greater. Like something that's more high leverage, I would say. Like
That doesn't mean it's not a baseline that like people should have access to.
no, but I think it would be better to improve the baseline. Like for example, I think it's like relatively low leverage. If you were to teach them about like financial literacy, and like critical thinking and actual besides liberal, I wouldn't consider liberal arts critical thinking, but like things that are more high leverage. Like I would consider like college hasn't changed that much, to be honest. Like especially with AI, I think it's like a metric like 85% of jobs within the next 10 years don't even exist yet. So we're training for jobs that don't even exist. So I would think that would be a restructure of college.
So what colleges are training for jobs that don't exist?
Well, I'm saying if I were to like you, it's like not even knowing which moves are on a chessboard. You can't train for something you don't know if it exists. So if I gave you like this college is
You're
training for this
essentially
job,
arguing that any level of education is not correct then.
no, I wouldn't say that. I would say that building like schools and building character and the attitude to be able to build something, that makes sense. Like critical thinking, like for example, I think more kids should get into coding. That's like critical thinking.
You
to me
know
right there.
you know that that's something that they teach in college, right?
Coding, but not on a majority of part. That's like for computer sciences. That's what we're talking. That's if we were talking about STEM. I agree that STEM is a good use of time. Never going to argue against STEM. Cool, go for it. But like I think like the kids that get pushed into, like I said, like the liberal arts and communication side of things, I think that is a waste of time.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 18 years old.
How are you able to identify what is a waste or what is it not a waste given
I'm surrounded by
related to
people
education?
who are I can say this because I'm surrounded by people who are finished with college. Like I'm surrounded by people and I can ask them.
I'm
to get
finished
their
with
info.
college. There are plenty of people that have finished at college that would tell you
Yes.
that that it was great, right? The fact that I went to college has helped me
Mhm.
so much. It's unbelievable.
But how
I
do you know
didn't have
you're not biased? How do you know that you're not biased based off your own experiences?
Because I
You don't
use
have a
I
large
use
enough
econ. I wait. So then why don't you say the same thing about the people that you were just referencing that they're biased?
Well, because they finished college, so I'm getting a
I finished
variety
college
of,
too.
yeah, of course. So I'm getting a variety of people who did finish college and those who didn't. So like I even have friends that finished computer science degrees and they say that they wish they just went and like worked at a startup and whatnot. But I also have friends that are starting to be considered
Without any
protection orders.
education, they worked at a startup without any education, without any idea of where to go.
Of course, you can do this. You can learn coding online.
Hey,
It's-
Muzi, I want to read this off actually. I have a few to
Yes,
read
ma'am.
off, but I want to read this one off because I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
this is important. All right. So shout out to Phil for the $2. Phil said corporations have made the entry level position for so many jobs to include a bachelor's. That is true.
Mhm. I
Therefore,
agree.
it needs to be assessed easier for those who do not have that degree. So here's the thing. All right. So if entry level positions require a bachelor's, then why wouldn't actually attending college be something that people would need to do? Because of the simple fact that like they can't even get are people who don't have a degree, are they supposed to just all be business owners?
No. So
Or
where
would
would
they
you get that?
be
Where are you getting that
subjugated?
metric from that corporations need a bachelor's degree? Because I disagree with that. I think nowadays, like
Maybe you
companies-
are, you know, I'm not trying, I'm really not trying to sun you. I'm just
Yes,
quoting
ma'am.
you as an older person. All right. And I know I can tell that your mom taught you respect. So
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
just gonna tell you based off of some life experience. All right.
Mhm.
You literally can go to like every Fortune 500 company.
But that's
and
Fortune
you-
500.
No,
Sorry to
but
interrupt.
no.
Continue, I apologize.
But those are majority of the companies that you'll see on these sites like Indeed. Even the companies not Fortune 500, just go to Indeed, all right, and type in entry level position, and you'll see that the majority require a degree. You can do your own research that way, your own data analysis that way, and you'll see that the majority of them require a degree, and that some of them only start off at like 50,000 a year, which isn't unfortunately which isn't much in today's society. I'm trying to tell you, do the research. You're only 18 years old, all right?
I
So
think
it's
I
something
think
that you're
wisdom
gonna
comes
learn.
with like experiences though, not time. Of course, time is by proxy. You get more experiences the more time that you have. But I think that if you're able to like live out and like be surrounded by cool people at the beginning of your life, that's what that's why I want 18-year-olds to do. By the way, I think that you're wrong about the Fortune 500 thing. I think that 50% of businesses, 50% of. Sorry, can you say that?
Sorry. Corey, thank you so much for sending out the 10 subs. Oh my gosh.
That'd be Corey.
Corey, thank you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Corey. Oh my God, guys. We're going to play the song. We got to play the song, guys. All right, welcome, new loves. If you got a sub from Corey, by all means, please say thank you. All right, you now have access to our monthly drop. So if you're not feeling the op, you can drop. Also, you have the co-hosting privilege. You get to come up on the panel for 30 minutes and co-host and talk to these Trumpers with us. And last but not least, you get access to our amazing Discord, which will be soon changing over. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Corey. Okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, now Musi.
Yes.
Right, again, babes. This is
Yes, ma'am.
this is based off big experience, and I know I'm not a huge fan of anecdotal stories and shit. I mean stuff. When I get tired, I start cussing. All right. So
Likewise.
here's the thing.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
gonna see that like the majority of them require a degree, and you actually cap your salary if you don't have a degree, unfortunately. So you're right. Unless you're great at networking and you can get in with someone,
Why
that,
would
you
we
know,
teach
they
them
got
that,
the
though?
hookup. Because you can't teach someone how to network. Do you understand?
Of course
Networking
you
is
can. You can teach somebody anything. If somebody wants
it's
to
a
learn something,
natural skill. Some people got it, some people don't.
I disagree with the
It's like
concept
the
that
gift of gab.
if I tell somebody that you will either network or die, I'm sure they're gonna find a way to network. But 50% of the product in the United States is sold by small businesses, so it's not all Fortune 500 companies. And I have friends that are in Fortune 500 companies. I have friends that are
I
like
have some
software
more to
engineers.
read off. I'm sorry.
Yes,
And I'm
ma'am. Yes,
pretty
ma'am.
sure Parker does too. All right. Also, shout out to Melanie for the $50. Melanie said, "I'm a new viewer and loving your live. Keep up the good work." Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Melanie. I appreciate you. Also, shout out to Kim for the $10. Thank you so much, Kim. And shout out to Stacy for the 40. Keep up the great work, Erica. Love watching your content and debates. Love Stacy. I love you too, Stacy. I love all of y'all. Thank you so much. Drop some hearts in the chat for Kim, Stacy, Phil, and Melanie. And I saw those hearts for Corey. Drop those hearts. All right, what you got, Parker?
I'm sorry. Oh my God, Cole with the fucking $300 on YouTube. Chat.
That's crazy.
Holy
W.
shit.
W's
Holy
for
shit.
Cole. That is so
Cole
awesome.
With have a good weekend, everyone. Oh my gosh, Cole. Can we get some W's
Awesome.
for Cole in the comment section? That is fucking nuts.
Nah, that's wild.
Fantastic.
That's
That
wild.
is
like that.
awesome.
W
That
man.
is
W man.
fantastic. Oh, that's awesome. Woo. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. That is
That's
that
okay.
is wild. I was gonna
No,
say
that's
thank
like-
you.
that's like
I was gonna
5%
say thank you to
extra
Lindsay for the $20. Thank you so much. And I just saw that. And I was like, oh my
Awesome.
gosh. But thank you so much, Lindsay, as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. I totally agree with you there, 100%. But again, Cole, holy shit. Thank you so
That
much
is
for the
awesome.
fucking $300. That is wild.
Hey,
That is
hey, Cole, do
fucking
you have a
wild.
college degree?
Did you just ask Cole if he has a college degree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're a mess. All right. SJ, please. All right, guys, let's keep tapping that screen. We're over halfway to 1 million. We're over halfway to 1 million. It's still 1,400 of us up in here. All right, let's go ahead and do this, guys. If we get to 1 million likes and we knock out this manifestation goal, we are in there. All right, we are in there. So I know someone can take care of these concerts. I know it. I'm manifesting. I know it's somebody out there that can do the damn thing. All right. Woo, and we're in a sub wave also, guys. We only have one more sub to go to reach our sub goal of 11. One more sub to go. Remember, as a love, you get access to our amazing Discord, which will be soon changing over to Discord, or not Discord, but changing over to Substack. Also, you get the privilege of co-hosting with me. You come up and you can, join the panel and do all the good things. And you get to drop an op once a month. All right. So yeah, let's do this. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Musi. Musi, I just think that we're gonna keep going into circles about this. And the reason why is because you honestly believe what it is that you believe. Oh, shout out! Who is that?
By the way, Cole
Shout out
is
to
an art school grad.
Hey, Cole is an art school grad, so Cole got his degree and shit.
Cole,
Cole, by
can
the
you-
way, what are your
Never mind.
pronouns? Just making sure real quick, Cole.
Oh yeah.
No, that's W's. I appreciate Cole right there. But I still think that a majority with large enough, data that it still skews them up. And
What do your parents think about this?
Hmm?
Because you black, right?
huh? Some would say that. Yes, ma'am. Of
Wait,
course, yeah.
is your
I am.
mama-
Yes.
you
Yes.
Okay. Is your mama black?
Of course.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. All right. If your mama black, all right,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
black, all right, and black mamas, we have a few things in common. We ain't no monolith, but we
Mhm.
have a few things in common. All right, we're gonna tell you something. We're gonna tell you You either going to college, you going to trade school,
Mhm.
all right, or you joining the military. All right.
You sound like my mom right now. That's
I
crazy.
know. I know I sound like your mom. I'm old enough to be your mama. All right. So here's the thing. All
Mhm.
right. All right. What's your mom think about you just wanting to go ahead and start a business? Like, where's the capital coming from?
Mhm.
Like, what's the do you have a business plan? Have you shown her like how this is actually going to work? Because
Mhm.
you got to think about these things. You see, you really do. You have to think about these things. She wants to see you be successful.
Yes, ma'am. Well, lucky for me, I moved out right now off of my business. I swear to God, I could tell you guys like more details, but I'm not gonna like self promo. In high school, I used to like day trade. I had like this account right now. I logged in from it. It was like one of my old businesses, like one of the old stuff that I used to do, like a clothing brand or whatever. But my mom at first she was like I need you to go to college. Like your brother dropped out. Now he's working at FedEx. Like I need you to go to college. And I told her like I don't want to, but if I don't make money, then I will go to college. But I was lucky enough. I think I'm just lucky, genuinely, that I made money and I did drop shit for a little bit, but I made money in high school and I'm now have a different business. But like I live off my business. That's what I love about it. And like I wish all the other teenagers had the opportunity to chase this sort of avenue.
And I'm not gonna kid you, proud of you. Like much
Yes,
success to
ma'am.
you, young man. Keep
Yes,
going
ma'am.
on. Keep doing the damn thing.
I appreciate it.
But you are the exception.
I
You're
agree.
not the rule. All right, and you know that. So with you knowing that you are the exception, then why not understand that other kids have to choose different options? They have to choose college.
Mhm.
All right. They have to choose the military. They have to choose a trade school, something that's going to help them be successful. Because the thing about it is that the path that you've taken, not everybody can go down that path. So
Mhm.
that's why I find it concerning that you're calling college a scam.
No. Okay, I should have restructured my
Also,
statement.
here's my thing. Like, what
Yes, sir.
countries have the best social mobility?
Say that one more time.
What countries have the best social mobility?
United States.
Well, no.
What's
The United States
if
is
you
not.
want to define social mobility? Because I was thinking like actually moving around
So
like
you
bus.
can look at like a social mobility index, right? So
Yeah.
it's going to be on various factors, but typically it's going to be one's ability to move throughout classes within the economy, right? Or to be able to like make more money, right? So
Yeah.
of the socioeconomic ladder, right? And
Mhm.
within countries in which there is a better bare minimum for everyone, like the fact that
Mhm.
everyone's provided the bare necessities, there's a better bare minimum for everybody. There's more
Mhm.
social programs. It creates a system that allows for more people to go up that social mobility ladder, right?
Okay, I see. So it's
They
just
have the
like
education.
climbing the ladder.
They have
Fine,
the
fine.
education. There's less of a restriction for people who are lower income or who have parents who are lower income or maybe didn't have the opportunities to be able to move up the social mobility ladder. Now, not everyone will go through that path, but it again creates a greater likelihood that they will be able to.
Mhm. Okay. What are you trying to say with that? What's the relevance with this?
My point is that, like, again, Donald Trump is advocating against that, something that's antithetical to that. He's advocating against education. He's advocating against social programs that are vital, very vital in increasing social mobility. So this isn't
I
going
would
to be helpful for middle class Americans that are trying to make it better off in their lives for their
I would
families.
say
It's going to make it better off for people who are already rich, which
It's
No,
reduces
okay.
social mobility.
Fine, fair enough. But I would say if we want to improve social mobility for people who are younger and the upcoming generation, we should teach them about finance within college. Like that's what I mean by restructuring college. Is that I should learn about investing in college, but nobody learns about this stuff. Like for example, if you start investing at 18 compared to 25, it's like a $500,000 difference. If you
Wait, but
invest.
it depends on what classes you take. Now, I think that's a high school thing. I think that we need to teach more about it in high
Thank
school.
you. That's what I
Yes,
wanted
I
to
agree.
say, Parker. We need to start teaching that in high school.
Yeah, and like how to balance a budget, how to pay taxes, like how to do daily life stuff. I feel like that could be taught in math classes, whereas like right now there's a lot more like math that's taught that people don't see as applicable to their lives, and that's like a huge
Exactly.
critique that I
Exactly,
hear
bro.
throughout like math from people in elementary and middle school and high school is they don't feel like it's as applicable. So math and life skills, so applied math would be great to teach children so that like if they want to do other types of stuff with math, they can go into the more theoretical and analytical sort of approach with math later on, right? When they are more like into math rather than like giving that to the math to the children, because I feel like children, right, and people who are younger are not going to gravitate towards that.
They
type
just
of
don't
math.
care. Exactly.
And that's also why economics should be taught as well. That's a type of applied math that I think is important to teach
So
children.
you're kind of arguing like for me though. Like, why not teach? Like, for example, kids probably don't care about investing in high school. So why not teach in college?
Well, I'm talking about investing in high school. I'm talking about investing in college. I'm talking about investing in education across the board. And Donald Trump wants to cut the Department of Education, which is going to mitigate.
But the
right,
Department of
protection-
Education
wait,
was
hold on.
not good though.
The Department
Like,
of Education is really good because it protects
Why?
because it protects educational rights for children across the entire United States to ensure that they get access to adequate education. So if you think that we need to extend that access to adequate education, I agree with you, but that does not come from getting rid of the Department of Education. It's only
Sure
harmed by
doesn't.
getting rid of the Department of Education.
Who creates the curriculum?
Say that one more time.
Who creates the curriculum?
It's like it's district wise, but I'm sure there's like certain state regulations that go into it.
No, it's the states. The states actually create
Oh
the
my
curriculum.
gosh,
It's not
Cole with the
district, it's the state.
$200. Thank you so much. By the way, I'm muted over on.
The Department of Education.
I'm
is
muted
very
there,
much
everyone.
necessary, right? Because not only does it ensure that there is equal and equitable education across the states, all right. So that basically means that one kid in 5th grade in Missouri isn't learning about geometry, while another kid in Mississippi is learning
I agree,
2
okay.
+ 2. All right. So equitable education across the board. All right. Now here's the thing. Title I schooling, all right. A lot of schools are underfunded, unfortunately, and what Title I does is steps in to put them on the same playing field, or at least tries to put them on the same playing field as the schools in the suburban areas. All right. Also, students with disabilities, behavioral and physical. All right. It protects them. Okay. What's up, Corey? It protects them. All right. Also, additionally, another thing that it does, I forgot. Oh, Pell Grants. So kids can go to school. All right. So that they can go to school. That is very, 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 very important. All right. And we can thank a Republican president for the fact that student loan debt has taken over so many Americans' lives. We can thank Reagan. We can thank Reagan for that. All right. Because of protests, he thought that college was a place where kids were indoctrinated on the left. That's what he thought. So why not make school more expensive to attend, a higher education more expensive to obtain? Then they don't want to do it, not knowing that if there's a will, there is a way. People are going to find out how to get their education, because the one thing people can't take from you, Musi, is your knowledge. They can't take that away from you. You learn so much in college, not just from a book, but from actually being around a diverse group of people.
I agree.
All right. There's so much to do. So many connections that you make. That networking I was
Yes,
talking
I agree,
about,
I
you
agree.
do so much of it in college. All right. It is very highly, highly necessary. All right. And again, my young man, all right,
Yes,
I'm not
ma'am.
arguing with you. I just want to let you know that I'm not arguing with you. I'm talking to you. All right. I'm talking to you right now.
I'm listening. I'm here.
Okay. Here's the thing. All
Yes.
right. Trade school. All right. I know your path is different and I get it. But for other kids, trade school, college, or, God forbid, but the military. Okay. All right. You have to set yourself up on a foundation in which you will be able to sustain and be a productive citizen. All right. You're going to need one of them. And trade school could be a good one, because trade school will allow you to learn a skill, and then you'll be able to go in and you can start your own business that way.
I agree.
Okay. So, I mean, what are we talking about here? Because
No,
I
we're
do have to
talking-
move
what
on.
I'm saying,
in a
what I'm saying
moment.
is like in college, there's
And also,
required.
by the way,
class-
Erica, I think I did see someone was saying that to check Zelle real quick.
Check Zelle again? Okay. Oh, Corey is a Gemini. Corey and I have the same birthday, and he is super competitive. So I know he did something. Oh my gosh. Zelle. Let me see here.
But again,
Parker, in the
everyone,
meantime,
thank
I
you
have a
so much,
question.
Cole. I just saw that again. Thank you so much, Cole. Can we get some W's for Cole in the
What
comment
Cole
section?
do?
Another $200 from Cole, which is
Hey.
insane. Like actually insane.
No, I don't make that much.
Drop those W's.
Parker, I have a question if you want me to ask you. What did you
It's good now. It's good now. Don't worry. Go ahead.
what did you major in?
Economics.
Economics? Are you using your economics degree?
Absolutely.
I know you.
Every single
What-
day.
In what way? In what way?
On live.
I know, fair enough.
I talk about economics every single time on live, and I do just want to let you know, like, if it was the case that I wasn't doing this as a job, I would be working within the field of economics. I would have gotten my master's in
I
economics.
think you would. Yeah, yeah. But what I'm saying is like in college, you had to take classes that were not relevant to you. Like I even saw this on like the Charlie Kirk debate, like where like the liberals admitted that they took so much classes that they should not have taken, that they didn't want to take, and that it was kind of a waste of time.
I
So I'm saying,
mean, to be honest with you, if I didn't have to do that in high school, I probably wouldn't have been in the school that I was, and I wouldn't have been in the the type of classwork that I do. If I didn't take a civics class in high school, I wouldn't be there. Go for it.
but in high school, you're like a little bit younger and more
Muzi,
naive.
Muzi, hold on.
Yes,
Hold
ma'am.
on one moment. Guys, drop all the fucking hearts that you can in the chat for Corey. Corey sent $350. Oh
I agree
my
with that
gosh.
statement.
Corey, drop all of the hearts in the chat for Corey. Corey, thank you so fucking much. My God. See, Corey is one of my day ones.
Corey, let me
Corey's
get
my
your
day one.
number.
Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate you so very much.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Corey, no mas. Okay, Corey? No. Stop, Corey. Stop. All right?
Corey, what you
Thank
doing
you
later?
so much.
Corey?
I appreciate you. Thank you. Drop all the hearts for Corey. I'm gonna text you and tell you stop. All right. Stop it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you, man. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, let's keep tapping. I'm gonna get to 1 million likes. All right. If somebody is gonna knock out these concerts, all right, because we're gonna do pickle time. All right. Like tonight is a pickle time night, and we gotta do it. All right. We have to do it. We gotta do some pickle time. All right, Parker, I'm gonna block you. When that time comes, you'll never know what pickle time is. But yeah. So, oh my gosh,
Corey, let me get your pickle. I apologize. Sorry. But let's get
calm down, sir.
Yes, ma'am. But Corey was just like, you know what I'm saying? That's my dog right there. I don't know who that is, but I'm sure he's a cool guy.
He's awesome.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. But like I said, why not just replace certain classes with the classes you don't even care about? Why not just replace them with actual cool stuff like financial literacy?
Yeah, like I think that would be great, but how are you going to ensure that that's taught federally speaking without a Department of Education?
No, that actually makes sense. That's an argument for the Department of Education.
Yeah,
I
it
think up to
actually
this-
is.
Yeah, but up to this day, the Department of Education has not been doing that good. Test scores have been dropping. Like students are not doing that. Dropout rates are higher. So why would you you know what I'm saying?
I'm confused what your point is. Like
My
is
point
Trump
is
gonna be
that
better for this?
the trend is going down. So it might make more sense to let the states have a say of how to teach the kids certain to that demographic. Like, for example, you're going to be teaching a kid different in New York than you will be in Texas. It's just different kids, different environments and whatnot.
Okay. All right. Well, you say that there's different
Overrated.
environments, but there's still certain standards that should be federally protected. There are
I
certain
agree.
things you leave up to the states, but like the Department of Education just make sure that you have like some baseline for everyone.
Exactly, because we have states
the
right
states
now
set
that
the
are want. No,
baseline.
no, well, we have states right now that want to teach religion in school. No,
I
I don't think
disagree.
that's. I don't think that that's okay. Okay, you don't think that that's okay. All right, like Ren
Mhm.
would say, like in Mississippi, they be teaching like the girls how to basket weave and the guys how to play basketball if they had their choice. Like something silly like that. Like, no, we need to
But-
ensure that these kids are actually getting a quality education, and the Department of Education is the oversight for that to ensure that that is what's happening. All right. Now, when it comes to the testing that you're talking about, that's a state problem. So we need to be talking to the states.
Mhm.
All right. So whatever state it is that you live in, go talk to the actual school board director. Go talk to the superintendent of the education board there. All right,
Mhm.
and make your case there that hey, we need to improve our testing scores.
But the
Or
issue with the
even there.
department, sorry to interrupt, but the issue with the Department of Education is it's like a lot of spending, and it pushes kind of like limits of to what certain districts and what states can make for their local like students and whatnot. So that's why I personally disagree with the Department of Education.
Thank you so much, Mike, with the $10.
How much are
Thank
they
you so much,
spending?
Mike.
Billions,
As well
hundreds of
as
billions, I would assume.
Nova with the
I hope
15
so, at least.
Australian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better for you. And happy birthday. Happy birthday. Or happy early birthday.
Let's see. I'll see Title I. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so in 2022, the amount of money that was appropriated for appropriated, this means allocated. This doesn't mean that they spent it. This just means allocated. All right, was $17.5 billion.
Mhm.
That's not hundreds of billions of dollars.
No,
So
but
a lot
like I
less than
said,
100
but
billion.
first, where's that source from? Because I don't even think that's accurate, to be honest.
This is from the National Center for Education Statistics.
But yeah, that's still a lot of money, to be honest.
But you said
Wait, no.
hundreds.
Wait,
You
never mind.
didn't
I just saw something, and it says the Department of Education spent 4% of the federal budget, which is 268 billion. That was in 2024.
This is in Title I funding. You may be looking
Mhm.
at what they like give out for Pell grants. I'm
Yeah,
talking about Title I funding.
define Title I funding. I'm naive.
Title I funding again is the funding that is provided to underserved communities, so like underprivileged schools. So schools that don't like in urban areas, in communities where people don't pay property taxes.
Yes.
All right, so like that, low income areas typically. So
Okay.
that's what
Okay.
Title I is.
Okay. I agree. That's fine. But like that doesn't answer the question of like for example, they overreach in the districts, like formatting their things specifically for their community.
They don't overreach. They set parameters in order to receive the funding. I don't think that's overreaching. I don't think asking that kids actually come to school. So they have like an attendance goal. I don't think that's overreaching.
I'm sure.
Guys, to kick a guest over here is $20 if you want to kick a guest over here. All right. No one who has sent anything said that they want to kick him. So there's that.
Chill, guys. Chill out.
Or if you're a sub, you can use your monthly kick. It's up to you. However you want to go about doing it.
No, don't do that. I'm a cool guy, guys.
I was like, I would guess within 30 seconds that's gonna happen.
Nah, please, y'all. I'm actually a cool person. I'm a wonderful.
No, you've been very respectful. I just don't like your
Thank
takes.
you.
But
That's why we're here. That's why we're here to settle our differences. But how about this? Give me a claim that you
Dumpster,
think
thank
I
you for
would.
$1.50. Thank you, by the way. I really appreciate that. I just saw that. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Well, give me a claim that you think that I would disagree with, and I probably will. And I want to
I
like.
just don't understand how at
Yeah.
8, you're a young black man. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
And yes, I did say your race. You're a young black man and you said that you would vote for Donald Trump. That blows my mind because you can't tell us no way, no how conservatism has ever served our community. And you really can't. It's always been against everything that our community has stood for. That's why I don't think it makes any sense.
No,
Why you
I
would want
kind
to
of,
support him.
I kind of disagree. I think that like in 2018, Donald Trump
Thank you
helped
so
out
much,
with like taxes and inflation and whatnot. And my family's middle class, so that's why I say that.
Bruh.
Yes, ma'am.
Pat, is this real?
Stop right now.
Are you talking to
Donald
me?
Trump did not help your family.
In 2000, like what's it called? Like the
Muzi.
GDP peaked in like 2018. No, like at
Muzi,
3%.
Muzi, I have a
Employment
question
dropped.
for you. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
a
ma'am.
quick question for you, okay?
I'm here.
Let's do a reset because I don't know. I just I'm happy for you. I really am. I'm really happy for you. You keep
I'm
doing
so
the
happy
damn
for me
thing.
too. I'm happy for you.
Just
Love
realize,
you
my
still.
love, that you are the exception. All right. So can you just do me a quick favor? Can you like tell us just a little bit like how did you get on this path to entrepreneurship?
In high school, I used to watch.
No one gives a fuck. All right. I had to do it. No one cares. I had to do it. Shout out to No Rads for using her monthly drop. That was No Rads. She's a sub. Drop some hearts in the chat for No Rads. All right. There we go. All right. That was exhausting. Can somebody please knock out these 2 concerts? Like, please, I beg. All right. Because, oh God. Let me see. So we can do pickle time. I want to do pickle time, guys. I really do. Like, I want to do pickle time. All right. Trump profit. Is this profit?
Well, profit for financial gain, you know.
Are you a Baptist?
But no, I'm a Catholic actually.
Oh, thank God. Okay, you're not the same person. All right. You voted for Trump? Yeah, of course you
I
said
did.
Trump profit.
I did.
Okay. Why so?
Thank you, Parker.
Well, I think the issue going on with the Justice Department illustrates it. I think what Trump is doing is amazing, and he's more than anything else, he's able to call a spade, so to speak. So the Justice Department's overreach, the judicial branch entirely, their overreach is just incomprehensible. And what he's done is call them on it. And you're a very smart group of people. I'd like to suggest to you that what you're going to hear more of very shortly is that the judicial branch has no ability for judicial review, which is a big deal, as we can all agree. Now, why would I say such an odd thing? Well, because it it gets that power. It abrogated that power unto itself
You
by
don't
a
think?
court case.
Yeah, Madison versus Marbury.
Exactly so.
Or
It's
Marbury
not
versus
in the
Madison.
Constitution itself that they have the power of judicial review.
Wait, so you don't think that the Supreme Court should have judicial review? Because like,
No.
well, then that means it essentially
That's
has no
crazy.
power.
Exactly. That's what they
That's-
do.
Do you not remember learning about this? That the reason why that needed to be the case was because, and also by the way, this isn't like unprecedented, right? They do this in order to justify certain powers that it has all the time, right? But it was meant to uphold the checks and balances because we don't want a king. And
Well, where in
essentially
the
what you're doing is
Constitution
that you're
will you
allowing
find the
for a
term
king.
checks and sorry, I'm sorry.
It's to
Where in the
ensure checks and
Constitution-
balances. Sorry, cut out.
Yeah, where will you find in the Constitution either checks and balances or separation of powers?
Well, separation of powers is outlined within like the basic articles in the Constitution in terms of like the legislative and the executive branch,
Enumerated, yes.
right? They have those established, right? I do think that's pretty clear in the Constitution. I do.
Well,
have
it's
a
enumerated, but I mean, it's not really clear. I mean, because those
what do you
phrases
mean by
are
clear?
well, it's not spelled out. There is no phrase about separate.
Okay,
Sorry.
separation of church and state. Is there anything about that?
No, not at all.
You think there's nothing about separation of church and state?
No, there. Well, you have the First Amendment, but really, yeah, there's really nothing. As a matter of fact, there were established churches in America after the actual Constitution was ratified. That is to say, state churches in Connecticut, New Hampshire, Massachusetts.
No. So like you're saying that like no law should be decided by just religion.
Well, federally speaking, the First Amendment would prohibit the national government from establishing a national religion. But the states themselves, that prohibition doesn't apply.
But we're talking from a national government perspective.
Yeah, well, obviously the First Amendment then.
Yeah, so then obviously you do think the Constitution establishes that. Next question. How do you feel about Donald Trump saying he wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because he didn't like the election results in 2020?
Well, didn't he quote Napoleon by saying, "He that saves his nation violates no law"?
I'm sorry. Do you think there are certain quote unquote things you could do to like save quote unquote save your country that could be in violation of the law?
Yay, the concert. Thank you so much. Who sent that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
missed
Just
it.
I was
I'm
distracted by that. By the way, you don't look almost 60. You don't. I don't. I refuse to believe it.
You don't have to believe me, but I am. I'm almost 60.
Well, you give me hope. I'm sorry. So, well, but to your point, I mean, aren't we in a transformational time?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
A transformational time. I mean, don't we have the right to reassess instruments of government at some point, periodically or at all?
And so you think that we should do that with the Constitution?
Well, to that point, I mean, doesn't America precede the Constitution as a state? Didn't we have an instrument of government prior to the Constitution?
The Articles of Confederation. which
Indeed.
failed.
Yeah. Which actually gave too much power to the states. That's
Well,
why we now have the
correct.
Constitution. So,
It was all the states. There was no president at all.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we had one before, couldn't we conceivably have one after? And what would be
Didn't last very long.
Thank you.
Well, it didn't. I mean, but it got us through some difficult times.
Just so I can make sure that I understand, are you like advocating for like 50 individual countries?
No, not at all. No. I'm just I mentioned it only in that there was an instrument of government before the Constitution. So why can't there be one after? I mean, what's so awful
I'm
about
not
saying
saying
that?
there can't be an institution of government after, but what I'm saying is that the way that Donald Trump wants to undermine the Constitution, and like he undermines our democracy, rule of law, and court system, right, is not going to help Americans. It's only going to strip them of their individual rights and freedoms.
Well, I understand your perspective, but others would say he's taking a look at a system that's broken and wanting to fix it.
Yeah, how is he fixing it? What's his solution?
Well, you saw it with the court. I mean, what we're talking about with the Supreme Court is
Not listening to the Supreme Court when they ordered you to allow for like someone to go through due process.
Well, are we talking about the Garcia case?
Yes.
Well,
There's more than just
people
the
who are
Garcia
people
case.
who are criminals have violated their. So once
Donald
you're
Trump is
already
a
a
criminal?
criminal. Well, I mean, he was here illegally, wasn't he?
Okay, wait. So does
No,
that
he
mean
wasn't
that?
here illegally.
Yeah. So again, anyone who's in the country, regardless of whether or not they're here legally, right, is afforded due process.
That's true. Yes, they get due process. But I'm
Everyone
saying,
gets due process.
how is his due process violated?
There's due. What? That's been determined by the Supreme Court.
Well, but I'm asking. I mean, so the Supreme Court said
He
9-0
wasn't
was
able.
an
The
opinion.
way that 9-0, they determined that his due
Yeah,
process was violated. They needed to
correct.
facilitate the return of him to the United States. He was due process means that you get the right to a speedy trial, and you also get to go before a judge, and you also can be heard by a jury or your peers. None of that happened for Abrigo Garcia. All right, he wasn't allowed to see a judge, and no, he was not in this country illegally. He had a withholding order. All right, he had a withholding order that said that he could not be deported back to the country of El Salvador.
Now-
That's exactly where he was sent to without being able to plead his case. And the Trump administration themselves also admitted that they made an administrative error. They admitted to this on multiple occasions. All right, so no, that man did not get due process. And what about the 2-year-old little girl whose father is an American citizen who was born here in the United States of America? So therefore, she is an American citizen who was put on a plane without being able to go before a judge just because her mom, who was being deported, wanted her with her. That is not okay. That
Well,
is skirting due process, and we cannot have that in this country. We have a law of the land. It is the Constitution, and that Constitution guarantees everyone has a right to due process, regardless of age, regardless of race, regardless of gender, regardless of citizenship status.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've said it. However, I mean, when you have such major programs, when you have, if you want, in effect, a revolution going on to save the country, some would argue. Well, I mean, the people are going to get swept up, but they're going to be returned. Of course, they will.
They're not going to be
fascist
returned.
revolution.
Bruh.
Well,
You side
the
with
F
the
word isn't
here.
helpful to
Let
anybody
me.
here.
Well, he is a fascist, but like, I'm just acknowledging that like our like in World War II we fought against the fascists, right? Do you think that we were wrong for fighting against the fascists?
Well, we fought against more than fascism. We also fought against Japanese militarism, to put it precisely.
That was
We
also
fought
a form
against
of fascism.
fascism. Thank you.
That was
Parker.
also a form of fascism. I just want to let you know.
Well, yeah, well, that's debatable. I mean, what is the definition of fascism? It's the most notorious political definition. I'm not going to defend fascism. I'm not here to do that, but I'm just saying the definition itself is problematic as far as political ideologies go. It's probably the most argued about definition or lack thereof of any political theory.
Give me any definition in which Donald Trump is not applicable to.
Please.
I would
Well,
love to hear. Give
I
me a
can't
single
prove a
one.
negative. I mean, you have to give me
give us
something to
one
work
of the
with.
No,
tenets,
I
please.
said no. I said give me a definition in which indicates that Donald Trump is not a fascist.
Well, all right. I'm just trying. There's different definitions, but one of them would be racial hatred, I suppose, or extreme racial hatred.
Extreme racial hatred is not fascism. That's a part of fascism, right? With
Well,
many
that's-
aspects, especially within terms of identifying a scapegoat to unify a cause.
Yeah, well,
right?
but I mean,
like racism can be used in scapegoating a certain group of people in order to like unify people right behind a certain nationalistic cause.
yeah,
Right? Especially,
indeed.
especially one that is going to violate human rights, autonomy, right?
So even by
centered behind
1935,
a certain quote unquote national identity.
but even by 1935, we knew that the German fellow was atrociously, I mean, beyond racist. I mean, you had videos being put out by his Goebbels and all of that.
And by the way, I just want to let you know, Donald Trump is a racist. So if you want
Very
to talk
much so.
about like racism being fascism, well, then Donald Trump would be a fascist under that
How-
definition.
He's not a racist at all.
Sir, yes, he is. Very much so. Thank you, Parker. Thank you. Like, huh? Like, sir, come again? You want to say
I've
that
never
again?
I've never heard him make one racist statement my whole life. There was the thing about the
Just because you ain't heard it, it ain't happened.
No,
How
that
old are
isn't what I
you?
mean. There were immigrants from Haiti.
How old
I know
are
that
you?
he
How
said
old
things
are
about
you?
it.
How old are you?
I'm 41 years young.
You're 41. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So, do we need to start from the beginning? Like, do we need to stop from the very first incident? National TV, all right, that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, which is something that friggin' Schmittler
That's not a
said.
racist
That
statement,
is
though.
racist. Yes, it is racist.
You want to know what also is racist? Donald Trump.
Jesus.
Donald Trump
It's
didn't rent.
biased,
Hold on.
but it's not racist.
Donald Trump didn't rent to black people in the 1970s, and explicitly would put C right, on the applications of non-white individuals so that they didn't rent to them. Right, can also address the fact that he called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. Right, he popularized the birth movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya to undermine him running for president of the United States and being president of the United States.
No
Right,
racist.
said Kamala Harris turned black. Right, to undermine her
That's
blackness.
racist.
But she
That is
identified
all-
as an
those
Indian
are
prior
all-
to that.
No, she did not. She never identified just as Indian. Kamala Harris is a black biracial woman. Okay, all right.
I didn't
Her
say she wasn't. I said
phenotype.
she
Her no,
identified.
listen. Her. I'm talking. Her phenotype. She is black. All right. Her mother. All right. Is Asian. All right. Ethnicity is Indian. Okay. She is both, but the way that she presents is as black. All right. You are talking about her being on a cooking show with Mindy Kaling where she was talking about her Indian heritage, but you fail to remember or even recall or even admit that you know the part where she talked about her mother raising her and her sister as black little girls in Oakland, California, and specifically choosing Oakland because she wanted them to be close to their roots, to their culture. Kamala Harris went to one of the best, if not the best. I'm from Virginia, so I'm kind of partial to the real HU, which is Hampton. But she went to Howard University. She pledged, AKA, the first black sorority that there is, the oldest sorority in this country for black women. Kamala Harris pledged that. You're not going to get on my panel and say that Kamala Harris identified as Indian first. You're not going to do that. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to allow it. You need to move on.
Also,
I was
like,
only
do
saying
you
from Trump's
can you
perspective.
not
He
understand
didn't know
that?
this.
Hold on.
I didn't know that.
Hold up.
But I mean, the
hold
way
up,
it
hold
was
up, hold up.
Sorry.
Okay, do you think someone can be
Parker's
black
talking.
and Asian?
Of course.
Okay, then. So what's the point of you even saying that? Because she
From-
never did that. You can't give us no evidence that Kamala Harris has ever said, I'm just Indian.
No, I never said that. I
Wait,
said from Trump's perspective. From Trump's perspective, from what
You don't know. You can't speak for Trump in that way. Are you in his brain?
But I'm
What
saying
are you
he
talking
didn't-
about?
Well, the
Donald
issue-
Trump
the
is a
allegation
racist.
is that
Donald
Trump's a
Trump
racist.
Literally, yes. No, it's not an allegation. It's the truth. Donald Trump is
It's
a
an
racist.
allegation.
Based on his action and his words, he's a racist. What is the purpose of that orange man, all right, who presents as white? What is the purpose of him, all right, getting rid of integration and factors? Sorry, my mic.
Don't worry.
Sorry.
The same thing happens with my mic all the time.
That's the worst. It's so annoying. What is the purpose of him getting rid of integration and federal contract? What is the purpose of that?
So that was for
Federal
hiring purposes.
building. What is the purpose of it though? There's no purpose in it.
To
What is
open
the
it up so
purpose?
that-
What is the hold on, I'm not finished. What is the
Sorry.
purpose of him, all right, saying that federally, not like nationally, because it's a state thing, the states recognize this, but nationally, that they in the government, for government employees, they won't recognize Black History Month. What is the purpose of that?
Well, I can. The
What is
purpose
that
is,
rooted in?
well, it's a drive towards unity. I think that
It's not a drive towards unity. Unity would be teaching people about other people's cultures. That's
Yeah,
what
he-
unity would be.
so. He wants to celebrate what we have in common, not what makes us different.
Is you?
Well, that would be the logic behind it.
Sorry,
I
that
assume.
does not make any sense whatsoever. Parker, talk to your people.
Yeah, this is like literally insane, right? I'm sorry. When you say unity, right, are you talking about something that's inclusive?
Yes, the melting pot.
And is unity something that you can have even though you have some differences?
Well, that you
Like
certainly
me and
can.
you are different
Certainly you can.
people.
However,
hold up, me and you are different people. We have different character attributes. We have different personal attributes, right? We can still be quote unquote unified under your view, right? So then what restricts America continuing to be unified even though it's diverse?
so I'll happy to answer. I just say I hope someone does subscribe, so I get booted from their subscription. So I hope that's how I go out. I'm helping you a little bit, even though I'm put it that way. So I think the goal is here, even though people are, of course, there's differences. There are differences have been highlighted too much. Look, to have a nation takes work. To have a community takes work. It takes a drive to bring people together. It's easy to tear people apart. It takes a drive to bring them together. So I assume and I believe President Trump's move in that regard is to focus on what unites us rather than what divides us, because there's been much too much conversation about what's been dividing us.
Okay, well then if you think race quote unquote divides us, well then I'll ask you this question. Why did Donald Trump say I'm the white president and Kamala Harris is the black president. You should quote unquote vote for the white president.
He said that he should
Yes,
vote for the white president.
He said that. Yes.
I have no. If that had been said, it would have been broadcast 24/7.
It was.
Donald Trump said, "I am the white president. You should vote for the white president."
Yes.
Who did he say that to?
He said that to the media.
Look. I mean, I'm pretty well versed. He never once said that. I would have heard about it.
You want me to play the clip?
Yes, please.
Well, then would you say that you wouldn't support him, given that you hear this clip?
Well, I want to hear the clip first.
Roll that beautiful bean footage. My mic is back. Okay.
When was this, by the way?
This was 2024. Let me get you real quick. Here, this might be the clip real quick. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Hold
I know
up.
I'm not Donald Trump, by the way. Someone said I was Donald Trump. I'm not. Obviously.
I don't even know why
I got
felt
you,
the need
Gucci.
to address that.
Oh, I got some to read off. Did I read this already?
Accidentally
I
just,
think.
like-
Okay. Shout out to Patricia for the 10. Thank you so much for the $10, Patricia. All right. Also, shout out to Jesse for the 2. Jesse was talking about earlier with Musey. Anyone who says college is a scam is just an anti-intellectual. All right. Oh, said he probably feels threatened by intelligent people. Damn. All right. Also, did I get another one? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, there we go. All right. And shout out to Phil for the 2. Phil said, let me make sure I get it all. Trump literally divides all the time, even on a holiday like Easter. He couldn't post Happy Easter without demonizing the left. He only divides since day one. He always calls names and belittles everyone on the left. That is very, very true. Trump is not a unifier. So to say that we're not gonna, for federal employees, that we're not gonna celebrate Black history because we want to unify, we want to create unity.
Contentious personality.
No, hold on. I think that's a load of malarkey. All right, it's actually meant to be divisive. It's actually erasure, if you ask me. It's erasure of an entire culture, an entire ethnic group, if you ask me. Because why not celebrate each other's differences? Differences are what makes us like unique. What makes us beautiful.
Well, by
all right?
definition,
And it's okay. Why can't they celebrate the fact that Black people have done absolutely amazing things in this country? Why do we want to erase the fact that slavery existed? Why do we want to erase
no one's erasing
history?
that. No one's
Well,
erasing.
Donald Trump don't want to celebrate shit, so there's that.
But to your point, how can you have a nation of that has anything in common if you're constantly talking about what makes us different? That's what.
No. Speaking about what makes us different and recognizing that does not mean that we are negating what we have in common. Don't do that, because that's not how that works.
But I mean, all the focus. I mean, for the last.
No. The focus isn't on what makes us different. That isn't
certainly
true.
it is.
No. That's your perception, because you feel like anything that doesn't include you is somehow is basically somehow oppressing you. That's it.
Well, that's
And it's
a bit
not.
of a stretch there. I mean, but
It's
the
not.
question was about President
Got the
Trump.
video, Parker.
And yeah, I have it here. You can get it on the title. Trump asks crowd if he wants the black president or the white president.
I think they want the white guy. Go ahead. Play that beautiful bean footage.
The black president or the white president who got 1.7 billion off the price? I think they want the white guy right now. Would you rather have the black president or the white president who got 1.7 billion off the price? I think they want the white guy right now.
Well, that was an unfortunate choice of words. I think he was responding to Ms. Harris when she was saying this was probably right after he spoke with the National Press Corps, and or I don't know if it was the press. I think it was the press corps, where he was telling her that Kamala she identified as Indian. Then she called herself, and he said black with that special intonation. But I think that there wasn't a racist statement. It
Trump's
wasn't
a
a racist
racist.
statement. I mean, you can't say someone's a racist because they said that.
What would it take? What he got to do? Do you think that being a racist just means using the N-word? Is that what it is? He got to use the N-word in order for him to be racist in
That
your
would
eyes?
definitely count as racism. but
Yeah,
there-
because no, baby. Racism is much more insidious than just using the N-word. Okay, all right. Say the N-word all you like. Just say it. All right. No one gives a fuck. You know why no one gives a fuck about the N-word? All right, because we know that's just hate speech. We know that's hate speech. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying, chat. I really do hope y'all understand what I'm saying. All right. But racism, real racism, is what Donald Trump does. He instills in your mind that something as great as diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility is bad. That's what he instills in your mind.
Never
That's
said
what
it
he
was
instills.
bad.
No. Yes, he does. He instills in your mind that people being qualified to do a job are unqualified just because of their skin color. That no, they did not get that job based on merit. All right. They got that job because they black. That's what he instills in your mind. What Donald Trump does is much more insidious. All right. He tells you that the immigrant working hard to support their family and try to become a citizen in this country so that they can have a better life for themselves and their future generations, all right, is a rapist, is a murderer. That's what he does. Tells you that they're up to no good. That's what he does. That's racism. That is racism. Okay?
Racism.
Just because no, stop. Please stop.
Sorry, I'm
This is a problem. This is a problem. Just simply because he is not calling someone a racial epithet does not mean that he is not being racist. All right? As a black woman, and if you need to go speak to a Latin woman, or you need to go speak to an Asian woman, or you need to go speak to a Hispanic woman, any woman of color, all right? Ask them, is Donald Trump racist? They're going to tell you flat out yes, because he simply is. You do not have to call someone a name to be racist. Tis it, tis all. And with that, Trump for profit, I wish you a good night. Shout out to Gucci. Shout out to Gucci for dropping that person right there. Have the fucking day. Have a day. That's it. Just have a day. You don't even get to have the days you deserve. You just have a day. All right. Shout out to Gucci. Drop those hearts in the chat for Gucci. Drop those hearts in the chat for Gucci. My gosh. These people. Parker, I know you know it. I know you know it. Like, dude, saying a racial epithet does not make one. It's racist, yes. All right. But racism is so ingrained in our society. Like every single institution that we have in this country, all right, if not founded upon racism, has played a part in racism, from our banks, even to our schools, even to churches. That's why we have the AME church, the African Methodist Episcopalian church. We have that church simply because Black folks couldn't go to the Methodist church. So we had to find our own church. All right. Like, people, this country, all right. We still have redlining till this day. Banks are being sued for redlining, gerrymandering. All right. When they break up all these districts, all right, in these neighborhoods. So like certain people, like certain reps get the votes from this district, and we're trying to place it so that like, okay, we got these two square blocks or whatever. I don't know, I'm making up something. All right. And we know over here, the Black people, they mostly vote Democrat. All right. And then we have over here, these people in this suburb, they mostly vote Republican. All right. We're going to split them up so their votes can go to the Republican candidate. All right. So that way we can get them in office. Like gerrymandering is based in racism. I really wish that people would stop living in a friggin' bubble and think that everything is such like rose colored, because it's not. I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. But I'm just saying it's not rose color. Everything is fucking it's not good. Anywho, Parkers, are you having fun? You gotta
Absolutely.
go. Like,
No,
you're good?
I'm
Okay,
I'm
great.
gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna be here for a
Oh
while.
my
I'm having a great
God.
time. I'm having
Oh,
a
this
great
is
time.
fantastic. Yay! Awesome, guys. Keep tapping that screen. We're over 700,000 likes. I know we can get to 1 million, because once we get to 1 million, I'm gonna put on that pickle costume, take a break, go put on the pickle costume. Bubba isn't here to help me zip it up, so there's that. But we're gonna put that pickle costume on. I'm gonna do pickle time. Oh my gosh.
I was like, I have at least another hour. At least another hour.
Oh, bet. Okay, guys. So, guys, 30 minutes. Let's take 30 minutes. Let's get to 1 million likes, guys.
We can.
Let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. We got what? 1.6 thousand. So 1,600 people up in here. Let's go ahead and do this pickle time. Okay. Let's get it. All right. Let's see who we have in the box here.
Alrighty, chat. We're looking for someone up here. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Tap the screen on TikTok. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. So I'd really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
Yes, awesome. And guys, if you aren't following me on Twitch and YouTube, by all means, go ahead and do so. If you're not following this account of Parker's, it's about his 15th one. Please, please, please go ahead and follow that one. All right. Also, if you're not following him on Twitch and YouTube, by all means, do so. And let's keep showing him love because he is here doing the heavy lifting also, guys. So thank you so much. All right, dog profile person, because I can't see with my glasses on. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
You did? Okay, what's your name?
My name is Jacob.
Jacob? Okay, hi, Jacob. All right, so why'd you do that? Why'd you vote for Trump?
It had to do with Miss Harris's $25,000 stimulus for first generation home buyers. I couldn't get behind that. But before I want to get into that, I want to ask Parker why.
Before you can actually address that.
Well, I just want to know why you misrepresented that other deal with Trump's comments about black president, white president. Do you know who he was even talking about?
Yeah, I actually did read about that. I was referencing like Obama.
Right. So it had nothing to do with Miss Harris. And then the other thing, do you know who he's talking?
Wait, I'm sorry. Does that mean it was justifying?
No. Do you know who he was talking to?
What are you doing?
Does that I'm confused how that like changes any of
I
this.
want the truth to come out, Parker, not one side. Do you know who
the
he
Black
was
Conservative Federation? Is that what you're referencing?
Exactly. So keep looking at your notes because you didn't know. I saw you looking down. So the point
I actually pulled it up on my phone to check.
Right.
I had it on because I was looking. I was literally looking at a media source.
You're quoting stuff you're not familiar with.
He's very familiar with it. Don't tell him what he's
not.
familiar with.
I'm
Yes, he is.
familiar.
What he said was racist. There was no need for him to point out, do you want the black guy or do you want yeah. Hey, black woman talking. Hey, black woman talking. All right. I'm going to be the arbiter today of what is racist and what isn't racist. All right. You don't get to say that, white man. So I'm going to need you to calm down. All right. Thank you very much.
Matter
So,
less because of my color.
anywho,
That's very biased.
Anywho, no, it's not biased.
It
All right.
absolutely
You
is.
don't get to tell black people what is and what isn't racist. You don't get to do that. I really wish y'all would stop doing that. Stop doing it. Okay. You don't get to tell us what is and what isn't racist. You don't get to speak for us in that manner. So
I'm not
stop doing
speaking
it.
for you. I'm
Yes,
speaking
you
for
are.
myself. I'm
No,
telling you, that
sir.
just because
You
my
are.
color-
Are you black? Are you black? Go ahead and tell a lie.
Am I black? Absolutely not. No.
Exactly. So you
So what does
don't
that
get to
mean?
tell
This
black
identity
people what
argument is
is
flawed.
and what isn't racist. That is the entire point that I am making.
Your identity
All right?
argument is flawed. Though.
No,
Just
it's
because
not
I'm
an
not
identity
black
argument,
doesn't
sir.
mean I'm less
You don't
intelligent
get to
about racism.
tell. You don't get to tell me what is racist. Is the whole point. Do you understand it? This is my lived experience.
Okay, so let me ask you.
I live this life.
Let me
You
ask you a
don't get to
question.
because
No,
you
no, no,
don't
that's
like
fine.
something or you do like it. You don't get to tell me
No,
what is
I
racist. Is the
understand.
main
I
thing that
understand.
I am
Hold on.
trying to tell you.
Hold on a second.
That is it.
Hold on a
I
second.
don't have to hold on.
Let me
I
ask you a
don't.
question.
I need you to
So-
acknowledge that. I need you to acknowledge
Acknowledge
that
what?
this
That I
is
have an
my
opinion about what's
no.
racist and my
That
opinion
being
is less
black in
valuable.
the United States of America is my lived experience.
Of course
It is
that's your
not
lived experience.
yours.
Of course not,
Okay,
of course.
so you don't get to tell me who is sitting here telling you that Donald Trump saying, "Do you want the black guy or do you want the white guy?" I think they want the white guy. It's not racist because it
Okay,
is.
so because of your color, your opinion about racism has more value than mine.
Yeah, damn straight it does because again, it's my lived experience.
Okay, so the
Because it's my
white.
lived experience. Say it with me. Say lived experience.
Okay, lived experience.
Have
so the
you-
white
have
team
you-
men, the white team men who decided slavery was wrong and started a war and died and signed the Emancipation Proclamation, those white men.
First of all, absolutely not, because that's not what happened. Black
you're
folks
interrupting
freed
me.
themselves. Yes,
You're
I'm going to
interrupting
interrupt
me.
you when you're spreading
Why are
misinformation.
you
I'm going to
interrupting
interrupt
me?
you all night long. That is not
Why
what
are you
happened.
interrupting me?
If it was up to Lincoln, Lincoln literally wrote a letter where he said
Why are you
if he could
interrupting
keep the slaves, he would.
Is your position that
He
weak
literally
because
said
you're
that. The only reason why Abraham Lincoln wrote up the
You're a
darn
person of
Emancipation
power that makes you more
Proclamation, Daquan,
powerful
keep
than
doing your
me.
job. All right. The only reason why he wrote that up is
You're
because the
ranting.
the Union
Calm
was
down.
losing. No,
Calm
I
down.
don't have to calm down, and I am calm. You
You're
ain't seen
not.
me hype
You're
yet. You
ranting.
haven't seen hype yet. You
Parker
haven't
was
seen hype. Anywho, as I was saying, to address your point,
held on
as I was
bullshit
saying,
and
stop
tried to
talking.
devalue
Stop
my
talking.
opinion.
You keep talking. You just keep talking though.
You're talking
Yes.
over me.
I need you to stop talking
You're on a
because I'm
rant.
correcting misinformation.
No, you're not. You're
I am.
devaluing my opinion based
No,
upon my
I am
color,
literally
which is
correcting
racist.
misinformation. So, anywho, with that being said, all
You're
right,
being
the
racist.
Union was actually losing the Civil War. All right, they needed more bodies. How do you get more bodies?
smiling
Those
because you
who
know
are
the-
enslaved. All right, you have an entire population of over 3 million people. All right, who can actually fight for you because they want their freedom. All right. So, yes, I am going to implement a policy, a law that would give them their freedom below the Mason-Dixie line. And guess what they can then do? In large droves, they can join our military. They can fight for us. And that's exactly what happened. That is literally what happened. All right. So don't you get up here and tell that lie that Lincoln benevolently freed the slaves. That is not what happened.
So
Moving
you-
on. Moving
Emancipation
on.
Proclamation then.
Moving on.
You didn't sign the Emancipation Proclamation?
I literally just went over that with you. Did you hear a word
Okay,
that
so
was
I guess
just
you
said?
didn't sign it. Okay,
I
my bad.
swear you did not just
So-
hear a word that was just said.
So no, I couldn't because you were
Jacob,
ranting like a
Because you were
child.
talking, that's why.
You should be listening. You should be listening because clearly you
Parker,
don't know about
but
this.
what if I listened to you, Parker? You spewed half truths and not the whole truth about that
You
statement.
can't even give me an example
So-
of that, but I wasn't the one speaking, so you should have listened to Eric.
Well, but what I'm saying is you don't have a place to speak on racism because you're a white man.
so then,
according
you'll
Erica's
listen to her, correct?
So according to Erica's statement, so Erica is the United Negro College Fund that gives money to black college students. Is that a racist organization?
Are you being so serious right now? Are you
I'm
serious?
being
You're
dead
you're
serious.
being serious. You're
Yes,
asking
hear
if
me through on
UNICEF is
this. Hear me through on this, Erica. Be open.
no,
to
it's
me
not.
through.
It's not a racist
Okay,
organization.
what if I started
Guess
a
why?
college
Because black
fund,
people
bro?
can't be racist, silly pants.
Now, what if I started a college fund that was, let's call it the White Power KKK College Fund, and it gave money
Then guess
to
what?
white
You would be you know why it would be racist? You know
Why?
why it would
Because
be
it's
racist?
white,
Because
not
oppression
black?
is a one-way street. That is why. Oppression
is
is a
not a
one-way
one-way
street.
street.
Yes,
You
it is.
are
You can't both two
ridiculous.
people can't oppress each other.
Are
Sorry
you
for y'all,
telling me
Parker.
that
you're
Listen,
totally
you got me
lying.
you got me showing off in front of company. All right, you got me showing off in front of company. I'm gonna need you to.
You are
I'm gonna need you to calm
ridiculous.
down.
You're telling
I'm
me
gonna need you to
because
calm
you're a
down.
person of color, you can't be
I'm gonna
racist.
need you to calm down. You don't know what racism is.
So,
all right?
so by
You don't know what
definition,
racism
because you're a
is.
person of color, you can't be racist.
You don't know.
I'm asking
what
you a very simple question.
racism is. I said it's slow for you. I need you to go to read a goddamn book. Matter of fact, I got a few books over here that you can read that will actually help you. These two books
because you're
right
a
here
person of
will
color,
help
you
you
can't
so
be
much.
racist.
This
Is that
book, Stamped from the Beginning. Stamped from the beginning.
I'm asking you
All
a
right. No.
direct
You be
question.
quiet because
You
here's
don't
the
wanna
thing.
answer
You've
a
done
direct
so much
question?
talking that you aren't
You've been
listening.
blabbing
I
about-
need you to use your ears more than you use your mouth.
Parker, you
I
don't
am
have to
trying
use
to
it.
help you.
She's a big girl.
I am trying to help you. Stamped from the Beginning will help you. Great book. Kind of thick. I know you
A
can get through
person
it.
of color
This would
can't be
definitely help you.
racist.
This book right here,
Oh, so you're not going to answer the question?
this right here,
much
this
commission
book,
do you make
Black
on
Ain't
these
Fuck
books?
History.
Jacob, listen to her.
How much
This
commission
book
do you
right
make on these
here-
books? I have already asked you.
I
a
don't
direct question.
I don't make any commission. These are books that I purchased with my own money that I read in my own free time.
Right, so you
This
don't
book
actually
here,
want to
this
answer
is
the
actually
question.
my preferred book because it has a lot of humor and I enjoy humor.
Do you
All
believe
right.
that since you're
This
talking
book
over me that I'm
here
being oppressed
will
right
definitely
now?
help you too. Black Ain't Fuck
You're-
History. Go ahead. Get it, read it,
You're
learn it,
oppressing
live it, love it.
my speech.
Anywho,
Is it because so a person of color can't be racist? Is that what you're saying?
I was like, someone in the chat, please get the kick button going, please.
Well, she doesn't want to answer. So a person of color
Jacob, you haven't listened to a single thing that she said. You are not
She's trying to
willing.
advertise
You are
books,
be quiet,
Parker.
be quiet,
She
be quiet,
doesn't wanna
be
have a
quiet, be quiet, be
conversation.
quiet, be
It's
quiet.
just like your
quiet.
debates.
You're
You
the
talk
one not
over
engaging in a
Parker.
conversation,
Let's
and
have a
you're a
conversation.
racist.
same thing to Parker. You're
Jacob,
just a
Answer the
racist.
question.
Jacob, you're a racist.
Answer a question.
You're a racist piece of shit that won't engage in a conversation right
I
now
tried to.
because
She
you're not
won't answer the
open
question,
to
Parker.
any
So now you're
outside.
name
You're not
calling.
open
It's
to any
typical.
outside information.
Go
That's why
chase and
anytime
suck-
anyone,
go
anytime
suck
someone tries to
Charlie
educate
Kirk's
you,
dick
you immediately
and
just
try and
start
create what he
screaming and
created.
getting unhinged. Jacob,
yeah, go
you're
suck
unhinged.
Charlie Kirk's dick. She can answer the question. She's a
That's
big
coming
You
from you,
need
bud.
some.
He needs some milk.
You need some milk.
You
Jacob,
can
it's
go
unbelievable.
part Charlie Kirk's dick, and she can answer a question.
Sir, please, by all means, just find the nearest cliff and do the thing. Just do the thing. Woo, child. Y'all, keep tapping that screen. We are so close. Like, I can't see because you're not getting my glasses. Oh my gosh, we're at 826,000 likes, guys. Let's go ahead and get this up to 1 million likes. All right, guys, we got like 15 minutes. Let's do it. All right. All right. I can't be here all night. I know I need my nap time. I need to take my nightly nap. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's do it. All right. Let's keep doing all of the good things, guys. All right. All of the good things. I appreciate y'all. Keep showing love to Parker. He's here again doing the heavy lifting. Parker, you got anything you want to read off?
I actually don't have anything to read off currently. Other than maybe Amelia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Oh, wow. Okay. I got something to read off. Okay, let's see here. Shout out to Lindsay for the 20. Lindsay said, let's not forget the saying, when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Yes, that's what I was looking for, Lindsay. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you, love. All right. Also, let's see here. Shout out to Jamie for the 5. Jamie said, help. I found out I live in the building next to Charlie Kirk today. Keep up the good work. I'm so sorry, love. I'm so sorry you got this. I know his big noggin be blocking your view. I'm so sorry to hear that. My bad. Oh my gosh. And also shout out to Nina for the 25. Please kick this imbecile unceremoniously. You are brilliant. Thank you. Wish this man would give you some respect. Girl, I don't even expect it from them at this moment. They're curlish, boorish, petulant children at this point. But guys, thank you so very much. Drop some hearts in the chat for Nina, Jamie, and Lindsay. Thank you, loves. I appreciate y'all. Whew, keep tapping. Parker, I didn't want to raise my voice tonight. I was trying to like just, maintain. But bruh, like what is that? Like,
I totally understand you. Trust me, there's been plenty of times on my live where I have gotten way harder on the MAGA guests, because trust me, like, it is totally justified. Like, they're fucking insane. Like, the people I will talk to on the internet are so insufferable. It's unbelievable.
the worst. I'm like, bro, how you gonna tell me what my lived experience is? Like, excuse me? Like, people like listen. I'm just gonna say this, and I say this with all the love and kindness. Accomplices are needed. All right. We need accomplices. All right. And I get it. However, when there is a black person in the room, all right, you don't have to speak for us. So I'm like, bruh, you don't speak for me. All right. I'm telling you that what Donald Trump said was racist. We're gonna leave it at that. Tis all. All right. And with that, hey Naquan.
Hey, I wanted him.
Oh, you wanted him? Ah, nah, bro, I got it.
So to the white people that love to say, I have a black friend. Your proximity to blackness does not negate racism.
Exactly. It doesn't. It does not.
The
negate
same
it.
way your proximity to women does not negate sexism.
And misogyny. It just don't. It just don't. It really don't. It don't.
It doesn't add up. I'm gonna need y'all to stop using that. Oh, I have a friend. Oh, I have a wife. Oh, I have the. It doesn't negate it.
Exactly. It does not.
I'm
You
not
go
a
read-
misogynist. I have a mom.
Yeah. Go read the full definition of racism, of what racism is, and then you would understand that black people cannot be racist.
Yeah, we can be anti-black. We live in the United States of America, so we can hold anti-black ideas, but to actually be racist, no, that's not a thing for black people.
And we could be colorists.
Yeah.
But
But
racism.
colorist is a one-way street also.
Yeah.
But we
to
can
an
talk
extent,
about
yeah.
that offline.
All right, sis. Yeah. So black white people, your proximity to black people does not negate racism. Stop thinking that. And with that, I love y'all. Drop me back to the comments so I can
All right,
keep my
you-
hand on the button.
I appreciate you, Naquan. Thank you so much for coming out. Y'all drop some hearts in the chat for Naquan. All right, let's see here.
Let me run downstairs real quick. I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick.
Okay, awesome. All right.
Be right back, everyone.
Hi, Tyler. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I think I regret my vote
Why do you regret your vote, love?
because he's starting to say Americans are going to go to El Salvador without due process.
Okay, guys, we just got like a guest violation, but I guess it's for someone else. So keep tapping the screen, sharing the live. Let's do all the good things. We are so very close to 1 million likes. Like, I honestly can't believe this. Like, this is freaking awesome. Tyler, I'm gonna talk to you in just a moment. This is absolutely amazing. So thank you all so much for that love, that support, encouragement, and that engagement. And shout out to Denise. Oh wait, hold on. Shout out to Midori for the $5. They said, thank you for all your work. Thank you, love, so much for being here. I appreciate you. Also, shout out to Denise for the $50. Denise said, please keep sharing information. You are amazing, and I thank you. Thank you so much, y'all, for the love, the support, your kindness, your generosity. Yeah, I know I ain't got no job. All right, so thank you so very much. I appreciate y'all. Drop some hearts in the chat for Midori. That's Midori, and also for Miss Denise. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Okay, so Parker, can you hear me?
I do hear you now.
Okay, awesome. Tyler actually regrets his vote. We haven't got into it much, but he mentioned it's because of Trump saying that he's going to send like Americans to El Salvador.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, yeah, that would make me regret my vote too.
Tyler, I've talked to you in the past, haven't I?
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that you've been open to changing your mind. I think that's a really important quality to have.
Yeah, well, I was talking to this other person about Omar Garcia, whatever. He says it's the laws are different for people who don't live in America or something, that are immigrants, about due process or something.
No.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah, due process applies to everyone within the
That's
jurisdiction
what
of
I
the
thought.
United States.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're an American citizen or not.
Yeah, like think about it. Do tourists get due process?
Sorry, what?
Would a tourist get due process?
I think they should.
They do.
Yeah, everyone in the U.S. gets due process. That's like one of the fundamental rights of the Constitution.
Yeah, but he was saying like it's different for immigrants or something.
No.
It's not. It's just not. There's nothing more that Parker could say or that I could say. It's not different for immigrants. They're entitled, regardless of your citizenship status, you're entitled to due process in the United States of America.
Yeah, I don't like what he did with
Did someone on TikTok say that to you?
Yeah, dude,
Who was it?
I forget his name. It was an African American guy who says MAGA is great or something. Lumberjack? I don't know.
Oh my god.
American Lumberjack?
Yeah, that one.
I've talked to him before.
I was just wondering, like he's saying something completely different from you guys.
He could be lying here, you know what I mean? Like,
He is lying. Now, there's expedited due process that they have, all right, where if you are found to be an illegal immigrant, then the only way that you can go before a judge is if you claim to be afraid for your life. So you fear for your safety to return to your home country. Now, in order to do that, you have to then prove that you have this fear. Like, it has to be substantiated. So there's that, all right, but everyone is entitled to due process.
Yeah, I don't like what he did with Eugene Carrollton. I don't like that.
But you voted. What? You
I
voted
didn't know
for
that he
him
did
though.
that before I voted for him.
How old are you?
29.
You knew that he did that before.
No, I did not. I swear I didn't. know.
Tyler,
I didn't know.
refuse to believe it.
I did not know.
And you didn't hear about the other 26 women that accused you didn't hear about him basically flirting with a 12-year-old girl without her
Nope.
consent because the little girl said you afterwards. You didn't hear
he said he
about
dated
him
a
on
10-year-old
Howard
girl,
Stern.
a 10-year-old girl in
I
10
did not
years.
hear that.
You mean you didn't hear about the Wendy Williams show? You
Wait.
didn't hear about anything?
Wait, Tyler. I mean, we talked prior to the election, right?
Yes.
I definitely told you these things.
Yeah, but I didn't want to believe it.
Oh, okay. Well, here actually, I think this could be a process that could be helpful for the chat in terms of like learning things. Like, what made you feel like that isn't true? And also, everyone, thank you for the 1 million likes. That's amazing.
What
Guys,
made me,
somebody
I
please
don't
take
know,
a
man.
screenshot. Make sure I'm cute first. Hold on.
What made me
Parkers,
think that
take a
wasn't
screenshot.
true?
Oh, hold up. I got it. I got it.
We did it. Oh my God, draw some hearts in the chat for yourselves. Chat, y'all get all the hearts. Oh my gosh, we did it. Oh my God, I'm gonna tell Santana.
Yes.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Let's get to 1.5. Okay, hey, chat.
Oh shit. All right. Okay, Tyler. I'm sorry, babes. I just don't believe you. All right, especially if you talked to Parker beforehand. You talked to Parker.
He's saying he just chose not to believe it. So, like, here's my question:
That's
like,
crazy.
what do you think was like the reason why you chose not to believe it at the time, and what made you open to changing later?
What made me open? The way he started acting, I didn't like how he was acting.
But like
and
based
how
upon
he
the
was,
things that I told you, like obviously you don't like the way that he acts when it comes to those things. What made you choose not to believe what I was saying to you, or choose maybe to look into it?
what made me choose not to believe you? Because I thought you were just saying these things so you can get people on your side.
So like a lack of trust. So like you're saying people have lied to you in the past, so you had a lack of trust in believing people. Well, then why didn't you
Well, I
apply that
don't know
same
you,
standard to Donald Trump? You didn't know Donald Trump.
but I don't know you either.
You don't. Okay, but sure. I mean, you don't know either of them. You don't know me or Donald Trump. But like clearly, I mean, obviously, you have the ability to connect more with me than Donald Trump, right? Because you're able to have a conversation with me. You haven't had a conversation like this with Donald Trump, let alone like a long form dialogue about like what are the fundamental reasons or motivations for why you're, voting for the way that you did.
I can't talk to Trump.
Exactly. So like obviously you have a greater ability to like engage in the conversation with me, right? And research with me and even trust me than you would Donald Trump.
I don't know, man. It was just kind of weird.
Santana,
It was
behave
just like
yourself.
thrown out on me, dude. Like, I don't know what to trust you because you're just like getting donations from everyone.
Oh Lord. Here
Okay,
we
so
go.
it'd be me making money off of it is like the reason. I mean, well, like Trump makes money, doesn't he?
Have you seen Trump's website, Tyler? Like right now, as the president, have you been to his website?
The meme
No.
coin.
Yeah, like literally, when you go to DonaldTrump.com and you look at his website, in a big banner up top, in a red button, it says donate. Like literally, like this guy is already the president and he's supposedly a billionaire, but he's asking you, an everyday American, to donate to him. But you're mad at Parker. This is his job. This is his job.
I mean,
You're
that's
mad at him
fine.
for
I'm not
making money?
mad at him. I just didn't really think he was genuine enough.
Did you research though? After he gave you the information in which he did you go and research?
Yeah, like of course, just I think you should be skeptical. I think it's
Yeah.
important to be skeptical of even me, right? In terms of the information I'm providing, and that's why I tell people to do research and to look up these things. Obviously, I also do like think it's justified for people to believe that I'm genuine because I am genuine and I can confirm that for certain, like myself. But like I understand being skeptical, and I even like think it's justified to be skeptical of me, and that's why I say do research, see if I'm reputable as a person. And given that you've been able to, based upon evidence, establish that I'm reputable as a person because you've done the research based upon the things that I've said, then you can reputable as a person because you've done the research based upon the things that I've said.
Uh-oh.
Banned.
What just happened?
I have no idea.
I got banned.
I missed it. It was something.
I'll join in on a different account.
Not necessarily.
Oh, that's so not okay. All right.
Give it 1 second, chat. Make sure to like the stream, everyone.
Weird. You see two Tylers? Santana wouldn't do that. I don't know. For Tyler. All right,
I got banned for harassment and bullying.
Oh, you did? I didn't see that. I was like, what just happened?
Apparently, I was being too rude. I felt like I've been very nice today.
I thought you were being nice tonight.
He was bullying me? I don't think he was bullying me.
I think you were being nice. Okay, guys, that was odd. But welcome back, Parker. Hey, Milk Dud.
Listen,
Hey,
I was
Santana.
only coming up. I was only coming up for a second because Parker, disappeared for a moment. But since he's back, I'll don't get, as Pickles would say.
No, you
You're
should
gonna
stay up.
get.
Stay up. Hang out.
No,
Nigga,
no, you
mind
guys
your
are doing
joint.
awesome. No, you guys are doing awesome, and I'm enjoying watching. And also, Erica, congratulations on the 1,000,000 likes.
Yes,
Right?
go. Yes. I'm like, I
Yeah,
can't stop smiling. Oh my gosh.
yeah,
I'm showing
yeah.
emotions.
And also, Parker, I think you were making a great point about, like, that Tyler should, be more understanding the fact that he's able to have this interaction with you, and it's something that he'll never have with Trump. I mean, I think that's a real thing. Like, it's a tangible thing that I would value over some type of parasocial relationship with Trump, some type of cognitive dissonance that certain people have with Trump. I mean, it's weird. I don't know.
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I just want to know, did he do research after speaking to Parker? Like, did you look into anything that Parker told you prior to the election, or was it just, oh well, this guy is like,
I
making
saw him
money from
before
this
the election. It was right before the election,
Okay.
and I didn't know any of this stuff about Trump. I had no idea.
I understand that. I think my question is, did you research afterwards, or did you just choose? You just said, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to research.
Okay. Okay.
So you were willfully ignorant?
I guess.
What do you think would be a way you could have convinced yourself back then to then do research?
Yeah.
Would have been me trusting you more, but like I said, I don't know. I don't know who to trust when it comes to these things, because people are saying two different things. Like I said, the American lumberjack guy.
Well, then you got to test that based upon research. You can't be able to identify whether or not someone is telling you the truth if you don't look into it. If you don't do the research to judge whether or not it's true. Because to you, if you just hear things and you haven't done any research, yes, it is just going to hear claims from a bunch of different people. So that's why you do research. That's why you look into it. And I think it's important to have a drive that pushes you to do that, because you care about other people. You care about what's gonna be the society that your children are gonna live in, your children's children, and the children that come after that. And I say this to even to people who are extraordinarily rich right now, right? Every single person is going to, equalize out over a few generations in terms of their financial status. Even if you pass down some incredible inheritance to your children, right, over a few generations, your children's children, right, are going to be in the same place as any average American. If you can't find a need to empathize with anyone other than someone who's a part of your family, at least empathize with the idea that your future family will be impacted by the policy that you're advocating for now.
Would you like to respond to that, Tyler?
I can agree with that.
So if it's not for you, do it for your children. Do it for the people that come after them. Do it for the generations upon generations that will be impacted in the future. Because what just benefits you as an individual, right now, isn't what's going to be most beneficial to other people. And that's not just this election, right? That same type of idea applies to future elections. It applies to how you treat other people. It applies to what you advocate for as a person, what you believe in, everything.
Yeah, well, I still regret my vote, and I don't like him.
That's great to hear, man.
So wait, I have a question if you guys don't mind. So you regret your vote. Cool. What now?
Huh?
What now?
What now?
Yeah.
Yes, you regret your vote. Cool. That's not penance, right? I mean, you can say, "Oh, I regret my vote," but that's pretty performative, right? I mean, you have the ability to actually make some type of impact, make an actual change, do something that'll be beneficial. Parker was just speaking about, doing something that'll benefit your future generations. Well, that's great, but there's also work you can be doing right now, right? You help elect a fascist, right? You help elect someone that's actively being harmful to marginalized communities, being harmful to the overall people in the United States. What are you going to do to actually try to fix what you've done?
Yeah,
what now?
What are you going to do to fight for your country and your democracy, right? The people that you care about, the
What,
country
you
that
want me
you
to
care
do?
about.
Protest? I don't understand.
What you gonna do to help
No, I'm just saying,
ensure that Donald Trump gets out of
Huh?
office?
Yeah, how are you gonna get involved in the movement, bro?
How am I gonna get
And to
involved in?
be and to be clear to what Parker said and to what Erica said, we're not telling you what to do. I promise you, the question wasn't from it wasn't for you to for specifically say, I have to do this, but like seriously, if you don't have that answer, you really need to think about it, because just sitting here saying I regret my vote and I'll vote different next time, that's not good enough.
Yeah, it's the first step, right? We want you to go further, right? And we're not even trying to be like, oh, you're such a bad person. We're just saying, like, let's have the next thought process. Let's think about what can we do next. It might not your skill set, it might not just be to go protest on the street. Your skill set could be to work in plenty of different avenues, whether it be electoral, whether it be just talking to your family members, whether it be people around you, whether it be going and speaking at your school, right, in clubs, or that be in talking about these types of things in your workplace. It could be in so many. It could manifest itself in so many different ways.
I already told my fiance I regretted my vote.
Yeah, that's a part of it. That's a part of it.
It's a part of it.
And it keeps going every single day. You know what I mean? Like that's what
And-
I'm doing every single day. It's like it's a continual push for it. It's not just I did a one thing and now I'm done. It's I continually push for these types of things. Why? Because it affects the future for everyone.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I don't mind.
Oh yeah, I hear you, and I'll leave you with this, because I mean it may be a lot to take in at the moment, and putting people on the spot. Not a lot of people respond well in the moment, but just take a little bit of time to think about it, right? I mean, if you truly regret your vote and it's something that you want to be better, and actually progress from that point, then just take some time and think about what you can actually do, whether it's volunteering at a shelter, or whether it's help canvassing for some local politician, or if it's talking to, like Parker said, your family, or like whatever the case may be. Just figure it out, because this can't be it. You just saying I regret my vote, I'm sorry, it's not enough. It's not enough.
It's not enough.
You already beat people at soup kitchens, though.
Cool story, bro.
Awesome. Well, Tyler, I really do hope that moving forward, that when you are told information, you research, you look into it, all right, to, establish the validity of it. Also, I hope that with this regret, you turn this into action and you help get Donald Trump out of office. That's really what I hope. But thank you so much for coming up, Tyler. I hope you have a great night.
All right, have a good night, guys.
All right. Okay, guys, we're gonna do one more, and since you have done like so awesome, all right, we're then gonna go do the pickle time. And guess who's gonna stay for pickle time? Santana.
No.
Santana.
Parker, you can stay for pickle time. I vehemently
I told
vehemently
Parker.
disagree.
I told Parker I was gonna block him before pickle time. He can never see it.
No, Parker should definitely stay for pickle time.
No. No. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, Reppin 47. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course he did.
I know. I gotta ask.
Yes, sir. All
asked
day,
you.
every
I'm a
day
lady.
till the day I unalive.
I'm a lady. Hi.
You never heard Brother Lynch?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Reppin,
What's up, man? What happened with the Unfuck America thing?
Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Reppin 47. Hey, Reppin 47. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, there we go. All right, Parker, you were saying?
Yeah, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Why did I vote for him? I voted for him because it just felt like the more confident choice. I felt more I just felt more confident. I felt like it was the right thing to do
More confident? Why?
because when he campaigned, he seemed pretty solid.
Like
Off the
what
cuff.
solid? What was solid?
Just everything he talked about closing the border, about putting America first, about putting our interests first, about putting our
point. So
citizens
let's
first.
address this. Let's address this. Can you name 2 policies he influenced get passed that put America?
He doesn't have
first?
any policies.
No policies. Okay, so what did he do to make America
Parker, just so you understand, I've talked to Reppin multiple times, so he knows that Donald Trump hasn't done sugar honey iced tea. So anyway, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, I won't blow smoke up your ass. Like, I mean, we could all agree. Like, I mean, he hasn't done shit. Nothing.
What
that
are
I
you
can see.
repping?
What am I repping?
Yeah, what are you repping?
I told Santana this. He's working on it. If we don't get that war solved, then it's kind of like, okay, well, I mean, fuck. At least do something.
Did you see what he said today?
Yeah, what happened?
Hey,
Does
Dan.
anybody want-
Zelensky.
does anybody want to speak to what the word is on ending the Russia-Ukraine war as of today from Trump?
Well, why would he have to end it? He ended it a while ago on day one of his presidency. What do you mean?
You're right, Dan. You're right. Yeah, but the one that he didn't end, he said that after speaking with after having conversations, it looks like the war is nowhere near ending. There's nowhere near a ceasefire being in place. So, repping, I guess you're not going to be repping anymore.
Exactly.
It's funny.
Mermaid is here. Mermaid is here. I'm sorry, y'all. I got distracted.
Look,
Mermaid is
until
here.
until he gives up, until I see him throw in the towel, then we gonna stay repping.
He was asleep at the Pope's funeral today. I think the towel was thrown, friend.
Yeah, wait.
The Pope.
Wait, Reppin', I have a question. Could you tell me something Trump could do that would get you to not support him?
Hey, baby. How are
Let's
you?
see.
Hold on, Reppin'. Hold on. I'm talking to my friend.
I just wanted to say hi.
Hey, love.
Hi, look at all my favorite people in at one time. Erica, Parker, I've been in here watching. You guys have been cooking. Dan, you look amazing today. Reppin', get down. Like we've all talked to you today. Why are you?
I like to stay in the mix.
He came up to harass Parker. I think Parker's the only person he hasn't had a chance to, get at. So that's why he came up.
Oh my God, he's not Parker. He's not gonna say anything. He literally just wants to come. He's actually, guys, he's actually upset with Charlie Kirk for not talking to us. I had that conversation with Reppin' today. Reppin', go ahead.
Well, so actually, I was trying to do my research, and I can't seem to find one video of Charlie Kirk ducking and dodging you guys or sprinklers coming on. I went to Chris's page. I went to Santana's page. I went to your page,
would we
Mermaid.
post like that's yeah.
I mean, I actually like I was.
Well, wouldn't you guys want to like
Hey,
show that to the world?
I just want to let you know I was there when it happened. Right, I literally witnessed it. Are you telling me that I'm lying right now? Because I was really
so
angry when they did
it's
that. I'm
not
gonna be
hard
totally
like
honest.
to turn on your camera like Mermaid did. Mermaid had her
I'm
camera.
sorry,
up the
my
whole time.
first
When
instinct.
the sprinklers came on live. I was on live the whole entire time, Reppin'. If you just didn't see that part, we were at the wood stage and they turned the sprinklers on maybe less than 10 minutes before we got there. And also, if you go look at the actual main page of the tour, you will literally see Charlie Kirk physically.
I want to see it. Yeah, please direct me.
So
I
like,
can't just say
here-
I
here's one
trust
thing.
me, bro. Right?
No, I just want to let you know that they were moving around where the line was, which is actually something that's not typical. Like I went to California State University Northridge and caught Charlie Kirk off guard about a month and a half prior, and the line was right in front of them. They told me about it an hour before, right? I was waiting in line from an hour before, right? And there was no issues. It was right away, right? The line was already established. They typically already have an established line. The reason why they didn't is because they knew that we were showing up.
I can also speak to this because I saw it with my own eyes. They would take people from a certain line and then say, okay, we're not taking people from this line anymore, and then just go to the next line. And it was like almost so clearly intentional on their part.
Yeah. Also, like when I debated Charlie Kirk, he kicked me out in 6 minutes at California State University Northridge.
And then he specified that you
The
had
one
to
with
have a
you and
student
Adam,
ID
right?
to debate him.
Yeah. So I want to see videos. I want to see facts. I want to see.
Yeah, I have the whole video.
I
on
don't.
my
I don't
YouTube
see
channel.
how a guy that has 4 million followers with the open mic policy is just all of a sudden ducking and dodging people like
Wait, what?
that really
Hey,
trying to debate
Reppin, there
him.
was like 30 of us, and majority of us was on the line trying to wait to get Charlie Kirk to talk to
Hold on,
us,
one moment,
and they pulled people. What happened?
hold up. Look up, Marlon. Say cheese.
If if
I'm
Reppin
doing
is
the thing too.
I mean, I was like real excited. I'm not trying to be. I
no.
was looking real forward to Santana because Santana posted the interview, so I was just like waiting for it. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I'm at work, I'm waiting, and then I'm just like, okay, like, where the hell is Charlie Kirk? Like, I mean, he can't be
if
that
you're
hard
actually
to.
asking, if you're asking in good faith, Dean has a video about covering it, and Chris, venture capitalist, has a really good video covering it as well with receipts. So
Yeah, I mean, even if
We should do a Jubilee
I
episode.
just want to watch
Charlie
more
Kirk
videos.
versus Unfuck America, and then we can do Parker versus Turning Point USA. I would love to do that.
I would pay to watch that, let alone be a part of it. Oh my
would
God.
I think a lot of people would. That's the point. Like a lot of
Hey,
people
but
would
we
pay to
gave
watch
Charlie Kirk we gave Charlie Kirk the opportunity. If Reppin, let's use some critical thinking skills here, right? So if all of us went and we were actually able to debate Charlie Kirk, don't you think that we would all be posting the clips by now? So if none of us have posted clips debating
That's
Charlie
true.
Kirk, isn't it because he did not want to debate us?
Exactly.
That's true, but also if there was people like being denied in certain lines, you would kind of like show it like, hey, like look, this is us. We're trying to get in the line with Charlie Kirk. Look what he's doing. Look what's happening. I want to
Hey,
see something like
Dean
that.
actually
Reppin.
already has
Hey,
a video
Reppin.
of that.
Yeah, I was about to say, hey, Reppin, just hold on for a second.
It has 30 million views on Instagram and on.
All right, can you guys hear me? Okay, hold
I
on.
know exactly what's about to play.
Move on your part.
This is Diesel bringing these people here. We've been told by every single one of Kirk's staffers that he doesn't want to talk to us. Hey, I have some disagreeing questions. Do you think I can ask them? Well, that's something you're going to have to talk to somebody else about. The reason we weren't let in live is because we don't go to college. And apparently, neither does a guy on the mic. Now, we're in MAGA territory now. We need to be very respectful. Charlie Dean's here. We should talk. We're trying to talk to Charlie Kirk, but it's you think we and Kirk should have a conversation? You got to get me up there, man. This is proving to be very difficult. I think that we are in the free marketplace of ideas. Anyone should be able to come up here. If you're really for that, say you would allow someone to come up here and debate you on that. It's a very move on your part to keep.
Are we done? Are you finished? Or are you done?
No, thank you. Thank you. That's good. That's good enough.
So how do you feel about Charlie Kirk now?
I feel like wow, that's kind of
Shitty, right?
it's very interesting. I feel like you guys need to reassemble.
Call him out and tell him that he was ducking everybody, and so then he starts to do weird things like show up in certain creators' lives and then not necessarily respond directly to open challenges. Like I don't know. Maybe you should check on Charlie. Charlie's not doing well.
He's not okay.
Yeah, why won't he have a long form conversation with me? Because he said he would after the election, and then after the election came around, and now he won't do it.
Well, like I said, I think you guys should reassemble. Don't give up.
How about
Like,
you sponsor us to
people-
reassemble, Reppin?
Oh, like he
Put
wants
your
to
money
be
where
on
your
our
mouth
side
is.
so bad.
Reppin,
People want to see it.
Reppin, I have a question. Do you think that like I'm disingenuous?
No, I don't think. I mean, no. I watched your debate with Charlie Kirk and Adam Kahn, and I mean, I read the comments, and I felt like it was a legitimate debate. I don't know.
Yeah, so like I mean, the reasons why Charlie Kirk says he won't debate me is because I'm disingenuous, right? I'm insufferable. I interrupt too much, and I'm bad faith. Do you believe that those things are true about me?
No, I think that you talk really quickly and then you have your talking points. And like a lot of the times when Charlie Kirk, when you're starting to make your point, he would like kind of shut down or either pivot. I do agree that like it goes both ways, but I want it's it wasn't like I walked away from that debate not wanting to hear more. I wanted to hear more. Like I wanted to see the tape played all the way through, and we didn't get that chance.
Yeah, because it was only like 3-4 minute conversations at a time.
Yeah, it
right,
was
about
real
each topic.
fast.
Like it would make sense to have a long form dialogue, right, about those types of things, especially because I mean it was one of Charlie Kirk's largest debates, even.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Charlie Kirk, I'm gonna want to sit down with the best of the best and debate again, right? Because that's what's gonna bring more viewers. It's gonna bring more, everything.
Does it maybe seem like he's like scared, or he's like he doesn't feel like his position is going to hold up to the scrutiny if he doesn't want to have that conversation?
Well, in the beginning, I feel like before Donald Trump took office, there was a lot of arguing points. Now, we're like 4 months in. It's kind of a lot of, myself included, we're like kind of waiting, for that like moment of like, okay, cool. Like, here's what's going on. Here's what's changing. Like I told Santana this before. I mean, really, haven't felt nothing change yet, even though I continue to try to support and like believe
He's
in it.
changing things, just not for the good.
Exactly. Like, have you read a newspaper or watched the news, or do you have any stock, a 401k?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Jesus. Not the black one, but Jesus.
So wait, Reppin, humor me for a second. Why did you vote for Donald
Yeah,
Trump?
that's the exact question I was going to ask.
Like,
You know why?
Santana knows why.
No, I want to hear it from you.
Why?
Okay, so he campaigned and he promised that that he was going to save lives, like he was going to get that conflict in Ukraine and Russia solved. And
Did that happen?
no, it hasn't happened. He
Do you
hasn't
regret your
given up.
vote? Do you regret your vote?
I don't regret my vote,
He
but
just
like
conned you. He conned you, bro. The only person
Oh,
that
guys,
missed.
I gotta.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Parker. I have a few to read off. I was trying to read them off. I think this is a while ago. Shout out to Jody for the 5. She said, we were just talking about this. My 12-year-old granddaughter understands this. This one we were talking to the racist guy earlier about my lived experience. That guy. Shout out to Jody. Also, Jolie, shout out for the 5 for congrats on the 1 million. And can someone help me get into the Discord? I'm feeling like an 80-year-old right now. Whereas an almost 60-year-old woman, I'm going to ask one of my mods to help you. All right. One of my mods are going to help, but we're going to get you in there, Miss Jolie. We're going to get you in there. All right. Also, shout out to Melissa for the $10. Thank you for educating. It's important work that you are doing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. I just want people to be informed. It's always been the goal. Just inform. Keep people informed with the truth. And you can always fact check me. Also, let me see here. I need to learn how to use the phone. Shout out to Bynum Inc. For the $25. I gotta see what they said. There was a message here, but I can't read it. Oh, keep up the good work and be blessed, my sister. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat to everyone who gave y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right, and be
You're
sure
welcome.
to take care of the panel. Santana shush. All right, be sure to take care of the panel. Show them love. If you are not following Parker, if you're not following Santana, if you're not following Dan, and especially if you are not following Mermaid, I need you to do that right now. Like, especially Mermaid. Like, follow her. She's absolutely amazing.
Especially
and she's the sweetest.
Reppin.
She's the
No,
sweetest.
not you. Not at all.
Not you, love.
Not
I'm
you.
not talking
And,
about
Oh,
and everyone make sure to
hello.
follow Erica as well. A lot of times,
Please follow Erica.
someone pops up on your FIP so often you don't realize you're not following. So just double check next to her name. Make sure you're following.
Yeah. And also, guys,
It's
if
not
you
worth
aren't
it.
following everyone on Santana, I swear, be nice, dude. Be nice.
But
Like,
you're
I was like,
holding me up here against my own will.
nuh-uh, I want you to talk to the
be up
repping
here.
guy. I said talk to the repping guy.
Trump.
Oh,
Is that your child?
Fetus?
wait. What did the baby say?
The baby just said Donald Trump. Is that your child? You're indoctrinating your
Yeah,
child?
she came in right now talking about, Dad, you better make me a smoothie. I'm like, what?
Making more sense than repping.
Yeah, you should make that. Actually,
Bruh.
you
Like,
know what?
hey, so
You should make
I
that
do
smoothie.
appreciate the transparency, Parker, and the video, Santana. So I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. I want to see more. Keep it going.
Okay. Oh, I had another question. He'll be back.
Yeah, he will. Bye, repping. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm tired, guys. What I
Hey,
have to do pickle
Parker,
time.
Parker, you see who's in the chat?
I actually don't.
Yo, you missed
Just
it.
to read my name.
It's your favorite person.
Is it that lady?
Trinity.
Yes, yes,
Oh, what is her
yes,
thing? What's her thing?
yes.
Trinity is her name. Yeah, what's her thing? What's with her?
Been blocked on like 80 accounts.
Oh,
She
wow.
made her way over to my Instagram, and I said, "You can get blocked here as well. Don't do it."
Don't do it. Don't do it. What's with her? Is she okay?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I have messages in my like message request that say, "Tell your mods to unblock me."
Oh wow! Like when I
God.
say I'm oblivious to the nonsense, I'm oblivious to the nonsense.
Whoa, welcome to the nonsense. You are on her radar now.
Oh, fantastic, wonderful. Hey, no rats.
Hi.
Hey, love. How are you?
It's been a night in
Yeah.
in the trauma center. There's been a lot of
Oh,
stuff. So I'm here to hang out with you guys to kind of do a palate cleanse, and 'cause I love you.
Awesome. All right, I'm just about to do something because I don't know what y'all thought this was.
Listen, yeah, listen.
Wait. This
That's
is gonna
my
be my
cue.
first pickle time.
That's my cue. That's my cue. I'm gonna
Santana?
go. Nope. I'm gonna go. For this.
What are you
I
talking
have
about?
a fresh bottle of Uncle Nearest that is called.
Uncle Ernest, get it
Hey,
right.
Santana.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I've had a really bad night, and it would mean a lot to me if you stayed for pickle time.
I listen. I love you. I love you dearly. I do, but it's against my religion. Like I break out in hives. Right? I mean, I have to start
Have
praying
some
to Jesus.
Dipenhydramine.
You know.
Really quickly, I don't mean to interrupt, but Black Gal, thank you so much for the PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. He said he breaks out in
Makes me
hives. That's
sad.
just way too much. Way too much.
So wait, Santana, what about pickle time is against your religion? I need to understand this.
It's the dilliness. It's just the dilly.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is your
so I just-
religion?
I worship at the altar of cucumber. So like I cannot be involved with pickles, right? Listen, we all know
That's fair. That's
that
fair.
those pickles are up to no good.
If you think about it, becoming a pickle is where cucumbers go when they unalive. And so in anything, being a pickle is like heaven for a cucumber.
So you're
really,
saying that you guys are necromancers.
what I'm saying is that I could debate you on literally anything and I'm still gonna make a valid point.
I have no interest in joining you all in zombie time, since that's what this is, right? Again, there's that.
I don't know how to gingerbread though.
Let's just do it. Let's go. He left. Santana knows how to play. He really hates pickle time, y'all.
Is this what we're supposed to do?
Wait, are we supposed to cam up and be a gingerbread?
Yeah, you can see.
Wait.
Hey. Come on, y'all. Come on.
Now we
had a good time.
What is going on, chat?
one more song, and this is our theme song, "Love on Top" by Beyonce.
All right,
All
everyone. I might
right, and we're
actually have
playing
to
the
end the
homecoming
stream.
version because it's
I
a
might
little
have
bit
to
more
end the stream
amp.
because it's
And
copyright,
also
everyone.
because
I'm
am
so
guys,
sorry.
after the fucking week that I had, just Parker,
I gotta
thank you
end
so
it.
much for being here.